It's draft day.
Oh my God, it's a 4-2-5 defense. All you gotta do is blitz more. All they gotta do is fire Eric Glenn, and then they can start winning again. They're so stupid.
You like that? You like that?
Oh yeah, the pick is in. We're gonna get this thing started. You know, not too big on the Carolina thing. I don't care. We're gonna play my intro music anyway. Don't be afraid. We'll play this intro music. Hey, Ennis, Rake Straw. Check it out. Check out those new jerseys are fire. Smoking Jeremy B in the mornings, guys. Check it out. Gibbs is going to be the best running back in football. The pick is in.
Yeah, baby, the pick is in. Let's get this fourth round going, Russell Wayne.
Hey, I'm letting this thing get work with the pick is in. But I'm not going to be done with my thing. I don't really give a crap about Will's Carolina Panthers. We'll talk about it. There it is. Hey, I want my shout out.
What's up, y'all? This is Ifatu Malafanu, safety for the Detroit Lions. And I just want to take some time out to give a big shout out to Russell Wayne and Main Event Mike from the Detroit Lions Villain Squad. It's a fan page and a podcast. And I just want to say I appreciate the support of me and my team. And I encourage everyone to go check out their podcast and check out their fan page. Go Lions.
Yeah, Mike. I figured out the way to get this thing going in the background where me and you can be on here where that cool music's going on in the background. Yeah, but it is draft day. It is day 3. This may not be the most exciting day for everybody, but it's exciting for us. These are your developmental pieces. These are your guys right here. But we're broadcasting live right now into the Detroit Lions Villain Squad, man. We are approaching 50,000 villains. We will hit 50,000 villains this week. It is going to happen. And we appreciate everybody that's been part of the journey, not just the Lions journey, but our little journey that we've had here with the Villain Squad since we started. And we've covered every hour of every draft over the last 3 years, Mike, and it's been really, really cool. Thank you to Joe Chap and the guys from the Detroit Lions News Podcast allowing us to broadcast into there. And then, of course, our YouTube page. We changed that from our other brand right there. Now the main event is Mike's show. Mike's show on the Villain Squad Network. So you can go to YouTube at Villain Squad, and it's that simple. And you can go and subscribe, and we appreciate you guys for doing that. Obviously, if you're watching right now, you are a football fan. You have to be. If you're not, then you stumbled upon this, and you're probably going to turn it off anyway. But the pick is in. Did they trade it, or did I completely?
You gotta let me get a piece here. The things are moving fast in the fourth round, Russell. Carolina takes the tight end, Sanders, with the first pick of the 4th round, and then Seattle trades their pick to Denver, who is on the clock now, and their needs are tackle and corner. I know you had to pay the bills, but things are moving quick here, man.
Well, that's all right. Okay, so now there's the update, and we're up to speed.
Right.
It's Denver on the clock. The first pick Carolina takes, arguably the second best tight end in this draft class. So I don't mind that. That sounds good. If we want to get in here, yeah. Mike's like, you paid the bills. We got to pay the bills a little bit later. So Lions select Ennis the Menace, Ennis the Menace Rakestraw in the 2nd round, and the Lions add 2 really, really good pieces to their secondary. We haven't even got a chance to go over that yet, and we're going to get into that, and we're going to stay up on these 4th round selections. Do you think the Lions are going to move in to the 4th round with a couple of their 5th round picks and possibly get one of these guys? I think it's a good possibility. I think that the Lions are a couple of pieces away. And they got a couple pieces yesterday. They got a couple real pieces. And I'm trying to find a kink in the armor of this Lions roster already without even making these picks. I'm feeling good. Denver selection, Troy Franklin, wide receiver out of Oregon. That's good selection right there. I like that. I like that selection for the Denver Broncos. That's a good wide receiver. They didn't want to keep Judy, or he's out there on the block. And this guy's an excellent deep ball. Excellent deep ball guy. And 6'3", contested catch.
Denver takes a wide receiver, Troy Franklin from Oregon. Did you already announce that?
I did.
My bad. I ran to get my pizza rolls out of the oven.
Yeah, you have a Tourette syndrome approach, and I'm just kind of used to it by now, so I'm okay. You guys. So Troy Franklin being a 6'3" wide receiver, long, smooth strides that allow him to consistently threaten vertically. We got to see some of him last year in college. Loaded pre-snap stance with no false steps, which allows him to quickly get up to top speed. He gets up to that, you have to really worry about when he makes his cut that you're going to lose him. He's going to create separation. Consistent hands catcher who extends long arms for catches rather than letting the ball come to his body, and very nice footwork shows up in a release to make players miss after the catch. So this is the 29th overall ranked prospect by PFF. This is a steal in the 4th round by the Denver Broncos. That was my spiel. The pick is in. The New England Patriots. But we know how that goes. They're paying bills. We had to pay the bills at the beginning. Well, the NFL are paying their bills on a 100% basis. They're paying the bills constantly today. This pick is brought to you by Overtime DT7.
What is up, Dwayne? Thank you for all your help during this draft day. You've been invaluable. Super. Really appreciate it. Juan Soto says, let's just give up our picks and get Trey Hendrickson from the Bengals. I'll be down with that, Juan. I don't know. Brad's a wizard. I don't know if you can pull that off.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, they just bend to Brad's will right there. Hey, how about you just give me Joe Burrow and all your good players, and I'll give you a 5th. So, it's all gay. It's okay. The pick is in. But there's no more Bill Belichick. So what are they going to do? We got 4th round picks. This is where dreams are made. I'm really digging this setup, Mike. I feel like I can do stuff with my hands. I got my guitars back there. You know?
What do I do with my hands?
Got my guitars back there, you know?
The Patriots took, of course, Drake May, and then they took a big guard, Wallace, and then they took receiver Jalen Polk. So now the pick is another guard, Layden Robinson, another guard for New England. Puts Arizona on the clock. Their needs are defensive tackle and guard.
And there you go.
It's so much fun, though. Anytime there's a Robinson or a Robertson, I want you to announce it.
See, you're making fun of my handicap. I'm a little bit dyslexic right there.
Only when it comes to Robinson and Robertson.
No, I do that all the time.
I love that.
I flip words around, and everybody can make fun of me. That's all. That's fine and dandy. That's why they hired me for this gig and paid me zero money to do this job. So, you got to have it in there. Come on in here, buddy. This is my son. This is my son right here. This is Riker Wayne.
Hi, Riker.
We're going to do the draft. Can you say hi to everybody? Can you say hi? Go, hello, everybody.
Hello, everybody.
There you go.
Yeah.
Now he's part of the show.
Love it.
This is my friend right here. This is my little best friend. And, mwah.
And
So say
Can
hi,
you-
Mike.
Can you say hi, Mike?
hi, Mike.
See?
Hey,
Yeah.
there, see
Mike's
that?
the one to let you swing on a swing. Giant swing. Remember the swing? Feet in, feet out.
The Cardinals are crushing this draft, Russ. So far, they've taken a wide receiver, a corner, Darius Robinson on the edge. Their needs here is tackle or guard, defensive tackle or guard. I don't know what to take here for them. There's a good tackle in Oregon that's been available for a while called Dorius. I know you mentioned him yesterday.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Maybe this is a good fit for the Cardinals in round 4.
Yeah, I'll check you out right there. Dorius, I believe that he's in this area right here. You're gonna make me go all the way back. Okay, I gotta. Oh, that's why I have it. I have it set to wide receivers. I'm sorry. I need interior defenders. And Dorius, I don't know. He's the 65th ranked PFF prospect, but my guess is he is falling because he's only 290 pounds. And that, I mean, in the NFL, that's pretty small for a defensive tackle, don't you think? A guy that's going to be in the middle of defense.
ESPN only has him at 283 even.
Okay, so he might have a lot. I mean, PFF put their stuff out there. This was probably pre-combine weights and stuff like that. So if they did body transformations, I don't know. But maybe he'll come in and he'll be, a 3-4 defensive end. I don't know if he has that kind of skill set. Let's see what they say about him. But, there's other defensive tackles that are available.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. I don't know if we had Dwayne Carter go off yet.
No.
Leonard Taylor III from Miami. That's another one. And
There's still some good players. Like TJ Tampa's still available. I mean, I can see Arizona making a move there, even though it's not listed as one of their needs when you take the best player available. I mean, his overall rank is 46, and you're picking in the 4th round now.
right. And the value to me from the interior offensive lineman just continues to fall. I mean, they are picking a guy, our favorite draft day camp people, but there's a lot of deep offensive line depth
What's up, Scott? And Fred Peterson, good afternoon. It's a great day to be a Lion. Yes, it is, Fred. I've been trying to figure out all morning, Fred, how are you going to be able to move the ball on this Detroit defense now that they've doubled down in the secondary, killed in free agency, and now taken 2 corners? Already a tough run defense. You add DJ Reader. This Lions team's looking good, buddy. Brad Holmes crushing it. Welcome back to the program, Fred. Glad to have you.
We love you, Fred. Brad Holmes is cooking.
And the pick is in. It's a safety from Texas Tech, Dadrion Taylor.
Dadrion Taylor.
Dadrion, our wayward son.
Oh, let's see where they got him. Dadrion Taylor is... I know that you're in here somewhere.
That puts the Chargers on the clock. They've taken a wide receiver and a tackle. Show alt.
Dadrion Taylor. Okay. That is I'm looking. Trey Taylor, but that's from Air Force, right? Is this Air Force? No,
Texas Tech Dadrion, D-A-D.
Yeah, I'm not PFF doesn't like him. Oh, okay, there we are. He's a middle name. Okay. Dadrion Taylor Demerson. 5'11", 195 pounds from Texas Tech. 94th overall prospect, so he's kind of in the pocket right here.
That's still some value, yeah.
A little bit of value. I mean, but pretty much right where you would expect him to go. And it says Demerson sees the back end of coverage with excellent vision and anticipation. However, his overall play speed must improve if he's good to make plays in the NFL. So you got a project guy. No big deal. Like that. You like that.
You like that?
You're not going to get starters here, guys. And if you do, then you're knocked it out of the park. If you're going to get impact guys here in the 4th, 5th round, these are where you're trying to get your core guys, the special teams guys, the guys that can do multiple things. You know, and you want them to have value. This is where the Lions selected Derek Barnes. And as you know, it took him a couple seasons to get his feet wet before he started making impact. So these are the type of players you're looking for. The project players, the guys that have gifted attributes that they're going to be able to hone into, you know, NFL plays and then be able to maximize those athletic gifts. As you're going to see some freaks in this area that are a little bit raw and need some NFL coaching. And that's okay. That's what we're getting. It's the 4th round. Chargers selection. Keeping it go through. And we're going to talk about our draft picks here in a minute when there's kind of like maybe there won't be a break in the action right here, but you want to announce it or do you got
Justin, I see why you gave me this one. Justin Eboigbe. He is a defensive tackle from Alabama, another Tide player. Jim Harbaugh back in the NFL. He goes an offensive tackle, a defensive tackle, and a wide receiver. Looking good so far out of the gate for Harbaugh. He's an Alabama player, so you know he's pro ready. On the clock is the Tennessee Titans. They have safety and linebacker listed as a need.
Justin is a 6'5", 295-pound defensive tackle. He brings valuable size and length to the defensive line, and though he likely won't be a consistent pass rush presence, his strength and size in the run game make a high floor mid-round player who can be scheme versatile. That's a great Harbaugh pick. You know, you're not asking these 4th round players to come in. You know, and if he has a good lower frame and is able to anchor against double teams, then that's how you make the players around you better. Just signed DJ Reader. So that's what you want to be able to do. But you can develop these guys. You know, a lot of these raw guys right there, Harbaugh doing his thing. You can't do better than an Alabama pedigree. Mm-hmm. You know, big school. He's played against the highest competition. I like that.
Yeah, and you know, Harbaugh, look who he's taken now. Notre Dame, Joe Alt, Lad McConkey from University of Georgia, and now he takes an Alabama player. So he's tapping that talent in the Power 5 schools for sure.
I dig. So we can get a chance to really look at this. I hope that I'm gonna coin this. I hope that Elise can make me one for Ennis the Menace here.
Yes! It is now done.
Ennis the Menace Rakestraw, cornerback out of Missouri. And what's not the love? This is a guy that was mocked to us a lot in the second round. So, I mean, they picked one of the guys. What do you think of this?
Man, I love it. I love that they doubled down. This guy's a dog, bro. His PFF coverage is over 81. His tackling is about 81. This guy's a dog. A 3-year starter in the SEC. Played against the best competition.
He's an outside corner. I mean, a lot of people think just because of the I guess he's 6 feet tall according here, but the 46th overall ranked prospect by PFF, and I mean, they got a lot of pros on this guy. They say excellent eyes and instincts in zone coverage, consistent pre-snap communicator, and patient player who's in control at all time. There's no panic. So you're not going to see him overrunning plays a lot. Quick feet for change of direction, smooth hips when changing direction. Not a strong run defender, but likes to be physical. He's reliable when funneling ball carriers to the sidelines and then back inside. So he's going to play within himself. He's not going to do too much when it comes to his job. So I love this as a pick. You know, you double down on secondary. Last year, we would have definitely called that a weakness. Honestly, if we would have had this secondary during last year's NFC Championship, I think that we would be talking about a Super Bowl, maybe even a Super Bowl victory.
For sure. They ranked 31st in the league, the Lions did, on yards per catch.
Right.
Okay. And they were 27th in total pass defense. So
you got to invest in it. So look what they do. They double down. Terrion Arnold obviously was in that first bag of talented players that they had at the high epsilon play. You knew that at 29, there's a chance that you might not get any of them, right? So you got this small bag of players that you consider the top dudes, and Terrion Arnold was in that bag. And man, they didn't have to give up as much as I thought that they would have to do. We were talking last week. We thought that you might have to get into the top 10 to get a guy of this caliber. You know,
he was ranked in the top 10 by a lot of experts.
Right, by him or Quinyon Mitchell, whatever your cup of tea is. And they thought Terrion Arnold was the better prospect.
And I get credit for this one. Terry on our wayward son. And the pick is in. Is a linebacker from North Carolina. Cedric Gray goes to the Tennessee Titans.
You gotta like that. It is.
Seems a little on the small side at 6'2", 234. That puts the New York Giants on the clock. They still have quarterback and guard listed as needs. Maybe Spencer Rattler finally gets off the board here. They also have corner listed. Guard is listed as a higher priority. They already taken one corner and one receiver. Where do they go next for the G-men? They're going to be recovering from losing Saquon Barkley. Who's going to run the ball there?
That might be a great pick right there. I mean, there are still some very good running backs that are left. And it's because that the NFL likes to push certain positions down the draft board, and running back is one of those. And there's still some value there at running back. Some value of guys that may be able to contribute to the team.
Blake Corum is still. Oh, no, he's been drafted, right?
I'm not sure.
Yeah. He got drafted.
Did he?
Yes,
Who
and
did
I
he
said
go
I didn't like it as a landing spot for him because he'd be a second back.
Oh, yeah. That's right. You're right.
It was to the Rams behind Kyron Williams.
That's right.
19th pick of the third round
That's right.
yesterday.
But don't you need? You really need to. You really need to anymore. They're really proving that.
Oh, for
You know,
sure.
David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs. I mean, that's a powerful punch. You know.
Roy says that Broncos got a steal with Troy Franklin, the wide receiver from Oregon. They let Jerry Jeudy go. They signed Josh Reynolds. And then you got Cortland Sutton. They definitely could use another good pass catcher. And to get a steal, like you say, Roy, if this Troy Franklin, out there on the West Coast, they throw the ball a lot. Bo Nix, one of his favorite targets. So that could be a steal pick, like you say. The Giants pick is in. It's a tight end, Theo Johnson. Giants take a tight end. Darren Waller, not sure if he wants to continue his rap career or his football career. The Giants sending a message here, taking a tight end Johnson. Shore up that tight end room. Man, I got to set my phone to. Next pick is the NFC North on the clock now with the Minnesota Vikings. They gave away a lot of draft picks to get up and get J.J. McCarthy. They also get Dallas Turner. That's going to end up being the best pick for them, I'm sure. They had to keep the other teams off, so they had to give up a boatload to get a 4th and a 5th round pick to get J.J. McCarthy, just to move up one spot. Russ hypothesized other teams were offering to take that spot and take McCarthy, and Kwesi didn't want to miss out on a quarterback. Because, they've had so much luck with quarterbacks. But here's an interesting thought, folks. The Atlanta Falcons drafted Michael Penix. Could you imagine if Justin Jefferson had a guy like Kirk Cousins throwing to him? Holy cow. I mean, if I'm the Vikings, I'm on the phone with Atlanta right now. Hey, man, we'd like to get that Cousins guy. He'd be perfect here. Bo Nix. Oh, that's such a great call out, Mike Fisher. I didn't even notice that. Bo Nix goes to the Broncos. Sean Payton takes the Oregon quarterback, and then now in the 4th round, they draft his favorite target. What a smart move that is. Chemistry, you can't coach that. Great call out, Mike. Thank you. And Minnesota takes a corner, Kyrie Jackson from Oregon. Wow, that's a good pick. I am so amazed that they made a good pick like that, the way their draft has been going. And that puts the Atlanta Falcons on the clock now. They have corner and linebacker as their needs. TJ Tampa's still on the board. This is the guy that slid. First it was Cooper DeJean. Now it's TJ Tampa. This was a corner-heavy draft. Kyrie Jackson, one of those guys I saw mocked in the 2nd, early 3rd. He finally goes in the 4th now to the Atlanta Falcons. They need so much help there on the secondary. They got some real nice pieces. They drafted a great defensive end in the 2nd round. And then they got Calais Campbell coming to the end of his career, but still productive. Grady Jarrett. And the one and only Jeff Okudah. So they probably let him go by now. They definitely need help in that secondary. Jesse Bates is a safety. He can't do it all on his own. That's a really good pick for Atlanta. You got to wonder about the Michael Penix thing. There's a great meme going around of Terry Fontenot, the new GM in Atlanta, explaining the pick to Arthur Blank, the owner. We just gave Kirk $180 million. Why are we drafting a quarterback in the 1st round? Holy moly. That was the biggest story of the draft, I think, was the Penix pick.
All right. I saw that Kyrie Jackson ended up going to the Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah, did you step away for a minute?
I did.
Well, Mike Fisher made a great point. The Broncos took Bo Nix in the first round. They come back in the fourth round and take his favorite target in Troy Franklin. Nice move by the Broncos, maximizing.
Nice. Good job by the Broncos. You got to rebuild, and they believe in Bo Nix. Bo Nix wouldn't be the first time a second-round quarterback was drafted in the first round and did well.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look at that. There you go. There goes Atlanta grabbing the defensive tackle out of Oregon that I've been touting for the last 2 rounds. Brandon Dorius.
Yeah.
It looks like he's going to be more of a defensive end in a 3-4. I think that's what they're going to be running here
Yeah, I'm a little confused by this pick though, Russ. They need secondary help so bad. They already got Calais Campbell. They just drafted Michael Penix in the first round. Then in the second round,
man, you really just hate that Penix pick because it's like building from the inside out. You saw Brad Holmes do it in the first couple years. It's just, it is what it is. You want to get your big dogs up front, and those type of dudes do make your secondary better. Look at the Lions make it to the NFC Championship with an awful secondary, and they did it by being tough up front for the most part.
Interesting. There were no on-the-clock trades in round 3. No trades on the clock in round 3. That's kind of interesting.
Well, it was. I think that alludes to the point that I was making yesterday about the second bag of players. The first bag of players only has like 15, 20 guys in it, tops. Those are the difference maker, kick ass right off the bat. They're starting level, upper echelon, But the second bag of players are awesome players. They're great players that can start for your team. They'll compete to start for a team. And that bag has about maybe 60 players in it. And right at the end of that second round, and my microphone just fell off its stand. But at the end of that second round, that you do all the trades right there. You're trying to get that second bag of guys before you get into the third bag of guys. We are now obviously into the third bag of guys.
Mm-hmm. And the Patriots take a wide receiver, Javon Baker.
That's great value right there. That's another highly ranked wide receiver. And this is by PFF here.
And the Green Bay Packers have traded up into the fourth round with the New York Jets, and they are on the clock. Green Bay making a move here.
That's right. They have like 9,000 draft picks. So, you only have 53 roster spots. So, yeah, package a couple of them up, move them together.
ESPN has corner and guard listed as a need. So Gutenkoost. Goody
guy. I wanted to get this. Where's my boy at? That Javon Baker, UCF, 6'1", 208 pounds. You got a nice big wide receiver. That you need big targets. Analysis on him says they don't have an analysis on him, but that's all right. That's all right.
Another weapon for Drake May.
Baker can be a solid wide receiver 3 for a vertical offense that likes to attack down the sidelines. His long speed limitations hurt his ability to separate, but in a competitive, contested catch receiver, that's where he's going to knock out. You don't need to be fast when you're like that.
It's a new dawning of a new day in New England. New head coach, Gerard Mayo. Bill Belichick's gone. They get a new quarterback in Drake May, and now they give him 2 weapons, Jalen Polk and Javon Baker. Get him off and running.
You like that?
Dig it. I dig it. Let's see if I can. I'm still here. I'm just going to.
Green Bay Packers on the clock. They took an offensive tackle, Jordan Morgan from Arizona, in the first round. They got a nice safety complement to go with Xavier McKinstry. They've redone the safety room, what they needed last year. Kudos to the staff of the Packers. Signed Xavier McKinstry in free agency from the Giants. They get a big tackle in the first round. And then they get linebacker Edgerrin Cooper in the second round. And then they get a running back, Marshawn Lloyd. They get another linebacker in Hopper. And now they come back in the fourth round. And they take...
Coming up, this pick brought to you by Speedway.
At work or play, we're on your way. The convenience stores of Speedway. And the Raiders will be on deck. The Raiders. And the Raiders are putting together a nice draft. Brock Bowers. You want to talk about upside? I mean, they're already giving this guy a gold jacket before he ever came out of college. He's listed as a tight end, but he's not a tight end. Oh, crap. Man, I got to set that. My screen shuts off on my phone after like 10 seconds. I got to change that eventually. Maybe by next draft. Don't forget, folks, you are watching the Villain Squad Network. On Facebook, you can follow us at Lions Villain Squad. On YouTube, subscribe to our channel. It's our new handle, at Villain Squad. That's all you got to type in is at Villain Squad. We appreciate everybody that's on with us for our third annual draft special. Looks like we got more people watching than people who have hit the like button. So hit the like button. It kind of helps us. We appreciate it a whole bunch. Green Bay milking it. Milking this clock, making some cheese. They moved up to get this pick. You would think when you do that, you know who the guy is you want. Could this be where TJ Tampa goes? I hope not. He's an Iowa State guy. Lots of Packer fans in Iowa. Not as many as there are Viking fans, but still a lot of Packer fans in Iowa. An Iowa State product. He's long. He's a corner. I don't want to see him in our division. But they do have corner listed in need, and he's the highest ranked corner on every board at this point with an overall rank of 46. I've said his name 50,000 times over the last 3 days, and no one takes him. And it's in now. It's Evan Williams, a great pick. Oh, this is terrible for us. Safety Evan Williams from Oregon. At the Senior Bowl, he was dominant. Had 2 interceptions, 1 for a touchdown. Excuse me, 1 in the end zone, I should say. A touchback. 2 interceptions at the Senior Bowl. This kid was dominant at the Senior Bowl. The fact that the Packers get him in round 4 is very impressive. What do you think of this pick, Russ?
I'm not ready to say anything.
Oh, okay. Well, that's all right. No one cares what you think anyway. Baltimore on the clock. They have guard and edge listed as a need. Oh, excuse me. Raiders on the clock. They have corner and guard, and then Baltimore is on deck. So as a nice pick by Green Bay, they move up to get Evan Williams. He's listed as safety, but I believe he played corner at the Senior Bowl. I could be wrong there. But that's why we don't see him when we're looking at corner. When you're looking it up on PF, when you're doing mocks, you don't see Evan Williams because he's listed as a safety. But this kid's a stud. This could be a real steal for Green Bay Packers. This is a guy I really wanted the Lions to get in a later round. They say the pick is in for the Raiders. The Raiders having themselves a real nice draft. They get a tackle in glaze. Also my favorite donut. They get Jackson Powers Johnson, Brock Bowers, and now on the clock. Nice little draft so far. You get the best center, the best tight end. You get some offensive line depth in the third. And where do the Raiders go here in the fourth? According to Dwayne, the Raiders pick is corner DeCamerion Richardson. And there it is. It finally comes through on mine. Thank you so much, Dwayne. Can you hear that one, Ross?
I know, hear everything that's going on, and I'm just...
I know you like this guy, DeCamerion Richardson. Corner out of Mississippi State. Goes to the Raiders.
I love him.
So the Raiders having a real nice draft. Baltimore on the clock. They have edge and guard listed as need. They say the pick is Devontae Walker, wide receiver from North Carolina. Devontae Walker, 6'2", 193 pounds. He's the 91 overall ranked prospect. Devontae Walker, wide receiver. Another weapon for Lamar Jackson. They're not bringing OBJ back. So there's a roster spot sitting there waiting for him. They get Derrick Henry now, so can't imagine they're going to throw the ball a whole bunch anyway now. You got Lamar Jackson, Keaton Mitchell, and now Derrick Henry in the background. Backfield, woo! Those Ravens were tough last year. They're going to be even tougher this year. You watch. Yeah, I'm right there with you, Mike. Williams is a ball hound for sure. He says he wanted Evan Williams. So did I. But now he's in our division. We're going to have to face him twice a year. But I think we'll be all right. But definitely a good pick for the Packers. Damn it. You know, we'll be on some Packer shows here coming up after the draft. And they're going to ask me, what did you like about the Green Bay Packers draft? That's the first thing out of my mouth. Hey, Evan Williams in the fourth. What a move. You moved up in the fourth to get him. You had a ton of picks, but that guy was probably going to be gone. The Raiders took a corner right after that. Very good possibility they would have went with Evan Williams. But Jacksonville's on the clock. Their needs are tackle and edge rusher. They've already taken a corner, a wide receiver, and a defensive tackle. I think they might go O-line here. They might go tackle here. Edge or tackles listed as a need. ESPN thinks the best fit is Booker from Kentucky, the edge rusher, 6'5", 240. I don't know. I think I see the Jags going O-line here, though. When you look at what they draft, that's how I like to look at it, spread it around a little. When GMs double dip at a position, it's the exception, not the rule. Jacksonville, they say the pick is in, and that'll put the Cincinnati Bengals on the clock. And they need a running back and a tight end. Joe Mixon, of course, let go. Where did Joe Mixon go? Houston, was it? Was it Houston? Let's look that up real quick. Joe Mixon, my least favorite player in the NFL. Houston Texans. Yes, he was signed with the Texans. Man, they're building a good team down there. Don't like Joe Mixon. And it has nothing to do with his playing. It was before he was drafted. There's a video of him breaking a woman's face. She was in his face, to his defense. She was in his face, pointing her finger, yelling, screaming. But he hauled off and blasted her like a man, broke her orbital socket, broke her nose with one punch. And then when he got drafted, the whole thing just went away. No, I agree. When somebody's in your face putting their finger on you, you have a right to defend yourself. But, I mean, you could shoot a missile at a paper airplane. Doesn't have to happen. Yes, thank you, Roy. Houston. And now you got Damian Pierce down there. Going to be a backup now probably to Joe Mixon. Going to walk in and take the starting job. Houston having a great draft so far. They crushed it last year. Made the playoffs, won a playoff game. Then got dominated in Baltimore. That's a team the Lions are going to play this year. C.J. Stroud, 0-2 lifetime against Aiden Hutchinson, so we'll see how that pans out. If anybody has the information, I can't remember if that's a home game. I think that's a home game for us. They won their division. We won our division. We had a better record, so I think we get the home game there. So C.J. Stroud coming to Ford Field, and Joe Mixon. I'll be there to boo Joe Mixon. Yeah, you can look up that video, Roy, on YouTube. It's there. It's in some restaurant, and this Karen is totally in his face. I don't even know what it was about, but I do know that he did not know the woman. So this was a complete stranger in his face about some dispute they were having at the restaurant, and she was really in his face. I mean, I would have been in defense mode too. So to his defense, maybe it was a reaction that he couldn't control and just hauled off and blasted her. But it sure is damning video. Russ, you're back.
Well, I haven't really been gone. I feel like throwing my microphone and my whole setup across the room, but I won't do that.
And I was right. The Jags did go O-line. They get Javon Foster, who's an offensive tackle. Cincinnati on the clock now. Running back, tight end listed as needs. What, Austin Hooper isn't the answer?
No, you don't like Austin Hooper? Man, he got a bag a couple years ago. One of my new favorite things right here is you take some water and then you mix in these little Crystal Light guys.
Mm-hmm.
It's got caffeine in it. It tastes like Kool-Aid with the caffeine. So, there we go. Cheers.
Yeah, I was drinking on the internet last night, 2 days in a row, drinking beer. I don't usually drink 2 days in a row. So, feeling a little effects of it today, I can tell you. But that's the only time all year you catch me drinking on the internet is draft day.
It's kind of like the thing.
Yeah, that's our tradition now, 3 years in a row. I go on a 2-day bender, and we spend day 3 like this.
Looks like,
Oh, Eric All off the board. I'm sorry.
There we go. He's a stud. Well, go figure. A tight end from Iowa is going to be good.
Yeah, but what a great pick by Cincy. We had tight end listed as a need, and the guy tore his ACL last season, but he's fully recovered now. But it caused his draft stock to slip. He was projected as a second-round pick before the injury. And the history, of course, with Iowa tight ends, I think it's a really great pick for the Cincinnati Bengals to give a good weapon to Joe Burrow. Jacksonville Jaguars back on the clock.
Jacksonville making the moves. And they're coming right back out to do it, too.
Looking for
Jaguars
an edge
coming
rusher.
right out.
They have edge rusher listed as a need. Yeah, Eric All to the Bengals. Love that pick. Jordan Jefferson, a defensive tackle from LSU.
Did you say George Jefferson?
Well, we're moving on up. Jordan Jefferson. That's Wheezy and George's kid.
George and Wheezy right there. Bringing sacks to the SEC.
So he's a defensive tackle from LSU. Great competition level there in the SEC. Puts the Indianapolis Colts on the clock. They have tight end and corner and safety listed as a need.
We got Chicago coming up in the next few picks to get, I think, what might be their last pick of the draft. I don't think they have too many picks unless they trade it back. I don't think they did.
Yeah.
We can look at that. But we like keeping up.
Yeah, they had 2 in the first and none in the second. And then in the third round, they got Amagaji. He was the 57th overall ranked prospect, and they get him in the middle of the third round. So they get some value there. But Caleb Williams, Rome Odunze, man, hard to say any team did better than the Bears in the first round. In Indianapolis on the clock. Can you take over for a minute, Russ?
Sure. Indianapolis is on the clock. I don't know what Indianapolis means. What are we going to do? We are now at pick. Oh, it says I can skip Indianapolis on the clock. I think that they picked. Did they pick? Looks like Indianapolis picked center Tanner Bortonelli and the Seattle Seahawks are on the clock right now, is what I see. I think PFF might be getting these guys a little bit early. So maybe we'll do it in that way. Right now I got sponsored Zen on my YouTube TV. And Tanner Bortelli from center from Wisconsin. You can always expect some good offensive linemen out of Wisconsin. And you can't go wrong there. Bortolini brings an alluring combination of versatility, high football IQ, and top-tier athleticism. He has starter qualities, but lack of length could be the deal breaker. Oh, there we go. Got the short arms again. Looks like he can play, but he got short arms.
Got T-Rex on the D-line.
But, well, that's a center.
Oh, center, yeah. Roy says, what's the Lions' next pick? Well, Roy, the Lions pick 164, 201, 205, and 249.
Okay, I found a way to get in here, Mike, and we just took Jordan Jefferson. I announced this pick way early. I found a way on PFF that I'm actually following it, and I think that I'm getting information really, really fast because I have not announced this pick yet.
What pick?
The pick that Indianapolis is on the clock right now.
But you can see it.
I already know who the pick was. And
Tell us.
I already told him. I've already given the. I gave
Who is
the
it?
specs. I just got done.
I was not here. Who was it?
All right, Tanner Bortolini.
Bortolini. Yeah, sounds like a frozen lasagna brand.
Bortolini. He's a Wisconsin center with T-Rex arms.
Okay, and that's who the Colts are going to take, even though it hasn't been announced on our stuff.
It has not been announced yet. And you thought I was talking about George Jefferson and Wheezy.
Yeah.
But George Jefferson, Jordan Jefferson is 6'4", 317. Jefferson has the power of a defensive lineman, needs to speed up how quickly he gets into the backfield in order to really gain a rotational role in the pros. He's the 214th overall prospect and kind of a reach right there for
this is a guy that I heard from Big Dan Davis. Big Dan Davis told us about this guy in the chat. Said that he's an underrated player, and you know Big Dan spends all day just doing research on football.
Listen, I'm not trying to undermine anybody. I mean, I know that Jeremy Ballrick likes to correct, and Dan Davis loves to correct everybody on their wrong opinions on everything like that, and it's fine. It's fine. All I'm doing is giving the PFF stats. According to PFF, this is a reach of 2-3 rounds. So
the pick still hasn't come through, so we're going to test your theory if you have the inside. And you're right. Here it comes. Tanner Bortolini, center from Wisconsin.
Yep, and it looks like Seattle jumped up and has already made their pick as well. Linebacker Tyrus Knight out of UTEP.
Tyrese Knight, there it is. It's a linebacker.
Round 4, pick 118. They're coming in there and getting it. You know, here on the third day, I do notice that, you know, even when these guys are talking on the, you know, on the pros here, when they're doing their thing, they also miss draft picks too, because you end up getting in a conversation about that team, and then the next pick comes through, and you got to kind of catch it up. So we apologize if that's happened a couple times. Steelers are on the clock. They say the pick is in.
Seattle gets a linebacker on defense, and now Pittsburgh on the clock. They have corner and defensive tackle listed as a need. When will TJ Tampa get drafted? I think he should play for the Bucks with that last name. That would be awesome if he played for the Bucks.
That's what they're waiting for. I think the Bucks probably already paid for it. You know, they told somebody like, "Look, don't take him. We're going to take him." Like,
yeah.
I mean, he's a long corner, and you know, really, all of the cornerbacks dropped this year. The cornerbacks in general, secondary, are the talent is falling based on where their talent level is. But the thing is, you got to realize that half of the teams draft for need. Not every team does what Brad Holmes is doing, or what I believe, like what Pittsburgh Steelers do, what the Green Bay Packers do, is they draft and develop players. They like to sign their own players, and they take best player available. And it's a literal science to them. But there's a lot of other people be like, "Oh my God, we need linebackers. Oh, we better draft 5 linebackers." And that's how they do it. I mean, who knows what way is right? Because, you know, you can sing the praises of Kansas City, but the bottom line is their GM got Patrick Mahomes, and that makes all of his picks look real good because they win Super Bowls. Does that mean that he's the best GM? I don't even know if those other players can play. Like, Patrick Mahomes is the man. But which strategy do you like better? Do you like the strategy of, you know, filling your roster, trying to fill those needs in the draft, and you know, taking 10 shots at a position, trying to nail it and get a superstar, or just kind of do this science thing that, like, Holmes likes to do? They like to draft and develop these players. We don't fill needs during free agency. A lot of teams do that. Oh, let's plug this guy in. You know, I don't mind it for 1-year deals. Oh, that's a killer for me. Mason McCormick off the clock. Off the board. Steelers select Mason McCormick, guard out of South Dakota State. Right in that pocket, right where he should be. That's about where he was rated as a player, but I like that. You're talking about a dude.
That's 3 offensive linemen and Roman Wilson. That's what the Pittsburgh Steelers have drafted.
Well, list them off right there. You got Mason McCormick.
Yeah, Fashanu, Fa'atanu, the offensive lineman from Washington, the big stud. And they get Roman Wilson, the speedy receiver from Michigan. Fa'utanu, I did say that right. And they got your boy, Zach Frazier.
That's awesome.
So Fa'utanu, I don't know if you know, Fa'utanu, one of the best prospects overall in this whole draft. And then you get your boy Zach Frazier. Now you get another guard in the 4th round in McCormick, and then you add Roman Wilson. They're crushing this draft.
If you like offensive linemen, I mean,
the way to go is build through the trenches. We know that.
We're dorks. A lot of people like to get the running backs and the guys, and the guys that are gonna score the touchdowns. And you and I are dorks. We're like, oh yay, offensive linemen are so cool.
Philadelphia, Howie Roseman moving back. Now the Dolphins are on the clock. The Dolphins have moved up with the Philadelphia Eagles to take this pick, and they're on the clock, and they say the pick is in. They have defensive tackle and tight end listed as a need. Oh, I like that you're getting the picks early.
Yeah.
And that's going to put Seattle on deck.
Well, it helps me get ready. You know what I'm saying?
Brian Peacock says they need an elite, speedy wide receiver. Who's that? The Lions? Yeah, maybe a guy like Jameson Williams. You talking about the Lions, Brian? Dude, if my name was Brian, my handle on Facebook would be Brian the Lion.
Brian the Lion.
Yay! Detroit Lion Brian.
He ain't lying. He's Brian.
Your name is Brian, though. You probably got called Crying Brian when you were a kid.
No, I hope.
Yes,
they
we had a
do
kid.
that
We
to
called him Crying Brian.
I mean, you don't want to do that. I mean, most of the draft, we've been sitting here for most of the pick and like 100 picks. Like, the pick 61, they're going to pick at what, 164? We're waiting 100 picks?
Right.
Is that what it is? We're at 164?
We're at 120 now, and we pick at 164. So 24
Wow,
more picks. Almost a full round.
That's all right. I mean, I don't know who's in that third bag for I know that this guy's going to be good, whoever they get.
Got to be offensive line. Thanks for being on the show, Brian. Appreciate you being here. Travis is here also, says, did y'all go to the draft? Any? Not me. We stayed here online every round, every pick, Travis. We did have some live reports from some of our associates down there at the draft. Roy says 44 more picks. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was an English major. I don't do well with math. Yeah, 44. Right. 164 minus 20 is, yeah. Okay.
We can do it.
That is how I feel on draft day on day 3 every year now.
That's right. That's right. The Packers are on the clock. No, kidding.
It's a lot of fun, though.
The Packers are on the clock, right? I'm just you know what? I never checked out their safety because you were gushing over their safety. Who did they take as a safety?
Evan Williams from Oregon.
Because I know that you like to go with those guys and be like, oh my God, the Packers selected a guy. Oh my God, we got to worry about
Oh, yeah. This guy. Evan Williams, great pick.
Evan Williams. Let's see where PF.
Which is also a cheap brand of whiskey.
Evan Williams.
It's the generic Jack Daniels. I mean, they get the generic Kirby Joseph, named after the generic Jack Daniels.
All right, Evan Williams as a safety? Are you sure? Oh, but he's probably listed as a cornerback. That's probably what I should look for a cornerback.
Yeah, every time you look up corner, though, you can't find him because he was listed as a safety. This is a guy that showed out at the Senior Bowl, Russ. 2 interceptions in the Senior Bowl. Miami milking this pick that they moved up to get from Philly, and now they're milking it. And now it's in. Jalen Wright, the running back from Tennessee.
There you go.
Second-ranked running back on Mel Kiper's board. Jalen Wright. Got to wonder about this pick, though, with Miami having Devin Achane, Raheem Mostert. Why you'd take a running back here.
Evan Williams. I can't find him.
Yeah, I had that problem with him before for some reason. Seattle on the clock. They have edge and corner listed as a need. So many teams have edge and corner listed as a need. And the Chicago Bears are on deck. They have defensive tackle and edge.
I got
listed.
a James Williams, and I got both. Maybe they have him listed as a linebacker.
Can't you just type in his name and it searches him?
Yeah, maybe they don't have him on here. I tried that too. Caleb Williams.
EVAN. That's why we're a good compliment, bro.
Trevor Williams. No. So, and here we go. And now here, I can't wait for all you Packer fans that are out there being that you're just a hater. You just don't like the Lion. You're just a Lion fan that's just gonna talk crap. I'm sorry that PFF doesn't have your guy ranked.
They don't have him as a safety?
They don't have
Oh,
him
and a
as
Michigan Wolverine comes off the clock to the Seahawks. Tight end A.J. Barner.
Well, let me look again. There's no way that they selected a guy that. Because I'm not a hater. I'm not just doing this just to be a hater. I can't find the guy.
Yeah, he's a safety.
He's a safety, but he's not listed here.
Oregon.
He is not rated as a player by PFF. Let me just try putting in Williams. Maybe it's a middle name and he's got a different last name. Darius Williams, Tyrell Williams, Brandon Williams, Trent Williams. Okay, that's too many Williams.
Chicago on the clock with defensive tackle and edge listed as a need. So the edge rusher from Kentucky, Booker, is listed as best fit by ESPN. Putting some more players on that defense. It really stormed up the rankings when Matt Eberflus head coach took over the defensive play calling duties. A flip, a change in that defense 180 degrees when that happened.
Big board Williams. Oh my gosh. Try linebacker.
And the Bears take a punter.
No, they did not.
Bears take a punter.
In the
Troy
fourth?
Taylor from Iowa.
In the 4th round?
A punter.
Great. That's just what I need. I need Ken Doby telling me 25 freaking minutes on why this is going to be the greatest punter in the history of the NFL. Jesus. Help me. Help me. Well, you know, he had a pass this one time, and he can really put it. He's going to get it right there on the 1 yard line every time. That's just what he does, okay? He's he can kick the shit out of the ball. Well, that's why we drafted him in the 4th round. Great pick. Great pick. Everybody's clapping their hands, except that one guy in the back. Oh, look at that golf clap in the back. We're not sold on that. We're not sold. Hey, Poles, you happy? Look at Poles over there happy. That's the first move that you did that sucked today. What the hell are you doing drafting a punter in the 4th round?
It looks like Howie Roseman doing Howie Roseman things. It's going to move up and take this pick where Houston was on the clock. And it looks like it's going to be Philly.
Come on, Poles. Man, I've been giving you kudos, and then that's all right though. You got a good team. You've gotten your quarterback of the future. You got yourself some wide receivers. You got yourself good offense. I mean,
at least tell me he's the best punter in the nation.
I'm not going to tell you that. I'm not going to tell you that because I don't know. I didn't sit there and line up kickers and go, wow, you kicked the shit out of the ball.
Aiden Powell, all of our Hawkeye fans that watch us and follow us. That's 2 Hawkeyes in this round now with Eric All and the punter.
me see if he's the number one punter. That's a good question.
And it looks like that the Philly did not trade with Houston. Houston took the pick, and they take tight end Cade Stover from Columbus. 6'4", 247, solid Big Ten tight end. Cade Stover goes to the Texans. Puts the 49ers on the clock. They have center and guard listed as need.
Okay, so Torrey Taylor is actually the best punter in all of college.
Okay, so they went and got the best punter.
He is 100 slots ahead of the second best punter.
All right.
So he's actually rated by PFF at 182, which is, I mean, you're calling it whatever, but if there is a kicker, oh gosh, I hate saying this, Mike, this is killing me. I hate saying this, but if you're gonna take a kicker in the draft anywhere, this was probably the punter that you would want to do it with. Okay?
But he'd be there in the 6th or 7th, wouldn't he?
He would be there he'd for sure be there in the 5th and probably the 6th.
So you could have picked up a couple more picks and moved back and
You
still
could
got
have
this
picked
guy.
a player.
But Ken will go on a 15-minute take of telling you why this was the right time and place to take the punter.
And he would be wrong. He would be wrong. He would be wrong. You're going to try to sell me on a kicker, you can walk out the studio with that nonsense. Don't try to sell me on that. I know that we're all homers for our team, but you wouldn't allow me to do it, and I'm not going to allow you to do it in this space. You reached on a punter. It's okay. The rest of your draft has been spectacular, okay? I've given you the credit where the credit is deserved, okay? But I'm definitely not going to give you credit where credit isn't deserved. You reached on a punter. You could have got him in a later round.
Detroit Fan Man says, hey, guys, just checking in for some help. I'm struggling with balancing my otherwise endless faith in Holmes versus stomaching the idea of using 4 top 100 picks on 3 corners while Dan Skipper remains the 3rd offensive tackle. Yeah, well, I mean, you know what he's saying there, right? We gave up one to get Carlton Davis, and then you give up another one to move up and get Terrion Arnold. So there's 4 top 100 picks, and you end up with 3 corners. I'm okay with it, Detroit Fan Man. Let me help you balance that out.
Okay, put that back up there because I gotta address you right here, Detroit Fan Man. I love you, brother. I love you. I'm just checking in for some help. You're struggling with the balance of faith by using 4 top 100 picks on 3 cornerbacks. I'm going to help you with this a lot right here because check this out. When we were in the NFC Championship, Detroit Fan Man, was it the offensive line that kept us out of the Super Bowl? Was it the fact that we just didn't have the depth or whatever reason that you sorely want these offensive linemen right now? Was it so bad that it's a desperate need right now? It's not. It's not. Do you know what is a desperate need? Is when your number 1 corner has the ball bounce off of his face mask and we lose the game that we should have won because of our secondary. Now, if we're going to go out and we're going to use 4 of our picks to get 3 bona fide starting level, fix the secondary pieces, you got to do it. Carlton Davis, Terrion Arnold, and Ennis the Menace is going to be wreaking havoc against wide receivers for the next 2 years. Next, rookie contract. You got a shutdown corner with your first pick.
I need someone to make a meme.
You got Carlton Davis, is a proven cornerback that has proven shutdown skills as a man corner. Don't feed me his PFF stats while they're playing zone because that's not what they're going to ask him to do here. We're not idiots. We don't put people out of the position. We try to make the best out of the position. That's what what our coaches do. They're going to use him for his strengths. Terrion Arnold was the best man cover corner in the draft. Ennis the Menace was the best zone coverage corner in the draft. So I love it. To me, I mean, I think it's a done deal. You know, and you know what? We do have some picks coming up in the fifth round, and they're going to probably pick some offensive linemen. It wasn't the one that I want. You know what? You did the offensive lineman value is dropping. Crazy dropping. There's a ton of offensive linemen that are left. It's not the draft isn't over yet. And right now, you know, they're taking safeties and, you know, players, you know, every time they select a cornerback, every time they select a safety, every time they select a running back or tight end or quarterback, we're winning. Because that means the value of the things that we need are falling to us. So I hope that helps your Detroit fan manness.
Speaking of a safety, Malik Mustafa goes to the Niners. And now Tampa Bay on the clock with TJ Tampa available. Could it be?
Yeah. Tampa Bay.
Come on, Tampa Bay. Take TJ Tampa. That would be awesome.
No, running back Bucky Irving is
Not
off
Bucky.
the board. You see? That's right there. You got to look at it like that, Detroit fan, man. Like, you got to look at it like there's a running back.
Up, and the Lions have moved up. The Lions have moved up, and they are going to be on the clock right now. Detroit Lions on the clock. Brad has moved up in the 4th round. 1920, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Number 126.
They move up 40 spots. I'm surprised I ain't seen it. You're seeing that before me, Mike. You got...
Wow. Here we go, baby. You get 2 corners. Now what? Now take a look at the offensive line. Who we looking at here? ESPN says the best fit is the safety from Washington State, Hicks. He's a really good player. His overall rank is 59.
Oh, yeah. Wow,
and that's what Brad does, is he goes for the best available player. We might get TJ Tampa right here.
Here it is. Here it is. The pick is in. And come on, would you stop that bullshit? Oh, we got some line dancing going on. The Lions have traded up to pick 126. Is it going to be an offensive line? If they take that safety, I forgot that safety was still available, Mike.
Yeah, he's a good one, too, from Washington State. But if we take 3 secondary players, I think I'm going to be right there with Detroit fan man.
Why?
Because I understand you don't draft for need, but you have needs.
They're not drafted for need. They're drafted for the best player available. And Jaden Hicks, if they were to get him, he's the 54th ranked prospect in the entire draft from Washington State. So, I don't know. And there's Dan Campbell sitting there. Everybody's wearing 89 jerseys. I love it. Oh, you got to like that. Are we going with the revamped secondary? They're on God, they drug this shit out so much, Mike. I'm so angry.
He moves up 40 spots. How many spots? 164 to 126.
A little more, like almost a full round.
Almost a full round. He moves up to get the player, and who's it going to be? It's got to be O-line. Come on. Maybe it's a wide receiver.
You're ready for the O-line. Let me see what we got in here for O-line, since they're going to take forever to tell us here. So guards, center, and tackles. All right, let's see.
And the pick is not in yet.
It says the pick is in, but I'm watching people line dance.
A minute 30 on the clock, and it does not show the pick is in yet. The anticipation is palpable, even though it's here in the 4th round.
Right.
At pick 126. I love that he moved up. I love it.
I do too. We were talking about this yesterday.
I thought he would do it in round 3, but he didn't. He stayed pat in round 3. Well, we didn't have a 3rd round pick. I thought he would move up into the 3rd round, is what I'm trying to say. I'm excited. I'm excited right here, buddy. The Lions on the clock, down to the last minute. And Howie Roseman right behind Brad Holmes. These two Jedi Master GMs playing chess on day 3. Brad jumps up ahead of the Philadelphia Eagles to get this pick. Who's it going to be?
Oh man, I hate doing this to you because they came through and I know who it is and I don't know.
Say it, brother. I can't stand it.
Oh my gosh, because I don't know who he is.
Tell me.
UBC O lineman Giovanni Manu, and this is
Giovanni Manu.
Is an O. It says he's an O lineman, but then it says that he was a D lineman too.
What versatility?
This 6'4", 300-pound defensive tackle has dressed for 120 career NFL games with 82 starts. Is this right? UBC Manu hoping to shine. Oh, maybe I got the wrong guy here.
University of British Columbia? University of Boston College? What the hell is UBC?
Yeah, we're going to have to find out, man. I think that they're jumping up to get this is a curveball.
This is some hidden gem guy. This is James Houston all over.
Yeah, but I'm going to have to make fun of ourselves for the same thing I was just making fun of because we don't have a PFF grade on this selection. But I just want to make sure that I'm not.
I love it. We're going to all have to run and look up this guy. And Jeremy's going to say, no, I called this guy last week.
I thought I said we were going to draft this guy, that he would be a day 2 pick. And we got him in the 3rd round. That's what I said.
It's 4th round, day 3.
But I said we get him in the 3rd round.
Yeah, I was a little wrong.
And I'm saying we got to steal. We got to steal because I had him with a 3rd round grade. I looked at the tape.
We're all going to be running out and looking this guy up. Gretchen Whitmer's making the pick.
No.
That's what Dwayne says.
She sure is.
She looks like the king. She looks like the little king guy from Shrek.
Oh, really? I think she's looking pretty sly.
Oh.
Governor's looking pretty hot
Russ
today.
got a thing for them Amazon girls.
Oh, she's got to put her glasses on.
Oh, my
Oh,
goodness.
she's trying to get some votes today, folks.
She's getting some airtime, huh?
She's getting some airtime. I'm a Lions fan.
Farquaad, yeah, that's it. She looks like Farquaad. Giovanni Manu.
Look at that.
And I called it
Manu
University of British Columbia. He's a Canadian. Some Canadian university that Brad Holmes knew about and your GM did not. And he's listed as offensive line. I called that Detroit fan man. There you go. He's an offensive tackle. He is only... Oh, boy, they run it off there real quick. He's 6'8", 350 pounds.
6'8".
Holy crap!
They got a Mayon.
That is a mountain of a man.
They got
6'8".
a man.
6'8", 350. Oh, my goodness. Let's look at this. I'd never heard of this guy, Russ. You heard of him?
I haven't.
There are absolutely no notes on this guy at all.
I wonder why. I mean,
Nothing.
Nothing.
There's nothing on this guy. PFF doesn't either?
PFF has nothing on him.
Oh,
Now, is that
Brad.
the same thing as a punter? I mean, is this somebody that they could have taken in the 20th round? You know, undrafted free agent? Did they reach? Did they reach to get this guy, or did they really actually believe that he was the best lineman available?
I'm going to do a Google search of him now because he's not listed on ESPN. He's not listed on PFF.
What we're going to find out is that they're going to complain about it. All these other teams are going to complain because Brad Holmes used some rule that they did. None of the other teams knew that this guy was even going to be available. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't know we could draft British Columbia guys. But
He plays for the UBC Thunderbirds. He's a senior. He's an Aquarius. Good old Wikipedia. College career. He's a left tackle. He's a left tackle, guys. He started games at both left tackle and left guard. He was selected second team All-Canadian in 2022. Ranked among the top prospects for the 2023 CFL draft, but opted to return to UBC for a final season. He repeated as second team All-Canadian. Okay, there you go. There you go. That's all we have on him. We don't have stats. We don't know how many sacks he gave up. What do you got, Russ? What do we got in the comments here, guys? Jonathan says, woo, I love it. Do you? Strengthen that O-line, baby. Yeah, maybe. He's from Canada. I know what it's all about. People are going to complain. He'll be the first guy getting off the bus. Roy, I love that comment. Yep. When you're storming the beach, you always send the tallest guy so you can tell how deep the water is when he jumps off the boat. Yes, we had to move up to get him, Jonathan. We moved up over 40 spots, almost a full round. Howie Roseman was picking next. Brad might have known, hey, this guy knows about him too. I know it's good when Mike and Russ are speechless for sure. Yeah. Giovanni Manu, Russ, what do you got to say?
I don't have anything on him, man. I had to go tend to my son right there for a second, but yeah, I mean, a 350-pound tackle. We needed an offensive lineman. I know that there was a couple of our viewers that were saying that we absolutely need an offensive lineman, and they moved up and they went and got this guy. I don't know anything about him. I don't know. I mean, I love you, Brad.
We do have an article here. Look, I looked him up with Wikipedia, looked everything up. There's nothing on this guy. Now, I just found an article by Justin Mello, which is on the Draft Network. Says Manu is the most unique prospect in the draft. NFL teams swarmed to analyze him. He ran a 4.9 40-yard dash at 6'7.5", 352 pounds. He ran a 4.9 during his pro day. He also had 33.5-inch vertical. This man's a gigantic freak athlete. Unbelievable. Man, I'm so excited right now. Those are the types of numbers that earn Manu approximately 11 pre-draft visits. So I bet you Howie Roseman was one of those visits, and Brad jumped up 40 spots and took him right away from him. That's totally me speculating. Manu possesses an outstanding opportunity to be drafted despite never playing college football in the U.S.
Wow,
He
this-
grew up with
I
humble
found-
beginnings in Tonga, so he's a South Pacific native. He's going to mesh well with some of the South Pacific connections we have in Detroit, including Panay Sewell, I'm sure.
So, are you reading this 3 Down Nation?
No, this is called Draft Network, and this is the only article. It's dated April 24th, and this is the earliest article, or excuse me, the latest article that I could find at the time. There are probably articles hitting the internet as we speak, being the first one to get on it.
I have one here from John Hodge from April 26th.
Okay, that's post dates this. That was yesterday.
It's I mean, here I'm just gonna read this because it might as well just go there. It says a AU player is expected to be taken in the NFL draft for the first time in almost a decade, and Giovanni Manu is hoping to be the one to pave the way for more collegiate athletes in the future. I hope that I make U Sports community and the other fellow Canadians and U Sports happy and proud, Manu told 3 Down Nation. I'm hoping to shine my light towards the NFL and put their deal on the map. This 6'4", 300-pound defensive tackle. This doesn't make any sense here. Okay, this is David. Okay, the other one that was drafted. That's why I'm messed up here. David Enyemadi.
2016,
was taken in 2016. And he was a defensive tackle. Manu isn't the only U Sports player to be selected in the NFL draft. The pair showcased talents at the UBC's recent Pro Day, which was attended by 16 NFL teams. Manu credited strength and conditioning to his coach.
Look at the picture I just sent you.
You're killing me.
This guy's a beast, guys. This guy's huge. There's a picture I just sent you, Russ. He is throwing guys out of the way like ragdolls. He's towering over everyone, these little Canadian players. And it said in the article that I read that he was swarmed on his pro day. As many as 12 teams were there to see him. And I get you're saying, Jonathan, they didn't have to jump up to get him.
Are you sure?
But that's what I'm saying. I think Brad Holmes knows who was at that pro day and who's picking where. And this is a guy he definitely wanted. And he moved up 40 picks because he knew they weren't going to last. Chicago just took a punter, right? The depth of this draft is starting to run out.
The big body blocker isn't just representing U Sports in NFL. He's representing the home country of Tonga, where he lived until age 11, and his 2 older siblings to BC to live with his aunt in Tonga, and they still reside there. Manu has only seen his mother and father twice per year since. Wow. I mean, you really do give up everything, don't you?
So we don't have that answer yet, Jonathan. When is our next pick? We don't know all the terms yet of what we gave up to move up and get Giovanni Manu.
Yeah, I think that some other people might have been looking for this. I mean, I was feeling the way that they were feeling until you make the reads. And 16 teams were looking at this guy.
16, yeah. There you go.
And they were all thinking, where is the fine line between taking this absolute beast at a smaller type of thing and taking NFL talent from the college pool? There's got to be a line where, okay, we're going to jump up and grab this guy. If you're ever doing a fantasy football draft and you got your little sleeper guy right there, you can wait on him a little bit, but you get this little voice in the back of your head. When is the right time to jump up and actually take that guy? I mean, how long do you wait before someone else goes, yeah, that guy?
Look, 350-pound athletes that can run a sub 5-second 40-yard dash That's in the 99 percentile of human beings. Let you know that right now. It's a 33.5-inch vertical jump at 350 pounds. That's crazy athletic ability, man. That's off the chart stuff. And you're sitting here in the 4th round. You done nabbed 2 corners on a team that was one half away from the Super Bowl. Are you kidding me?
Again. Detroit is on the clock again.
Unbelievable.
We are on the clock again. We are going to be done. This is going to be the end of our draft today.
I would imagine. What a good play. We talked about it on this very program today from the chats. Detroit Lions on the clock. Holy moly.
Let me see if I can grab this. I got to do my little mock draft simulator. And it'll tell me that it's been doing the latest draft, so I may know who this is right now. Right meow.
Right meow?
Hold on a minute. Let me get there. Where we pick what?
Holy crap. I'm sitting here trying to digest that we just drafted Goliath, and now we're back on the clock.
We're back on the clock at 2. They love doing this stuff, man. They did that with Derek Barnes. Remember when they picked Amon-Ra and then they get Derek Barnes like the pick after? It's like, hey, we got our guys that we want. Mm-hmm. We got our guys that we want. Right now we're...
Jonathan wants a wide receiver. Mike Fisher says, well, Manu can see his family a lot more now. He can fly them to Detroit. Well, hell, at 6'8", he could probably just stand on a chair and see him.
I'm looking at our draft picks right now. Looks like we still have 201, 205, and we actually have another one at 210. So we gave away something for the
249.
future.
We had 249. We probably moved up to 210.
No, we have 249 still available, too.
We had 201,
with
205.
this trade that we just made. We are on the clock right now with 132, and all those picks are still there. So we didn't use this year's picks, is what I'm saying, to do all of this. We didn't do anything.
So 164 is still in play?
164 is not in play.
So there it is.
They used 164 and something else to move up to 126. And whatever they used to get up to 132, they didn't use anything from this year. Does that make any sense? Am I confusing you?
No, that makes... No,
okay, cool.
It was simple. Now we take Brendan Rice from USC, Jerry Rice's son. Here you go, buddy. That's my call.
Right on.
We take the wide receiver because Jonathan spoke it into existence. USC guy pairs up with Amon-Ra. Pedigree. We'll have to see Jerry Rice wearing a frickin' Lions jersey. Yeah. And you're going to hear Ford Field with chants of Manu.
Yeah, I don't know. I have to do more on that. But like I said, I'm not going to give Brad Holmes any type of feel any kind of way about his
Giovanni
stuff.
Manu. I'm proclaiming it right here. Any podcaster says, I called Giovanni Manu, you're going to get throat punched. You got the pick. Do not keep us waiting, brother, if you got it.
So the Lions have selected Sione Vake, safety from the Utah Utes.
What's a Ute?
What's a Ute?
The two Utes.
And this one I actually have stuff on.
He's a safety?
He's a safety. He's the 124th overall ranked prospect by PFF. 6 foot, 208 pounds. And the analysis says, as a receiver out of the backfield, his straight line speed smokes most college linebackers. Wow. If he fully committed to playing running back in the NFL, he has physical gifts, athletic ability, and playmaker vision to be in the backfield. And it has him listed as a safety that can play running back. And he can do precise route running.
What's his first name?
Sione
Spell that.
Vake. Sione Vake.
Spell it.
Sione Vaki.
V-A-K-I. Vaki. Sione Vaki.
It's funny. I think they put the wrong. I mean, I don't know.
Because they got offensive stats on this guy?
They have offensive stats on this guy.
No, there's been a lot of chatter about this guy. What's his overall rank?
At 124.
Okay, so you're getting some value there at 132. Yeah, but I have heard this guy's name thrown around a little bit. So this is a dude. This is a known dude.
Safety running back.
A safety running back.
He's a safety running back. Vaki played both sides of the ball, running back, slot receiver, and safety in high school due to his impressive athleticism. He was recruited in 2019 class, and he's one of the older prospects, but he has 2 years of college football experience due to the 2-year church mission that he did playing football for Utah.
Oh, boy. High character guy, potentially.
That's right. That's so crazy. So, he had 400 coverage snaps, run defense snaps, pass rush snaps. Out of the, it looks like box safety, slot. He's played some corner snaps. Like, this guy's done everything.
5'11", 210.
This guy is what I would call a Swiss Army knife is what it looks like here. It looks like he can pretty much play any one of the back end safety positions, and you could even ask him to play slot corner. And yeah.
And Giovanni Manu also had some defensive stats as well as offensive stats playing both sides of the ball. Right, this is another one of those intangible box things that you could plug them in different positions. You got Malcolm Rodriguez playing fullback.
So here's Kansas City coming in and getting safety Jaden Hicks from Washington State. So you see, it's obviously that these NFL savants that are, making decisions for the franchises, they look at things differently. So here's this guy that PFF ranked as the 40th overall prospect. The Lions move up and take a guy that's not him. So obviously they're looking at these scales a little bit differently. That seems about right where it's funny that they pick these guys kind of where PFF has got them, And here's this. You come in at 124 ranked prospect. They get him at what, 134? Is that what it was?
132.
132. So yeah, you're getting it right there. And I'm wondering, I want to hear the, what people say about other teams of Brad moving up to get the linemen, because with 16 teams looking at that guy, who knows where that threshold was.
Jets just take a running back, Braylon Allen, a real good running back from Wisconsin. But yeah, we get another safety in Vaki. So now that secondary is, these are guys. Look, I think, did Kendall Vildor just lose his spot on the team? Did Kendall Vildor just get relegated to the practice squad today?
Well, he definitely got relegated to try to make. You better try and make the team now. You're definitely maybe on the outside looking in. You might have to try to earn that last spot, which is fine.
I gotta go make a post on the Villain Squad page. If you're not following the Villain Squad yet, please do. It's Lions Villain Squad on Facebook, and we're gonna make this post live on the air. And it says, first podcaster to say that they called it with Manu gets throat punched.
Well, I'm gonna take a little break myself right here. Can you handle it? I'm gonna see if I can't get Junior.
Yeah, I got you, buddy.
Get laid down for a minute, and then I'll be back. All right.
I got about 18
Lions.
people. I got about 18 people in here with me that'll hold it down with me. So yeah, I'm way good.
Check it out. Check it out.
What?
I'm even putting you front and center. Check them out. Boom.
There you go. All right. So yeah, I am. I don't know about you guys, but I'm a little euphoric right now. Brad Holmes has really surprised us again. Like we said before, what do you think Brad's going to do? Well, you're going to be wrong. Because whatever you think he's going to do, I promise that's not what he's going to do. Because he's going to do what no one expects him to do. And that's what he's done. He's taken 3 out of 4 secondary pieces and then gets an obscure guy from Canada who's off the charts athletic. And maybe this guy's a project, but he's a project you can't pass up. So intriguing. Sione Vake safety. Tell me what you think, man. Let's talk. Let's talk about it. You're going to give me great ideas that I'm going to be able to talk about on the air. And I'll give you credit for it because that's how I am. Or you can go over to our group. It's called Lions Main Event. MANE, Lions Main Event. It's the group where you get to post your own posts. You can interact on the page, which is Lions Villain Squad, or you can go to the group, Lions Main Event, and put your own take up on this. I want to hear them. I want to see them. Dave says Lions on Brad cooking, baby. Jonathan says, I'm in shock, to be honest. Me too. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. All Lions fans right now are feeling that right now. Unbelievable. Unbelievable draft day on day 3. We think it's going to be a quiet day for the Lions. And Brad just pulls the wool over our eyes. Unbelievable. Doesn't it feel good to be a Lions fan and have these problems? And have this kind of confidence that so many people on the internet today, I don't care, man. I just trust Brad, whatever. I mean, you hear that over and over, that theme. In Brad, we trust. Brad. Never, unheard of in my entire lifetime in this town. With Brad, we trust. That's the way it should read. I agree. Niners get another receiver after taking one in the first round. Thank you, Dwayne. And I've lost track of the draft now. Brad Holmes has sidetracked me from the draft, people. I apologize. You're watching the 3rd annual draft special right here on the Villain Squad Network. Main Event Mike holding it down for Russell Wayne. You can catch Russell every weekday at 3 p.m. Eastern time on this very network. And I got a once-a-week show called The Main Event, Monday night, 7 p.m. Eastern time on this very network. And our good friend Smokin' Jeremy B on this network, 11 a.m. Monday through Friday. So we got live shows all the time if you like that kind of thing. We got a lot of memes, funny stuff, real news, analysis. We never, ever post anything fake on the Villain Squad, just to let you know, on purpose. Seattle on the clock. They have edge and corner listed as a need. They have Brendan Rice as the best available player. So TJ Tampa got drafted and I missed it in the hype. So let me scroll back here and see if Dwayne kept us up to date with what happened to TJ Tampa. Yeah, I don't see it. Does anyone know, did TJ Tampa get picked? What did we give up to make these moves? We haven't found that out yet, John. We do know that pick 164 is gone. We had 164. We moved up to 126, and 164 is gone. So if somebody could scroll ahead and see who has pick 164, if it's the Jets, we know that was a swap. You know, I better take that throat punch down. This is Facebook, man. That's threatening violence. I better take that down. They don't mess around here. I might go against the community standards. So if you got to see it, let's see, did anybody comment on it? Not one comment or engagement yet. Yeah, we'll get rid of that. In my haste, in my excitement. Move to trash. Yeah. Yeah. You can't say kill. Yeah, you got to say unalive. So if you say you called Giovanni Manu, I'm going to unalive you. TJ Tampa to the Ravens, of course. Thank you, Dwayne. Man. You talk about these GMs. It's such a different world we live in now. These guys are so competitive with each other. There are only 32 of these guys in the world. It's an elite, exclusive club. It's like you're betting at the high-stakes table. And this is their Casino Royale today, the final day of the draft. This is the day that separates the really good GMs from the bad GMs or the average GMs. I think we've seen some real average GM moves. Ryan Poles, after today, I think is a tweener. He's made some great stuff, but look what he had. He had a ton of money, ton of draft capital he had stockpiled. He ripped it down. Did he do that great considering what he had? He had to make it better. You couldn't make it worse from where they started. So if these picks pan out and this turns out to be a division title in the first year for the Bears, he moves into elite status. He's up there with Brad and Brett Veach, Howie Roseman, Mickey Loomis. If not, you get relegated down to the next tier, which is Brian Gutekunst. Sorry, Packer fans. It's not a bad thing. I'm not bashing Goody on that. He's not great though. And then Kwesi Adolfo-Mensa, he's in a tier below that. Sure, it's my opinion, but I have evidence to support it. What's up, Elise Memes? Welcome on. We are here day 3, every round, every pick. We've been here since the beginning. And we are rolling through, trying to digest. Mike Fisher says we now have 205, 210, and 249. Hold on. We have 205. So let's erase 201 that we had. We already had 205, so we kept that one. So we lost 201 and we lost 164. That's probably what we gave up to go to 126. We will move up 40 spots. So we have 205, but we gained 210. So by making the trade, that other team got a few picks of value as well back. So we got 205, 210, and we're still holding on firm to 249. Maybe that'll be our new field goal kicker. Put it in the comments. Tell me what you think about the draft so far. What's the biggest surprise? What do you feel about a guy the Lions just drafted from Canada by way of the South Pacific in the country of Tonga? 6'8", 350 pounds, but runs a 4.9 40. Giovanni Manu. 16 different teams went to his pro day and were blown away. Brad Holmes moves up 40 spots in the draft, jumps ahead of Howie Roseman and the Philadelphia Eagles, and takes this guy. Maybe he's a project. Maybe he's on the practice squad. But athletes like that don't grow on trees. A man that weighs 350 pounds and runs a sub 5-second 40, that is unique, and that's worth making a move for. Main event Mike, right here on the draft special on the Villain Squad Network. I'm losing my mind over this. Chargers pick a cornerback. Tahib Dill. T still. Jonathan, yeah, I called Manu months ago. Saw that coming a mile away. Wow. It was so bad, guys. There were no stats on him. Russ looked him up on PFF, nothing. I looked him up on ESPN, nothing. They had nothing on this guy. I looked up his Wikipedia. It just had a little quick bio about him. They didn't really say anything about his football. And then I was able to find an article that was written on the 24th. And it was from Draft Network. And it had a little article about him. Again, didn't give any stats, anything like that. Just said he was a 2-time, essentially an All-American in Canada, an All-Canadian. That sounds weird. Instead of an All-American, he was an All-Canadian. By way of the South Pacific of this country of Tonga. Couldn't see his parents very often. He said that was the toughest thing in this article of being in school. Now he's in the NFL. Now he's going to be a Detroit Lion. A 4th-round draft pick at number 132. You know who else was drafted in the 4th round? A guy named Amon-Ra St. Brown. Thank you, John. John says we traded a 2025 3rd-round pick to get Manu. Wow. Okay. Great call, John. So the plot thickens. The Jets pull a little chess move of their own. And to get us to move up to get this giant freak of nature, we have to give up a 3rd-round pick next year. Russell, are you there?
I am here.
Yeah, so John is in here and just updated us that we had to give up next year's 3rd to get this big Canadian 6'8", 350-pound left tackle.
Okay, so let me look in here real quick because I'm going to look at the updated
Okay, while you look, I'll
version.
keep talking. Left tackle, Taylor Decker. What do you think of that, Russ? While you're looking, can you talk? Do you think this is the heir
I'm fine
apparent
to
to Taylor
talk.
Decker?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. This guy is, I mean, look at it like here's a guy that's in a completely different federation, right? A different football world, right? And he was the best in that world. Like he would be the number 1 draft pick if that was the world that he was in, but not in the NFL. In the NFL, you take that best player, and it's kind of like what James Houston was. You got this real small school and a guy that just completely dominated it. Right? So now what is that worth? Right? You bring in this dominating mover that can be 360 pounds, that can move like he can move. Like you can't teach that. You can't teach that. You can't teach a guy be like, hey, all right, Mike, go be 360 and fast. You can't do that. Like
As soon as I finish these chicken wings.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, so is it a lot? Well,
Well, we lost Russ. I don't know what happened. Yeah, I think it's a lot. It's a 3rd-round pick next year. This guy needs to develop into something when you give up draft capital like that. Don't make me go back to the 3rd round and start listing names of who got picked today. I mean, there's some good players there. Russ, are you there? I did answer your question while you were gone.
Yeah, what did you say? I kicked myself out accidentally.
Is it a lot to give up for this guy? Yes, it is. A 3rd-rounder next year. Don't make me go through the list of who just got picked in the 3rd round yesterday and show you the kind of talent you can get there. So that's a big price to give up to get a guy who played at Canadian college. Yeah, it's big.
It is, but obviously when you're going to go up and move into that spot, there's information that they had that you didn't. Which means that if he's going to move up and pay a 3rd, that means that somebody else was about ready to take him. I mean, that's the only reason that you give up capital like that is someone says, hey, look, man, what's it going to be? Like, I'm going to take your boy. I'm taking you.
Here's a good take by Mike Fisher. Says Brad has proved that his scouting is next level. Absolutely. What a great statement that is. I trust the Manu pick for sure. I mean, 6'8", 350 with a 4'9" says it all. And he knows something about Vaki to jump to get him. We're all trying to wrap our heads around what Brad Holmes has done here, Russ.
Well, what I think that he's done is he's went up and got the guys that he wanted. Like, when you're at the end of do you want to just wait for your pick? I mean, we talked about this yesterday. This is what we thought that he would do. You thought that he would come up and get these players. So when you come up, that's the cool thing about coming up. There's not, extra draft process that needs to be processed. You're coming up to get the guy you want. You're not coming up to go, all right, now we're up here. Who do we take? They don't do that. They knew who they wanted. They obviously wanted these two dudes. And what Mike says right here is right on. I mean, question it if you want. I don't mind if you question it. You think he moved up too high? Now, the Vaki one makes a lot of sense. I mean, simply put, Vaki wasn't going to be available at 205. That's just because of where he was rated.
We did get an update. We did get an update as well, Russ, on the picks that the Lions gave up and what they have while you were gone. The Lions have picked 205, 210, and 249 remaining. So we gave up. We had 201 and 164. We gave those up to move up to 126. Or excuse me, 132. So we are now sitting with 205, 210, and 249. Just to update you fully.
Okay. And next year, I don't know which third rounder did we give up?
2025.
Okay, well, I'm still showing that we have a third round pick in 2025. Right.
Probably
now.
Just hasn't caught up to it yet.
Well,
Data entry.
But all the other stuff that you said has caught up.
Okay, but last time I said we still have 164, and first we did, and then a minute later we didn't have it. So there is there's like a lag there for data entry, but that's a possibility is all I'm saying. Possible. Yes.
So I'm just having the lag that comes in. I'm still seeing.
I don't remember us having 2/3 in 25. Do you?
I didn't. So is it possible that it was 2026?
No. The report we got was from the chat, though. One of our followers who updated us with that information. We trust them not to put bunk up on purpose.
Yeah, but that's a miss. That's not somebody putting bunk up. That's somebody going, "Oops, I didn't realize it was 2026 instead of 2025." I'm just looking.
Somebody could have made a mistake. Absolutely, it's not confirmed. Sure, absolutely. Chad says, "Hi, everyone." Jonathan says, "How about the Lions room? All of them wearing Dan Campbell jerseys. Gotta love the camaraderie." I can't see that, but you said something about it.
Yeah, I was watching it. I mean, I got the TV right over here.
So that's in the Lions war room. They're all wearing Dan Campbell jerseys. I love that, man. You gotta love that. I bet Dan didn't know nothing about it, right? And he walked in, "Oh, geez, man, what are you guys doing there?"
Come on, man.
Come on.
We're going to bite a kneecap off.
You guys wearing my jersey, man. Somebody hand me my spit cup. There you go. John's the same one that updated us. He's given us your confirmation here. Detroit Lions traded up into the fourth round, spending their 2025 third-round pick to select offensive tackle Giovanni Manu.
Now, just so you know, next year with our draft picks, we have a first round, a second round, 2 fourth-round picks, a 5th, 6th, and 2 7s. So that's the part of it. You got 2 fourth-round picks. I'm not saying fourth-round picks are third-round picks, but you're not that far off. With 2 4s, you can make some things happen. We're not 10 players away anymore, guys. So I don't mind them packaging up these picks to come in and get these guys they want.
Chad says Detroit Radio is saying that we gave up a third and a fourth in 25 for the 2 picks that we just got. So that was what it totally cost us to get both of these picks in round 4 when we had none. So that was the total that we gave away is what they're saying on Detroit Sports Radio right now. Thank you, Chad.
So
for those 2
third
picks
and a fourth
of next year.
Twice in the 4th.
Right.
Because
if these picks hit, what holes are you going to have to fill next year? Your team is young.
Right.
If these picks hit, you can afford to give up that future draft capital.
F them picks. The thing is like you either trust Brad Holmes or you don't. Let me know in the chat. Because here's the thing is like you can't be like, "Oh, I trust in Holmes," and then every time he makes a pick, you go, "Well, I know some stuff about football, so I don't know." I don't know shit. I trust Brad Holmes. And I don't trust Brad Holmes, and then when he makes a pick that I don't understand, that I immediately think that he's not good at his job. So don't go there with me, because I'm not prepared for that. I don't want to belittle anybody that's going to go against that, you know. To me, it's logical what they have done. Everything this offseason they have done has been calculated, and they got the guys they wanted. Your secondary was atrocious. So what do you do in the draft? What do you do in the draft? You go get young. You're not doing one-year deals anymore because you got a safety and 2 cornerbacks. Your outside cornerbacks, they're on rookie deals. Your secondary is on rookie deals right now. That's where you're saving your money. I don't know if we can pay Jared Goff. You can pay Jared Goff. You know why? Because you're saving money in other places. You got to save money in somewhere. So you're saving money at tight end. You're saving money at running back. You're saving money at linebacker. You're saving money at defensive end. Now you're saving money at cornerback because you're not going to have to keep a Carlton Davis unless he's nice next year. So
You got to love this comment, Russell. I'm sitting on a couch scratching my fat belly with high school football experience. I'm not about to question the guy who took the SOL to the absolute kings of the North in 3 years.
right. Oh,
How you like that for a response to your question,
I love
buddy?
it.
What do you think of Brad? That's what I think.
And you know what? And we love being able to
Nice.
serve a community of football fans, right? And I think that we do a pretty good job on this network at allowing people to have their opinions without, getting into the name calling part. Because that's how we started, was trash talk, and people can't handle the way we trash talk. So we don't do as much of it anymore. But if you want some, you can come get some. But that's what we do here. But we don't want to be like that. We want to have everybody's opinions be out there. And I'm not right. We report. We see it and we report it. And that's it.
Regurgitate.
And we regurgitate. I have some trusted guys. We've learned a lot over the last 3 years, Michael.
Look, man, I'm batting 1,000 in this offseason so far. Didn't I just make a reel last week that said, I don't think the Lions need defensive end. I don't think we're going to draft a defensive end. And we haven't. I said, I think we're going to move up in the first round to get Terrion Arnold. Everybody thought Brad was in Alabama to scout Kool-Aid McKinstry because he'd be there at 29. I said, no, Brad, that's not Brad's style. He sees a guy that's a blue chipper, and he's going to move up and get that guy. I formed that opinion 2 weeks ago. And I'm never right. Like you, I'm wrong a lot, bro.
Well,
I'm the first one to admit I'm not right. And like you said, we don't talk smack no more. You said, if you want some, come get some. I'm retired, brother. You can have that. I don't want it.
Well, what I'm saying is, don't come at us with nonsense. Yeah. We know what the basic news is out there. Don't be the guy in the back of the room being like, yeah, I was saying that. I knew it. I freaking knew it. I mean, that's just annoying. I
got to step off for just a second.
So, Chad's in the comments right now. Let me get over there while we're going in there. I like this comment right here. Sorsdahl and Martin should be more ready for 24. Brad is counting on these two guys for development. That is 100% true, Chad. Thank you for saying that, because that's what it is. How do you build a winning franchise? You draft, develop, and then pay your own players. And then you use free agency to plug up your holes. So that's where we're at as my beautiful wife walks through. How are you doing, honey? We have a wonderful sleeping baby that went to sleep right away because he wore himself out by jumping up and down outside. But that's a good thing right there. But Sorsdahl and Martin, I like that, because last year what you saw was guys like Ifeatu Melifonwu and Derek Barnes step up. They stepped up and they used 2 years of development, and in the third year they they took their step. And, you know, sometimes that happens in the second year. Sometimes these guys get it right in the first year. But when you're building, you know, from the studs, you're expecting these players to take their steps. There's a couple players that I love to take steps next year. And I think that the franchise is behind these players too, because they didn't take a defensive end. That tells me that they are in belief of a Josh Paschal. And they are in belief that James Houston is going to come back from an injury. They are in belief that Davenport can come off the edge at a part-time role and be effective. They have belief that John Kaminsky can be a rotational guy and be good. So they have a nice room of pass rushers opposite of Hutchinson. You brought in DJ Reader. Well, DJ Reader is going to speed the development of one said Broderick Martin. And you have a guy that can create lots of one-on-one matchups because he's going to demand a double team because he can anchor. DJ Reader, he's one of the best in the business at it, at anchoring, taking a double team and not moving still. So Aiden Hutchinson's going to get a lot of one-on-one. A lot of one-on-ones this year. So I didn't see a need. Mike and I kind of were in agreement on this, that we didn't really see a big need in getting pass rushers this year. And it's evident by the way that they're drafting. You got 3 nice secondary pieces. All 3 of those secondary pieces are going to be contributing this year. And that's what they're really looking for from the Lions. Yeah, sure, they traded a future pick, but you want these guys to be on the team. You know, the roster's thick right now. You want guys that you think are going to be down the road, be competing and being on this team. We don't need to make all of these picks. So I don't mind Holmes just sitting back, you know, moving up, taking the guys that he wants. He obviously moved up to get these guys. They obviously want them on the team. They moved up. They spent good capital. That must mean a lot of respect. They spent a 3rd-round pick on this tackle. There must be something with this tackle, Mike. I don't know anything about who am I to go? I don't know anything about this guy. Oh, what are you doing? You're reaching and taking a tackle. No. I don't know enough about him to say, no, that's not a good pick. What if this guy's the truth? What if he comes in and they drafted him because 16 other teams saw a freak of nature? It's like, gosh, man, we get him some NFL coaching for a year. This guy could be a generational player. What if they just picked up a generational player in the 4th round? Is it worth a 3rd-round pick then? It's a good
big
question.
if.
I mean, is it a good question?
I said it's a good question, but it's a big if.
It's a big if. But you got
It comes down to what you said. Do you trust Brad Holmes?
Yeah. Here's a guy that's 22 out of 23 of the picks that he's picked are on this team. And most of them are playing high-impact plays. They're making contributions. So when I say who am I to judge that, it's like this guy's like batting 900. I mean, he's batting 900. I'm like, well, you know, I've seen lots of losing here before. You're doing a lot of different stuff. It's like, well, yeah, because you're used to losing. Because you're used to losing year after year after year. And the dumbass decisions that they've been making, that's what you're used to. The fact that it's different should make you excited. You should be excited. For one, we didn't have any holes, Mike. We already went over this. We don't have any holes.
Right. Yeah, we need a field goal kicker. We had holes in the secondary, but we don't now.
Definitely no.
We just got three secondary players, Russ. They just bolstered. This is exactly what I prayed for. It's exactly what I made reels about.
And here you go. Now you have not. It's like, isn't it just like Holmes to go overboard with it? Be like, gosh, we could really use 2 guys. How about 3? Like,
Lamar says he predicted Sione Vake to Detroit. Bet you didn't call Giovanni Manu, though.
oh, and but you know what I love that he did? He provided proof that he predicted it. Is that a YouTube link right there, Lamar?
Yeah, which we don't normally allow in the chat, but
No,
I know
I like
Lamar.
that.
I know that Lamar is a fellow podcaster and not some robot in China.
Oh, I love that he put it in there. It ain't bragging, mother. If you back it up, if he backs
That's right.
it up, man, back
Yeah,
it up, man.
absolutely
You
got to respect that.
Full respect to Lamar if he called that.
Sorry, I had to have my puppy on camera, but he's been outside the office for so long. He's done scratched all the paint off the door.
Chad says, "Oh my gosh, Chad! Chad's my favorite conspiracy theorist. Says that T. Higgins wants out of Cincy. Could Brad Holmes get in? If we don't need a wide receiver, they could."
You don't speak Chad, do you?
I don't speak Chad.
T. Higgins wants out of Cincy. Could Brad go get him? If so, we don't need a wide receiver. They are also very high on Green, Antoine Green, that is. That was a 7th-round pick, I believe, last year.
I mean, there's zero chance that Brad Holmes goes and gets T. Higgins. None. 0.00. Not even a 0.0. Not
What
even a
if
zero.
Cincinnati had to pay most of the contract? Then would you'd be on board?
There is zero chance. If Brad Holmes hasn't made it completely obvious how he's running this shit, I mean, how often? What proof do you have that he's gonna go and try to snatch somebody else's player and just bring him into this culture like it's a big thing, right? You just paid Amon-Ra St. Brown $28 million a year, $30 million a year for a contract. You're not going to bring in another guy that outside of the organization that hasn't been here. You're not going to give him that kind of money. How disrespectful would that
Detroit
be?
Fan Man says, what if it's not T. Higgins? What if it's Cortland Sutton from Denver, Russ?
I mean,
He would be cheaper even.
The thing is, like, what are you paying? What are you paying? So,
Well, you said it didn't even matter if Cincinnati paid most of the bill. You didn't want him here, or he wouldn't come here.
It's not that we don't want him here. We don't need him. Who's he going to go in front? Is he going to take reps in front of Williams?
He's a better receiver than Jamison Williams right now. Absolutely.
No, he's not.
Oh, man.
Not necessarily. Not
You
necessarily.
saw the game last year with that reach over catch and all that, and you and I were watching
also
totally.
Saw Jamison Williams in the NFC Championship catch a ball, push away from a guy, and score a touchdown.
Yeah, two guys can be good at the same time, but I'm just saying T. Higgins is a more established commodity in this league than Jamison Williams.
Okay, and T. Higgins is going to cost you $30 million a year to bring him here. They're not going to get him to pay most of that contract. That's why they want him out.
You
And
said
even
even
if
in
you
the
do bring him-
hypothetical, it was not going to happen.
It just won't happen.
Okay.
Don't put it on me like I'm the one that's going, no, T. Higgins. I would love to have T. Higgins here.
Okay.
But
What about Cortland Sutton from Denver?
no, it's not going to happen. No. We believe in our guys. We brought in Donovan Peoples-Jones. Whether you guys believe that's a guy or not, that was the replacement for Josh Reynolds. That's it. You know, if they're going to bring back anybody, you know,
Did you freeze, Russ? He did. He froze.
did I freeze?
Yeah, you're back. But now
I'm back.
you're back now. Now you're back.
Good Lord. No, I don't want to put, I mean, the thing is like, let's talk realistic. You know, every trade, I mean, I heard this about Stephon Diggs. I heard this about every secondary player that you could think of that's out there. Anybody that, you know, farts that they want out of their spot. Oh my God, we should package up a bunch of picks and go and get this guy. It's like, that's not how we're building. I'm not trying to poo-poo on him because I think it's a dumb take or anything. It's just that's just not what we're going to do.
DeAndre Hopkins.
Yeah, let's go get, let's go get Danielle Hunter last year. Let's go spend a whole bunch of money. I mean, we saw the evidence of what Brad Holmes was going to do. And I'm glad that we finally saw it. It's like you're wondering who's going to be the big who's going to be the first person that gets paid on this team, and they proved it right before the draft started right here. This is how they want to operate right here. Draft, develop, and pay your own players. If they didn't send a big, huge message to everybody that was drafted to the Lions this year, right there, it is that if you come here and you kick ass from the draft perspective, we will reward you for your 3 years worth of hard work. We aren't going to go out into free agency and spend the big dollars. What an insult that would be to these Derek Barnes, to these Aleem McNeils, these guys that have been working their asses off for 3 years to get the big contract. We pay our own players here. Screw Danielle Hunter. Screw T. Higgins. Cortland Sutton. Any of these guys that have been outside not grinding here. They ain't been grinding here. They grind in some other place, and I don't count. What counts is these guys are grinding here.
Right. God says we're not building the way Chicago is. Right? Chicago getting all these free agents coming in and then using their draft, but we're not building that same way. It's like you're just alluding to. Brad is doing it a certain way, trusting his process, having conviction in his beliefs and the way he believes to do things, and he's executing the plan.
Yep, and one of the things I love about the way that they operate is, like, look at Jack Campbell last year, right? Jack Campbell gets drafted 18 overall. Like, any other franchise, it seems like they'd be like, oh yeah, Jack Campbell. We got to get Jack Campbell right out there. He's starting middle linebacker. We picked him 18th overall. Not us. We didn't do that. Alex Anzalone was our starting linebacker. Derek Barnes earned his spot for grinding here for 2 years. Jack Campbell didn't get anything given to him. Jack Campbell had to be like a tweener playing. He played defensive end. He played he played all over the place. They were trying to get him on the field. And then when Anzalone got injured, Jack Campbell got his shot. And then he took it and never gave it back. And then Anzalone went to the weak side linebacker, and now he has earned that spot. You earn your spot in Detroit. T. Higgins wouldn't be a starter. He would be the fourth wide receiver if he came here. He wouldn't even be ahead of Donovan People-Jones. I don't give a shit what your name is, T. Shut up and get in the back of the line and earn your spot. I don't care what your name is. I don't care. That's the way that we operate. It's not, like I say, I don't poo-poo. If you want to bring T. Higgins here and they do it, I'll go, okay, I'm starting to lose grip on what I thought I knew about Brad Holmes. If they do that, but they won't, because that's not what Brad Holmes does.
Bears make a pick. They take edge rusher Austin Booker. Guy's been on the board a long time. Hey, they getting more value there in edge rusher. Ryan Poles coming up hard on the outside.
See, I just don't get the Ryan Poles guy right there. Look at, you go and you get a punter, but this is a good pick right here. This is a very, very good pick. Honestly, if you would have told me, hey, let's flip-flop these.
And he took a punter, right.
If you would have told me that Booker came in the 4th round and then the punter was at this pick, I wouldn't have known any different. Because you should have taken the if you really believed in this guy, this right here, let's look at this. Austin Booker. Let me bring him up so I can give you some of this, because I remember reading about him from Kansas. This is the Kansas guy, right?
Steve says, sup, everyone. Hope everyone's having a great day. Glad to see you, Steve.
So, Austin Booker is, by PFF standards, ranked as the 88th overall prospect.
Mm-hmm.
And 6'6", 245 pounds. I mean, he just needs to put on some weight, but he's got the pass rushing moves. Needs to put on some strength, right? Just needs some strength. So he's not just a pass rushing specialist. But here you are. What is this? The 5th? Are we round 5? Yeah.
We are round 5. Pick number 5 is Cam Hart, cornerback from Notre Dame, and that goes to the Chargers.
Okay. So there's where Chad, in his heart, is breaking out loud because he wanted Cam Hart. But we're not going to take any more secondary. We got it all locked up. They did a good job, Chad. They did a good job at getting the secondary pieces. You can say whatever you want about the offensive linemen.
We are on round 5, pick number 12. Denver's on the clock.
Right now, round 5, this is where we would have been picking. Right around in this area. And we've already gotten 2 players.
Get down. You're done. You're done.
You're finished. So I like that pick, Austin Booker. They got good value right there. Whatever you think about the punter pick, it's like he's had more good picks than bad picks. So I have to give him some kudos for the most part, I think. You know, I lost my arm that is supposed to hold this microphone, but I actually don't mind the look or, just the flexibility just to be able to hear and, use my hands like a vocalist, Does it sound
Welcome.
weird?
No, it sounds good. Welcome back, Brent. Hey, guys, our secondary is set for a long time. Yes, sir. Brad's been doing some cooking while you were gone, Brent. He cooked up probably the toughest secondary in the NFC North now. But look out, Green Bay's added some things. Chicago's added some things. They've gotten better today. Minnesota, at least they know who's going to play quarterback now.
So, Steve, I don't know if you were here earlier, but I gave you kudos for the second round pick. You guys got some good value there in the second round. And did some things. You did some things. Green Bay just goes through and they do the whole draft and develop thing well. They do. You just kind of take the guys that you want, and sometimes it's not the sexiest pick. I mean, some people call things reaches or whatever. You could have got him. It don't matter. If you get the guys that you want to get, then there you go. Steve said PFF stands for phony force facade. Oh, okay. So the thing is like you got to work with you got to work with where they're going to rank it. I don't think it's a phony facade. I think PFF does very good things. And the thing is like you tend to not like PFF when PFF doesn't like you. Oh yeah, that's just fake stuff. Ugh. It's not fake stuff. As a matter of fact, they like if you go by a PFF, the Lions last year getting 4 of the top 50 picks. It worked out pretty good for them, didn't it? Those 4 players, PFF doesn't do it that bad of a job. And just because they don't rank your guy good, it doesn't mean that the guy's not going to be good. It just means that PFF didn't rank him good. But I'll tell you what, with the Packers in the second round, let's look at these second round picks by the Packers because they did go back to back, didn't they? Green Bay, the Tyron Hopper, linebacker out of Missouri. Okay, so that one was considered the reach, right? But let's look at like Evan Williams. So Evan Williams, that's another player. That's another player. That you're getting him about right there where PFF says that you should get him. What else you got here? Where'd he go? There we are. You know, Evan Williams, you know, don't have any PFF stuff on him, right? So I mean, so PFF doesn't like your deal. Javon Ballard. I mean, that's a good pick. That's a good pick. Safety. You lost safety. You like that? I mean, if your guy's convicted beyond your, and you like your guy, then you like your guy. So, if you're happy with your draft, Steve, then kudos to you. I think that the other teams got better. They got better, you know, but, you know, the Bears had more picks. Lions had such a deficiency at cornerback that, you know, selecting two of the top cornerbacks makes their team a lot better, right? Where you guys, I mean, you pick players, you're not expecting a lot of these guys to start. So, Steve loves this draft. If you're happy, I'm happy. But the Bears, oh my gosh, the Bears are stacking talent, but they had a lot of picks. Early. They had, I should say, they had a lot of impact picks. They don't have a lot of picks. Actually, they're not picking too much here late. But early, you want those early picks? Most of those guys are going to be impact guys. Chad says, I wanted Cam Hart on day 3. Had no clue Detroit would draft a corner with the first 2 picks. I'm good with the first 2 picks. I'm clueless on the safety we just took. I just have to trust Brad. That the safety we just took is cool. He's like a Swiss Army knife guy. It's a safety that can play slot corner, that can play strong safety. He can play running back. He can return kicks. He can catch the ball out of the backfield, run routes. He's just an all-do-it guy. So I like that pick too. You know, I don't know if he's going to be a starting safety or whatever, but he's going to be very valuable all the way through, even in special teams and everything. So Raiders pick linebacker Tommy Ixenberg. Tommy Ixenberg. So Brent says, hey, Russell, it's easy when you have a lot of draft picks. Is it easy? The thing is, like, draft is one thing. That's one spot, draft, and then develop. So that's the part of the Bears that I'm not 100% sure with, right? You know, I trust the Green Bay Packers to do the right thing with the picks more than I trust the Bears. The Bears got all the picks, though. They got all the sexy guys. The ones that, you know, you're looking at them going, okay, they could be really good. They look good on paper. Can they put it together in the coaching, right? But you got to hit on those picks. You got to be able to coach them up. Detroit shattered the NFL draft attendance with over 700,000 people. The record set was 700,000 people and counting, set previous by Nashville. They will pale in comparison to the Detroit Lions. Let's give you a little catch up right here. Let's get in here. I don't know how far along we were. Right there. Carolina, pick 136. We're just kind of review round 5 so far. Nehemiah Pritchett. Then the Chargers went and took Tyreed Steele, cornerback out of Maryland. Then you got Xavier Thomas, edge, going to the Arizona Cardinals. Then you got the Washington Commanders picking Jordan Magby. And And then yeah, way out right there. Center Van Pran going to Buffalo. Cam Hart going to the Chargers. J.D. Beerhard going to the Falcons. Austin Booker going to the Bears. Chris Abrams-Drain cornerback going to the Broncos. Jarvis Brownlee Jr., cornerback going to the Tennessee Titans. Audric Estim, halfback, going to the Broncos. Tommy Eckenberg, linebacker from Ohio State, going to the Raiders. Cornerback Josh Newton from TCU going to the Bengals. And then we got your boy. You're going to love this.
You like that?
Spencer Rattler.
You like that?
What Steve called the best cornerback or best quarterback.
It's my quarterback.
In this draft, Spencer Rattler going to the New Orleans Saints. They got Derek Carr. They're going to get Spencer Rattler to sit behind Derek Carr. They don't have to rush him out there. I like this pick. I like it. The next quarterback. It's been a while. It's been a while since we had a quarterback come off of the board, and Spencer Rattler goes to the New Orleans Saints. There you go. Look at that. There you go, Steve. I swore that Russell playing the saxophone on the stage when that woman was singing. Was that Russell? Was that Russell on there? I don't know. It might have been one of my friends. I know a lot of saxophone players. I know a lot of good saxophone players. But there, you called that one. You called that one. Steve thinks that this is going to be the best quarterback out of this draft class. And, that's nice. But, they got some good wide receivers there. And you know what? Rattler was very highly touted last year and didn't do very well. So, he's a good reclamation project. If he would have came out last year before he had the bad year, he probably would have been probably a first-round pick if he would have came out, because they had a lot of hype on him. But there you go. Spencer Rattler, South Carolina, going to the New Orleans Saints. It's day 3 of the NFL draft. Only the hardcore ones. Only the hardcore football fans are in here for this. Everybody else is out there enjoying the day. It's a beautiful day out there. It's a beautiful day. And us nerds are inside wondering who's going to be the next person to come and join my football team. Brent, there you go. He could be the next Tom Brady. We're in the 5th round right now. Look at that. Spencer Rattler. You got the Indianapolis Colts. Indianapolis Colts on the clock right now. Who knows what they need? You know what I'm saying? Looks like the pick is in. Safety Jalen Carlius from Missouri. Now they're starting to pick up the second best players on the team. Right there. It's good stuff. Welcome to the draft special. We've been going. We've been going and going and going and going and going. The Lions did pretty good. Needed some secondary. Brad Holmes came to the rescue of the Detroit Lions secondary. It's all good. I will stick by my word on Rattler. Rattler's going to be the man. And that's all good, man. That's a good hot take, man. That's a good hot take. I like that.
You like that?
Not afraid to put it out there. I'm a believer. We love our teams at this point in time. The Lions are planning to do big things this year. So I don't really care what these other NFC North teams do. You know, you can have a good draft, Steve. I'm glad you're gonna be having a good draft, but you're not gonna beat the Lions. We're gonna come through and we'll whoop that ass again, and you're gonna keep building your team. You can get a little bit better, but you ain't as good as this team.
Reach, brother Russ.
The Lions are ready to be a relevant franchise for the next 10 years. For every year that Penei Sewell is here, you're going to have to worry about the Lions. I don't care where the other positions are, you know.
Is Steve over here talking about the jabroni ponies?
Hey, Steve's liking his draft, you know.
The Packers, I bet he is.
Hard time, and he doesn't like PFF. He's like, hey, I don't like PFF. You know, it's like, well, you don't like PFF this year because they shit on every single one of your picks where you pick them. But that's all right. You can have those picks. You can like those picks. I don't care. If you love your team and you think that they're going to make a difference, that's good.
See you, Brent. Take care.
And, you know, maybe I'm puffing out my chest because the Lions got some guys that, you know, most of the guys they got were really, really good at that spot, you know. They got value at every spot. Other than you might say the offensive lineman. But, you know, I'm going to talk about that pick just like you're talking about all your picks. Oh, wow. I don't care what PFF has, so all my guys are going to be good. Okay, so is my offensive lineman. I don't care if you think that was a reach. My 350-pound lineman, I don't care where I picked him. PFF doesn't know anything. See, I can do that too.
We are about halfway through the last day of the draft. Round 5, pick 17. Eagles are on the clock. You got to agree with Steve a little bit, though, Russ? I mean, you got to like what Green Bay's done.
I mean, I like it for positional stuff. For the positional stuff, but
exactly,
no. I mean,
exactly.
I mean, I can like it, but I'm just being realistic about it as it's measured up against PFF. So if you like PFF, then you won't like the Green Bay pick.
But like you said, the positional.
They overdrafted the guys.
Like Mike said earlier, we're sitting around scratching our bellies watching TV, maybe played high school ball, maybe. And these guys are pro GMs. So as far as our little brains are concerned, Green Bay did pretty good on the surface. I realize that PFF does a deeper dive on offensive linemen and such, but these guys know more than PFF. And I think that positionally, like you said, Russ, the Packers nailed it. They went to offensive line first, got the big tackle from Arizona. So,
well, but the thing is like, if I'm going to go with the narrative, because I don't know anything, right? So, and you don't know anything, Steve doesn't know anything. So if I come out and I just give the information on that, I disagree, because I don't know any more than you do. And what you're trying to convince me is that PFF sucks or whatever you're trying to say. And, that those GMs don't, that that PFF doesn't know anything and that Green Bay is just going to be brilliant just because they're Green Bay. Don't give into it, Mike. That's elitism. They just think that it's just gonna be there, right? You can make fun of my pick. See, I've set a parameter. I put the PFF parameter in there, and I have to make fun of myself for taking a 350-pound tackle from BC if I do that, right? Right?
Yeah.
I gotta make fun of myself. I'm doing it to myself. I'm not shitting on his picks because I know his picks are gonna be bad. I'm shitting on his picks because PFF said their picks are gonna be bad. I'm shitting on my own picks.
Here's the ultimate in context. Brent saying, "Hey man, I'm gonna go feed my Sasquatch. You guys take care." Right? He's obviously kidding. Chad comes in all serious and said, "Bigfoot like apples and fruit."
Right. So if you need your good Bigfoot information, Chad's the person that you need to go to.
That's right.
He will give you. I mean, who's the number one pick for the Sasquatch football team?
Eagles
knows.
pick is wide receiver Aeneas Smith, another wide receiver in Philly. Sounds like he's going to be on the practice squad. Maybe he's going to be a special teams player.
I mean, I don't know what kind of badasses that we have left here. Let's see if we got enter the draft tracker. Oh, I like it.
Bigfoot like apples and fruits and children. I had to go, and while you were gone, I had to delete the throat punch post.
Why?
Because
Oh, yeah.
I started thinking that's probably too aggressive, right?
Yeah,
and
you're
it
right.
goes against community standards. I immediately went over and edited it right after you got off the camera. So
Good.
yeah,
That's
right.
Good. That's smart.
It's a kinder, gentler mic for 2024. I told you. Draft day, day 3. Every pick, every round, 3 years in a row. Russ, my family's starting to hate draft day. The lawn doesn't get mowed. Nothing gets done.
Yeah, I guess I can kind of feel that. Ashton was asking me, about our lawn. She said some guy came over, wanted to mow the lawn. I'm like, well, how much? They want us to pay him because we got this whole draft thing, and I'm almost willing to pay somebody to mow my lawn because I don't feel like doing it. I don't feel like doing it not on this weekend, folks.
That's what I'm saying. It's 3 years in a row now.
I think she heard me. I heard her shuffling around in there. She's gonna hurt me. She's gonna hurt me now. Now, my wife is awesome. Hey, and my son just came downstairs. All right. Did you see the picks? Get over here. Oh, Jacksonville, the pick is in. DeAndre Prince, cornerback from Mississippi. Up in the house, right there. Ow. Let's get it. Let's go to the pick. Deontay Prince, right there. Ole Miss, cornerback, 6 foot tall. He's 23 years old. Prince allowed just 24 receptions across the 446 coverage snaps in 2023, earning him a 75 points.
LA Rams are on the clock. They've already taken an edge and a D tackle. They've taken a running back, Blake Corum from University of Michigan. Go Blue. And now they take an edge rusher from Washington State, Brennan Jackson, to the Rams. They're beefing up that defense, buddy. Out there, Sean McVay. He figures he's got enough offensive weapons. Puka Nacua, Cooper Kupp,
Ooh,
Kyron Williams, and now Blake Corum. So he just starts beefing up the defense, gets another edge rusher. And that puts Philadelphia on the clock. They seem to have a lot of picks in this draft.
How
And
much
then-
of the Deontay Prince did you miss?
No, we got did you keep on going about it?
Well, I mean, I have one sentence that I have. I don't know if you heard.
Go ahead.
So Prince allowed just 24 receptions across the coverage of 446 total snaps right there, earning him a 75.0 coverage grade in the process. He's good enough against the run, making him an ideal candidate to earn playing times on special teams.
Nope, we never got that far.
Cool.
We never heard the special teams part, but we're just before that's where you cut off.
Good.
But it actually cut off like at the end of a sentence, so I thought you were done. I didn't even know you had cut out.
Well, I kept going, but yeah, it wasn't. Whatever. We got Brennan Jackson, right?
Yes.
Brennan Jackson, edge for
the Rams.
For the Rams. Yep, I found the sweet spot here in the PFF thing. Where
We just got done talking about that while you were off.
Did you already give the PFF guy?
Go ahead. I'm Brennan Jackson. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This happens every once in a while, folks. 6'4", 264-pound dude. That's the ideal size for an edge defender. Brennan Jackson is a powerful profile and effort dude. Early rotational 4-3 defensive end with potential to be a starter at the next level. You gotta like that.
Gotta like that. Sean McVay addressing the defense.
Oh, look at that. The next one is so we got the Philadelphia Eagles. The pick is in. Jeremiah Trotter Jr.
Wow. Goes to where his dad played in Philly. His dad's a legend in Philly, and now he goes there. It's almost like the kid last year in Pittsburgh.
So, first look at Jeremiah Trotter. Yeah, he's got a lot of stuff on there. 6 foot, 230-pound. Trotter is an incredibly smart linebacker who consistently puts himself in the right positions. However, his lack of strength and explosiveness limit his NFL potential. Good instincts and zone coverage, willing to be physical at times, fundamentally sound as a run defender. So, you can see why he slipped when they talk about his profile. I mean, that's understandable, right?
Yeah, it's a great pick for them, though. Linebacker depth behind Nakobe Dean, who's moving up this year. And now you got Cleveland Browns on the clock. But, yeah, Jeremiah Trotter Jr., because his dad is a legend with the Philadelphia Eagles.
They say that the Cleveland Browns need defensive interior and linebacker. They probably, gasped a little bit when Trotter came off. They were probably eyeballing him right there, I would think, if you're looking for a linebacker. But who knows? With our unexpert opinions.
It's a great pick, though. Eagles crush it. Every year we see the Eagles crush it. And I think that, maybe 5 years from now, you're going to hear that same thing about the Lions. Every year Detroit crushes it, as long as Brad Holmes is here. And maybe even after Brad Holmes is here, because that might be a lasting culture change, legacy, franchise-altering thing.
Right.
We'll have to wait and see, of course.
Well, Brad Holmes is a young dude. I mean...
He is. He's younger than me.
I mean, I could see him being the GM when I'm dead. Like he's some of these guys just got it. And it's a process, man. I love how he has like a team of people and they all go out and they put their work in throughout the entire year. And I'm sure that this whole process, other than these trade ups, because trade ups are fun because you just go up and get the guy you want, oh, okay, let's go up and get this guy, right? But all the other maneuverabilities, the moving back and just playing it patient and all that stuff, that's just him being cool. Mm-hmm. He's in the war room looking like Denzel,
Yeah, Brad is so cool, too. I mean, that's a guy you could work for, right? Like, I wouldn't work for just anyone. Let me tell you that. I've been my own boss for too long. I would not work for just anyone, but I would work for Brad Holmes.
Yeah, have me go out there. I want to find these guys. I mean, I love that he just stayed patient right there, and in the second round, he goes and gets Ennis the Menace,
God, you got to be the first one to get that meme out or get that title out there, buddy.
Hey,
Ennis
we know where
Menace.
it came from. Yeah, if anybody tries to come up with it later, you just know. Ennis the Menace, that was a Russell Wayne original.
Well, maybe, some of those Missouri Tiger fans have been using that for 3 years and you don't know it.
Sure.
Remember, that's what we thought about Goffens.
Yeah. We had a whole shtick on that, though, the first time that came out. What is this Goffens? What do you know about this offense?
Well, I know it was created by the offensive coordinator.
Yep. And they have definitely a bunch of offensive weapons and
And then we did one whole show where we just said it over and over for
over
everything.
and over. The offense is real deal. And we talked a little bit about that earlier too. It's like they've built this team, and like I don't think they're gonna. I'm gonna go on that limb right now, and I'm gonna say that Brad Holmes is not going to extend Jared Goff, and it has nothing to do with Jared Goff. It just has to do with being, a savvy business dude.
Yep.
If they extend him, it's totally just because they love him, because they have there's no business reason to do it.
I mean, I don't know for real, but it seems to me Jared Goff's the son of a pro baseball player, that Jared Goff's never really worried about money too much in his life. California Golden Boy, went to the University of California Golden Bears. I don't know, so pardon me for assuming, but I'm assuming that he's never seen as many hard days as you and I have. So I think that $34 million, he's probably not sweating it. That's my point.
So the Cleveland pick is in. Wide receiver Jamari Thrash out of Louisville is the pick. Jamari is a 6'1" wide receiver, 185 pounds. He's a good all-round athlete with a knack of setting up defenders to create subtle separations near the sidelines. That's where he thrives right there. The pros of him: it runs routes with nuance, good manipulation of defensive backs, leverage in the blind spots, good all-round athlete, adequate levels of long speed, agility, and acceleration, and a pretty good strong at the catch point. He can make contested catches. So looks like a pretty good pick there for the Browns. So
You like that?
and now we have the Carolina Panthers on the clock right now, and they need looks like they don't need anything, right? It's like they filled all the damn needs, so they don't have needs on here anymore.
Corey Patterson says needs some kind of pass rush. Corey, we've addressed it all day today, man. I hear you, but they're going to have more time to get there now because the secondary is going to be really, really tough to throw the ball on. And we don't know what Marcus Davenport is. We don't know what Matthew Betts is. We expect Josh Pascal to take a third-year jump just like Derek Barnes, just like Iffy. So we're good. We have a 4 or 5 guy rotation on that other edge now with DJ Reader in the middle of the line.
Right.
Jack Campbell's going to be an absolute stud because of that. DJ Reader is going to create lanes for Jack Campbell, and we're going to be fine on that pass rush, buddy. Don't worry about it. What do we got, Russ, on the pick?
So pick 157, Carolina Panthers select cornerback Chow Smith-Wade from Washington State.
His name is Chow.
His name is Chow. And then the next pick came through immediately, which was the Miami Dolphins were on the clock, and they select edge from Colorado State, Mohamed Kamara. $139th overall prospect, 250-pound edge rusher. Kamara's measurables limit his finesse pass rushing potentials and ceiling because he's stout defensive lineman due to how much he enjoys the physical aspect of the position. So looks like he's just a bull, wins with power.
We got 66 picks before the Lions draft again, unless Brad moves up again.
Do you think there's anybody on here that he covets?
Gosh, man. After the Manu pick, I'm completely baffled.
That one ends up being the most intriguing pick to me
so far.
Well, just from the fact that, if this was, you remember the Bob Quinn days, and you're like, what the, that, you have that feeling when he would make a pick like this. I think it's different with Holmes. because he's always like doing the cool, crafty stuff. So now instead of poo-pooing on this nobody pick, you're going, man, what is it about this guy? What don't we know about this guy that Brad found out? Like, you have that type of mentality where you want to seek and see what they saw with this character. So the Panthers pick is in. Oh yeah, no, not the Panthers pick. We got the looks like the Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock right now. I've already went through and
You're way ahead of me. What do you got for the pick for Carolina?
oh man,
Oh, there it is. Dwayne's got it. Corner, Chow Smith Wade. Oh, yeah, that's Chow. You said that.
I said Chow Smith Wade. Yeah, I've already went through. I'm gonna wait on some of these. I know that I'm getting these I found the PFF draft tracker, and I do spend money on this, so I know that I'm probably getting this as quickly as it can be got. Mm-hmm. I didn't know that this feature was available. I was doing it a different way, and I'm getting it real quick now, Mike. Mm-hmm. I'm getting it way quicker than my TV showing me. So I'll just wait. I'll just be more prepared to give you guys who these guys are.
Unless it's the Lions, then I want to know immediately.
Okay, I'll let you know immediately on the Lions.
On the clock is the Miami Dolphins. They have tackle and tight end listed as their two biggest needs. Interesting thing, Brendan Rice, the wide receiver from USC, still on the board, son of the greatest wide receiver ever, Jerry Rice. And yet the 49ers have taken two wide receivers in the last couple rounds. They took Ricky Pearsall first. They took a wide receiver. Then they took another wide receiver, I believe, in the third round.
Wow.
And they didn't. You get a chance to have a guy named Rice playing wide receiver for the San Francisco 49ers.
Ma'am.
That would be interesting. TJ Tampa was passed up by Tampa many times and lands with the Baltimore Ravens, of course. Talk about trade value when you're looking at what a guy is ranked?
You know what I think is happening is that they're running a production, and these people are running the picks in, and we're knowing who the picks are, but the production is behind.
Well, yeah, we know there's at least a 30-second lag in real time anyway.
Oh, I've known who this pick was. Actually, I already announced this pick about 10 minutes ago, so I already know who this is. I've already told you guys who it is, but I'm going to tell you again once they announce it on TV.
Mohamed Kamara?
Yeah, Mohamed Kamara is the pick.
Yeah, it just came through on everything else but your TV.
So, yeah, it just came in on the TV. And that's
Kansas City.
You know, KC's on the clock. They still need wide receiver, edge, and defensive interior. They got to get somebody behind. Chris Jones, they spend all that money. Spending all that money. They say the pick is in, and I actually don't know yet.
You imagine being a wide receiver and being Jerry Rice's son? Huh. Talk about pressure. Be hard. Like living in the shadow of a monument.
The Chiefs, the Super Bowl champion Chiefs, are on the clock. They say the pick is in.
Hunter Norzad. Is that who you got?
Yep, Hunter Norzad. Yep, it just came in. So we're on the same thing. You're on the PFF one too, aren't you?
No, I don't have PFF. You pay for it. I don't.
Well,
I'm just looking at ESPN.
Oh, I logged into it on your computer. You might be able to get in there.
Oh, that would be interesting. Buffalo Bills are on the clock. They've taken a wide receiver, a safety, and a center so far. They have corner and edge. Now, do you have the pick?
I do not.
Oh, because I don't either. It says the pick is in, though. Yeah, just go ahead and say it right when you know, Russ.
Okay. As soon as it pops in, but talking about Hunter Norris, that you're talking Penn State. Those guys, they know how to develop. Interior offensive lineman. You got to learn how to run the ball if you're in the Big Ten. He presents a well-rounded skill set and high floor fundamentals for almost any offense, though he must need to get stronger. Really, a gamer, full-time starting role in the NFL. Boom. You got a starter in the 5th round.
Okay, so
Nicely
now
done.
I don't have the pick, but Dwayne has already put it in the chat, but yet I don't
got it.
have it. You do have it too? Okay.
So, Edufan Ulio Foshoyo.
Foshoyo.
Fosho. Foshoyo.
Foshio. Ulo Foshio.
Foshoyo.
Ulo Foshio.
Elo Foshoyo. For show. For show. That was the pick. For show.
You like that?
Linebacker. 251. Yeah, this one wasn't even a draft. According to PFF, this wasn't a draftable player. We got him a UDFA here.
Washington Commanders are on the clock.
I
They say
like
the
it.
pick is in. I just feel like the Commanders are going to be the new Lions.
Really?
I do. They're going to go on this decades-long drought. The curse of
it's
the
the
Redskins.
Opposite of where I thought you were going. Like I thought you were talking about the new Lions.
No. Like the laughing stock franchise for a while.
I think that's going to be the Packers. Packers.
That may never be the Packers.
I would like there's a couple of I still have a little bit of hope that they might not be good because you touted out a lot of this and you liked that draft and you could have not liked that draft too. I don't know. You just like it for whatever reason, but you don't like it for like ranking reasons or anything because this wasn't just PFF. This was
No, you said it, positional.
Well, they did the positional thing, but they reached on these positions. You may have needed these positions, but by every stretch, this wasn't just PFF. This was ESPN. All of the guys that they took before they needed to, according to the things. But that's all right. No, we've ran into that. We did that last year with Jahmyr Gibbs, and we'll play those games. But that's only like a round or two. These were like bad, 100 picks before,
You have the pick in now?
I get that.
Oh, yeah, because
Yes.
I do, so you do too.
Yep. Dominique Hampton, safety out of Washington. Hey,
Arizona
doesn't have to
on
go
the
far,
clock.
right?
Yeah, Arizona on the clock. They've had a lot of picks in this draft. They've done pretty well.
And they
Arguably
have
the best receiver.
And they have a 4.5-foot quarterback.
Kyler's a gamer, though. They're riding with him at any rate. They could have been in the Caleb sweepstakes this year. But they opted to re-sign Kyler and ride it. Let's get him a team. Let's draft some guys. Let's bring in some guys. They play in an awfully tough division, though, with the Rams and the Seahawks and the Niners. Hard to get over the hump.
Yep, they guys still sell jerseys too.
Yeah, when you gotta play the Niners twice a year, it's hard to get over the hump. And they're milking the clock on this one.
Bunch of buttholes.
So maybe they take Brendan Rice. You get the son of Marvin Harrison and the son of Jerry Rice in the same wide receiver room.
The new bloodline.
And that's something.
Acknowledge me.
That's something. Yeah.
That fits right along that wrestling narrative right
I
there.
love it. They should have drafted Jeremiah Trotter too. And that's 3 former NFL players in the draft. There's their sons in the draft. Interesting. I got to step away for just a second.
Yeah. Let's go. There we go. Arizona's still on the clock. It says they need wide receiver. It says they need guard, center, edge. They need everything. Arizona's horrible. They're not good. Mike's too nice. He's trying to be nice to these guys. They need all of these positions still because they're not good. So, of course. So who are they going to take? The pick is in. Let's see if we can figure this out. They might want to sell some stuff first. There you go. Tackle Christian Jones out of Texas, Arizona, looking to protect the little quarterback they have, the tiny Kyler,
The little guy,
the little man.
little man.
So Christian Jones, we got the Buffalo Bills back on the clock because they were afraid to pick in the first round.
You could stack 2 Kyler Murrays on each other's shoulders, and they'd be as tall as Giovanni Manu.
You like that?
We're going to bite a kneecap off.
What are we going to call this guy? The Motor City Beast. The Motown Giant.
I can't wait to hear what Brad Holmes says about him, you know, because obviously he's not just going to be like, oh, we saw this big guy and we figured, what the hell, you know. Let's give away our future because we don't know. We're going to send our detectives out on that one. We don't know. We don't know anything about Manu. We know that he's Samoan.
Acknowledge me.
Maybe
No,
he'll show up
Tongan.
there.
Tongan, not from Samoa. He's from Tonga. You're stereotyping.
That's what they would say.
Well, it's like you're saying Koreans are from Vietnam. It's not the same.
Well, I know that Roman Reigns is Samoan, and his brother that came in that was part of his family, his name is Tommy Tonga. And I don't know if that's stereotyping, but I just...
Giovanni Manu is not Samoan, is all I'm saying. He's Polynesian, and so is Samoa.
Stereotyping. It's so easy. So easy to say that to people, isn't it? You're stereotyping. You can't have you can't say anything in a right way anymore. It's very frustrating as a person. It's almost like I feel like I'm not a good person because I didn't know that. And I didn't know that up front, and I just said it, and it's like I'm not a good person, guys.
Well, you can't take everything as a personal slight either.
Because but most people don't know the difference. When you see a Samoan person, you see somebody that is from south of the Caribbean, the Caribbean, like that. That's it.
No.
I don't know.
No, that's incorrect as well. Geography is not lining up there.
So there are no Samoans near the equator.
Caribbean, near the Caribbean, no. They're in the South Pacific, which is on the other side of South America than the Caribbean.
But is that near the equator?
Is it
The
near the
equator.
equator? Is what near the
Is it
equator?
near the equator? Because I see that you're fishing. You're going.
I'm not
inside of my
fishing at all.
You're going inside of my statement. You're finding the one thing that is one
No.
incorrect, and you're running with that because
No,
I said
that's not
Caribbean.
true. Not true.
You're taking.
You
my
said south of the Caribbean, which isn't
No,
true.
I said south of the equator. I said
Oh.
by the equator.
Oh, well.
By the
Let's see.
equator.
Hold on. Samoa is not past the equator, but it's closer to the equator than the Caribbean.
Okay. I don't.
So in that respect, it is technically south of the Caribbean. So you're technically right, I guess.
So, basically, I look like I look like an awful person because
there you are. There you are, taking things as a personal slight again.
Stereotyped and made the Samoan wrong answer because I don't know anything about Samoa. I am proving that I know nothing about the draft pick that we made right here. Neither does anybody else. But you seem to be taking it out on me, which is okay.
Steve says, Manu, isn't that a kissing disease? No, that's mono. Man, there you go. There's his new nickname, manonucleosis.
Manny. Maybe he's the new Manny the Main. Maybe he's the guy that's going to be up there running shit.
There you go, Corey says, just Russ, be safe and just say Polynesian.
I'm not going to be safe. I don't know what safe is. God, I say words and then, wow, you said it wrong. Huh? You said it with an ear. I'm going to teach you how to speak right now.
Well, you know. I can't walk around on eggshells, bro. I'm just going to spit it out. You know, that's Main Event Mike. That's how I do it.
That's what I do. And I'm getting called out for it.
Well, you can't take it as a personal slight.
I'm getting called out for it.
Packers select a center. More addressing the offensive line. Steve, what do you think? Jacob Monk.
They say they like it when we disagree anyway.
Making some real strides, adding some pieces to the offensive line in Green Bay. They're doing what they got to do, buddy.
Another guy that's not ranked by PFF, so I'm sure Mike thinks it's a great pick because the Packers made it.
Positionally.
Wow, the Packers made a pick. They said we need an offensive lineman, and we sure did take one.
Well, look, they're at this point in the draft, they're going to pick a guy I have no idea about. So at that point, I can only look at it from a positional standpoint, and they're hitting.
Okay, so you're right. They took a guy that we don't know anything about, and apparently nobody else knows anything about him either, other than he went to Duke.
Except for Gutekunst.
So Gutekunst knows.
Goody.
So,
I know there's a KUNT in it.
I'm not going to call this a good pick because I don't know anything about him. It's just like, you know what? You need to get on Google just like I need to get on Google. You have some dude named Jacob Monk. I got some dude named Manu. So don't tell me that it's a good pick because I don't know, and nobody else knows either. Some guy from Duke, I think. Is that Duke?
One thing, I don't know anything about Jacob Monk, the center that they've drafted, but you know what I do know about him? He's not 350 and running a 4.9. I do know that.
They took a guy that and whatever, you know. If you like the pick, I guarantee that you like the pick just because you're a Packer fan. If you like the pick, you only like it because I need a guard and we drafted one. You don't like it because wow, you know, I was watching this guy in the tape and wow, he was flattening people while he was playing for Duke.
So what?
So.
I mean, if you're into Jacob Monk, if you know who that guy is, then we need you on the show.
Yeah, they need to figure it out. Because none of the Green Bay Packer fans know who he is either. Not yet. Wait till the Google happens, and then you go figure it out. Just like all the Lions fans are doing with Manu. But I am not going to say this is a good pick because they picked a guy that wasn't ranked in a spot where he should be drafted. The punter had a higher rank than this guy.
He's 6'3", 308 pounds from Duke.
There you go. You got a guy that played at Duke. You got a guard from a basketball school.
He was the 7th best center in the country.
And not a guard that distributes the ball to power forwards and small forwards.
Coming up to the end of the 5th round now.
I have to make fun of these Packers, man. I have to. I don't need to give no mutual respect. They're not going to respect my picks.
The Indianapolis Colts or the Jabroni Ponies take safety Jalen Simpson. Looks like Baltimore Ravens on the clock. Brendan
Jalen
Rice
Simpson.
still out there.
Jalen Simpson actually got something on him. 228th ranked prospect in the entire draft. CB movement skills come in handy when changing direction and covering grounds. Footwork, corner skills translate into slot coverage. Attacks the ball in the air and forces incompletions. So, sounds like a pretty good pick there. Got an Auburn guy. Auburn usually produces pretty good players.
SEC. They get the Alabama cast-offs and the scraps in the recruiting. Also, Charles Barkley's alma mater, Purple.
Steve says Manu isn't that a kissing disease. You see, they're giving it. You give it to me, we're going to give it back to you. That's fine.
It's mononucleosis.
I can't find. I mean, that we did have one. We had one pick right there where we got a guy that I don't know anything about. That's fine. That now this is the third player that the Packers have picked that aren't on anybody's list. I'm trying to do a draft show here. I don't know anything about these 6th and 7th round guys, and neither does anybody else. So I'm trying to look for information. And
Well, we're trying to be entertaining, is what I thought.
Aren't we being entertaining?
I thought no, but that's the mission, right? That's our why. That's why we're here.
Yeah, we're here to be entertaining. So I got to make fun of that pick because I can't find any information on it. That's my
knock,
job.
knock, knock.
Who's there?
Manu.
Manu who?
Manu got to get up early in the morning to fool Brad Holmes.
You like that?
How's that for entertainment?
Well, you know what The Rock says. He says, knock, knock.
Who's there?
It doesn't matter who's there. Because The Rock lays a smackdown on anybody's candy ass that comes to his door.
Acknowledge me.
See, we're entertaining. I thought that we were there.
Manu got to get up early in the morning.
Manu, man.
To fool Brad Holmes.
Can't get up. You gonna have to get up early.
See, I got the little water additives too, man. But mine is by Welch's. It has no sugar and no aspartame in it. If you look at the back of that Crystal Light one, it says aspartame, which has been linked to cancer.
Man.
Don't take that as a slight. I'm just telling you that you might want to look into that.
I'm offended. I can't believe that you would say that about my aspartame.
You bet your sweet aspartame.
Kiss my aspartame.
You should have. You bet your sweet aspartame.
That's right. Manu has a really big aspartame. 300.
We have a request for The Rock doing Do You Smell What Brad Holmes is Cooking?
If you smell what Brad Holmes is cooking.
Now that is entertainment, folks.
You can't get this anywhere else, folks. You can't get this. What do you think Chris Collinsworth is going to be? Giving you a rock impression?
I'm Chris Collinsworth. I hung out one time with Aaron Rodgers. I'm friends with him. Did you know that? We play golf together. My name is Chris Collinsworth.
Corey says that deserves 5. You like that?
You like that? You like that? You like that? You like that? You like that?
There you go. Entertainment, folks. I'm sorry there's only a dozen of you to appreciate it, but we appreciate all 12 of you for being here with us today and every day that we've been here. We're starting to get a little loopy here on day 3. We'd like to give a big shout out to Dwayne Keene, the biggest villain of them all, helping us out today.
Oh, man. That's a 5. Steve says, and Triple H always says, do you think before you talk? No, never. I really don't. It really is usually what's right on the edge of the tongue, and it just comes flying out. Light speed.
All these references and wrestling analogies.
That's right. You can go to WrestleMania from my wrestling page, and then you can see a whole bunch of really, really lame takes. You think football fans are dumb. Like wrestling fans are real dumb. Well, I mean, we get really stupid on that page. See, we're out to prove. Like, this is a goal of ours right here, that this is the American dream, man. You can be average and ordinary and make it in this world, and do your job at about a 75% good or bad ratio. It doesn't really matter. You can still be successful, and we're proving that. We're proving that average people can do stuff.
Here's the mediocrity.
That's right. Here's the being medium and being okay with it.
You know who's not mediocre? Brad frickin' Holmes. That's who.
That's right. He's elite. We get to talk about people that are great. That's what the beautiful part about our job. We're not great, but we get to talk about great people.
Baltimore takes a running back, Rasheen Ali from Marshall.
Ooh, that sounds like a Marshall.
Perfect size for a back, 5'11", 206.
And with a name like Ali, dude, that's,
Here's one I don't understand. You're going to need to interpret this one for me, Russ. Can you read this one and interpret?
Let me get back over here, because Steve says MEM.
It's main event, Mike.
The Kevin Sullivan of football talk, and that's a compliment. Kevin Sullivan, that's a old WCW dude. Okay, I got that. I can feel that.
Well, one thing that's comparable, hardly anyone knows who we are.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Giants take a running back, Tyrone Tracy Jr.
With a name like Tyrone. That's right.
Tyrone Tracy, double T in the NYG. That's no Saquon Barkley. That's not going to cut it, Brian Dable.
Yeah.
Tyrone Tracy's not going to replace Saquon Barkley. You're in trouble out there.
Yeah, you are. You paid the wrong horse.
The only thing that's saving you is you got to play the Commanders twice a year.
They do. That's the part that sucks for the Minnesota Vikings. Like, the Minnesota Vikings might really, really improve their team and go 0-6 in the division. Like, it's like, it's nothing against what they did. It's the other teams in the division are good. Like, sorry, you just have bigger to climb. I bet you wish that you could play the Commanders twice a year.
Yeah. And the NFC North, there's no patsy like that. And Minnesota's the closest thing we're going to have this year, it looks like, from the way Chicago's building. So you look at the AFC North, Cincinnati, Cleveland, Baltimore, Pittsburgh. You got to play each of them twice a year. That's brutal.
Right. Oh, round 5. We're getting closer to the end of round 5 here. We got to be pretty close. Let me see how close we are to ending the round 5. Yeah, we're getting in the round. Pick 177 will be. So we got about 10 more picks left in this round. The Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock right now while they're talking about Tyrone Tracy. Yeah, you want me to tell you a little about Tyrone Tracy, the Purdue running back? He's 6'1", 210 pounds. Tracy's a natural playmaker with adequate athleticism, explosiveness, and agility for zone blocking schemes. However, He must continue to improve his ability to see blocks in space if he is to become a consistent rotational player. So this is a guy that they're going to bring in to compete. Like, you're not even thinking this guy he may or may not make the team. Tyrone Tracy, Steve says, was a wide receiver at one time. Okay, that means that he could be in there in the third down back type of situation, catching the balls out of the backfield. That's good. A Boilermaker.
Jacksonville takes a running back from Texas, Keelan Robinson.
Oh, here go the running backs, folks. Running backs are starting to come
And-
off.
And it's a Robinson, so be careful.
This is another see, I got to make fun of this pick too, Steve. Don't take it personal. I got to make fun of this pick because I don't got any information on him. That means that PFF did not rank this player within the top 300 players, or they didn't have any information on him. So, and it'll be all right. So Tyrone, Dwayne Keene says Jaguar. Okay, so we got everybody. Okay, we're trying to make sure all the comments. If you've got anything that we want to really talk about in here, that's cool. That's cool. You want to talk about some of the Lions draft picks? We don't know a lot about the tackle that we took, other than he's really, really big and he's really, really strong, and he's Tongan. And there you go. That's the information we have on him. Now, the other players, the three secondary players, are stud players that are going to make an impact right off the bat. I believe all three of them will. I think Terrion Arnold was arguably the best corner in the draft that they picked in the first round. I think Ennis the Menace was one of the top cornerbacks. I mean, you're talking like top 10 at his position in the entire nation.
Ennis the Menace is a registered trademark of the Main Event 365. All rights reserved, 2024.
And in the third round, you know, able to pick a safety, they are able to move up. I shouldn't say third round. I should say fourth round, shouldn't I? They moved up in the fourth round of these picks right here. Let me get this. Giovanni Manu. That sounds like a Sion Vaki. Now, the cool thing about Vaki is he played some running back, so it looks like he's a do-it-all. He was playing both sides of the field pretty much his entire career. You asking him to just go out there and make plays. He's a safety, but obviously the Lions, you know, they moved up for him, so they see a use. They see a vision for how they want to use it. So all three of those guys, I believe, are going to be impact players right off the bat.
Buffalo Bills take an edge rusher from Troy, Javon Solomon.
Oh, that's good. That's a good pick. I remember looking at him.
But listen to his measurables, though. You're talking about an edge rusher that's 6'1", 246. That's like James Houston size.
Green Bay just made their pick. Yeah, they're flying through these things now. Green Bay just picked safety, another safety, Kitan Olaaputu. This one I actually have some information on. It's so funny the way that they pick these guys, and it's like, here's one that's got a 172nd overall prospect. So right here they're picking a safety right about where he's said to go. And here's what they say about this safety, Steve. So Oladapu was one of the college's football's best run defending safeties in 2023. His ability as a tackler gives him a chance to make an impact right away on special teams and in a rotational role. There you go. I'm going to
You like that?
give you kudos on that pick. I like, because I'm going by my non-biased PFF grade right there.
You like that?
And that one was the best pick that you've had in 3 rounds, according to PFF. I don't pretend to know a lot about these players, but that sounds like a pretty good pick right there. You got a guy that can come in, give you a little bit of a bump as a rotational player, as a start, to come in and relief of your starters. You have a guy that can play on special teams and make an impact and possibly make your team. So yes, I got to give you credit on that pick.
Steve says, yes. That's 5 yeses. I'm so excited we got Kitan Oladapo. This is a great draft.
So, I'm glad that you're excited about the other pick, but that's one pick that I can agree with you on, but not the offensive linemen or the other guys. I mean, I don't know why you'd be excited about those guys other than, okay, I needed a running back or I needed a offensive lineman, and I grabbed one. But, PFF is dumb, I guess, when they do that. But PFF likes this guy. PFF likes this guy. This is somebody that will agree with you. So the shitty PFF agrees with you that this is a good pick.
About 15 minutes. I'm going to have to step away for about 15 minutes. You're going to be able to cover me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If you wanted to get a break ahead of time.
In New Orleans Saints on the clock right here, and they select and make their selection. They select Bub Means. Pittsburgh.
Yeah. Wide receiver, right?
Yep. He's a 6'2" specimen at 215 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
Means is a vertical receiver who has a good physical profile for the streamlined role. Strong, big catch radius for contested opportunities is deep. He can be a depth number 4, number 5 for a team that likes to push the ball vertically. Nice pick.
And yeah. And with Chris Olave, Taysom Hill, Alvin Kamara, this guy could maybe rise up higher than that. Bub Means has a good reputation coming out of college. I'm surprised he's taken this long to be drafted.
Yes, I was hoping for this guy before the draft had started. So Steve was hoping for this guy before the draft was started. The Packers are now not on the clock. Who do we got now? We had New Orleans. We got a double pick coming up right here. Back to back. There could be a trade with one of these two because they don't want to go back to back. Philadelphia Eagles on the clock. So, tell me where you're from out there. If you're out there, throw it in the comments. Where are you watching the draft from? Are you downtown? If you are downtown, where are you eating? Where's the good food? Who made the trip? Anybody checking in off this stuff? Here we are. We're in the middle. We're in the middle of this. I think we're about halfway. Yeah, I knew it. They traded the pick. God, I called that one. I like that. So they traded the pick to the New York Jets. The New York Jets are now on the clock. They traded that pick.
Howie Roseman moved down one spot. So the Jets, to get this pick, they only moved up one spot to get this pick.
I don't know. They're picking at 170. They traded with Philadelphia.
And they're picked next. That's what I'm saying. They swapped picks, didn't they?
No, Philadelphia had 2 picks in a row, which is why I thought that they would trade one of them. So New York selects Jordan Travis.
Quarterback.
Is that a quarterback?
Quarterback, Florida State. He got injured before a conference title game, and they won it without him anyway, and then won their bowl game and were shut out of the playoff, did not get in as an undefeated season and ACC champion.
Okay, here's what they say about Jordan Travis right here. Travis is a good athlete, tough competitor, and a quarterback that has great intangibles for out-of-structure plays. His follow-through and fundamentals are a mess, likely due to him needing more power on most of his throws, which leads to some inconsistencies. And so he's a developmental quarterback. So there you go. And this is the Jets. So you got, the Aaron Rodgers project that's still there. Here's a guy that can come in and, operate a third and whatever and, get you a wildcat type of deal. Maybe he could be a Taysom Hill type of dude right there. Mm-hmm. So cool. So Steve, West Virginia. Let's see. Jets pick quarterback Jordan Travis. Yep. And we talk about that. We're in a good spot right here where we're actually getting this information pretty quick. So I like that. You got the Philadelphia Eagles on the clock. That was their second pick in a row. And but they traded with the Jets so the Jets could come up and get Jordan Travis from Florida State. And
I like this pick. They got Tyrod Taylor behind Aaron Rodgers, but now it gives you a young quarterback as your third quarterback to develop and learn some things from Aaron Rodgers. I like this pick.
Yep, kind of reminds you of the Hendon Hooker type of deal right there, where you got, you had another player that was in the way of that. You brought in Teddy Bridgewater, who was your obvious, number backup quarterback, and then you had another player developing. Tyrod Taylor's a good player to teach a mobile quarterback because he does have a throw-first mentality. Mm-hmm. So I like that pick. That is a good pick. Oh, man, we're trying to get through here, man. It's 205. That's how long that the Lions have to wait to go pick their next one. Steve's having a field day. He's loving his picks. I don't know if he's picked who picks the next, because I don't think we're going to see any more Bears. So we got the whole NFC North picking. We got the Packers at 202, the Vikings at 203, and then the Lions at 205 and 210.
Oh, boy.
We're about ready to get some fireworks up in here in about 20 picks, and we're going to be going crazy. We're going to be going crazy. Yeah, with our 6-round picks. We're going to be jumping up and down. We're going to have a party. Oh, the pick is in. What do we got? We got a Trevor Keegan, got guard
Michigan.
from Michigan.
Yeah.
Represented.
And he's going to the Eagles, unfortunately, right?
My God, this guy is a beast of a GM over there in Philadelphia. Yeah. That is stellar work right there. This Trevor Keegan actually had a higher grade than his counterpart, Zach Zenter. And here he is at pick 172, about 2.5 rounds later. And you're able to get that quality. That's good quality right there.
And probably going to be a good pro, too. Ready, coming out of a pro-ready offense.
It says right here, Keegan is smart and experienced. He's the 126th overall prospect by PFF, and he brings coordination, balance, explosiveness as an ideal guard in a man gap scheme. He lacks true power in the body density, which complicates his projection, but he does have starting caliber traits. So this guy, they may have just selected a starting offensive lineman in the 5th round, Mike. That's pretty good.
6'6", 311 pounds, comes from Michigan, pro ready. in the 7th round, you can't beat it. I would have liked to seen the Lions get this guy, wouldn't you?
Sure. But when I know that Brad Holmes traded up, right, to grab the Manu, the one thing I know about Manu is they picked him and not this guy. So, like,
right. The one thing I know about him. Yeah, I love that.
And I love Brad Holmes and what he has done. He's done nothing but to earn our trust, and and the people that want to shit on the pick. Who are you to shit on that pick? They obviously valued him enough to give a 3rd round pick to move up and grab that guy. So I like this pick. This is a great pick. As far as PFF goes.
I'll be gone for about 15 minutes, buddy. I'll see you back here in a minute.
All right. That's Main Event Mike. Doing that thing. Yeah. And he said he's going to be back in like 15 minutes. Probably going to be about just the right time. You got the New York Jets. The New York Jets are on the clock. The Jets. Jets. Pick 173. And hey, thank you everybody for being part of this. I like Steve's in there. You're taking the journey with me, and I know some of these people coming in and out. There's probably 150 draft shows, and you chose this one. I appreciate that. David Keegan from Michigan. David Keegan is from Michigan. Thank you for watching the program. Talking draft. What did you think of the picks, David? How do you think that the Lions are doing now after roughly 5 rounds worth of picks? How are you looking at your team? Steve says they got 3 picks left. This has been a marathon for you guys, man. They're like 100 picks. Green Bay taking their young team, sticking a bunch of other young guys in there. Gonna compete it out. Gonna build this young roster. David says that he likes the draft. Steve says that he's enjoying this. Hey, you guys are probably watching a draft and, it's the same nauseating stuff. So, I can read from a teleprompter too and tell you about these guys. I can give you, analysis. We're using ESPN. We're using the football guys. I'm using PFF, trying to give you the best information possible. And when I make fun of the teams, if I can't find any information on it, that just means they don't have any information on it. And there's a reason for that. They were either not graded high by all the stuff, or nobody went out there and analyzed them. So, and Steve says I'm one Packer fan that comes on here and that I really enjoy this. Yeah, we used to have A-Dub coming in. There's a couple Packer fans that come in here on this, but you are definitely the most, the one that comes out here. And I think that you secretly like this because you enjoy wrestling too. So that's a man after my own heart. I really enjoy football. I love the competition of football, and actually I enjoy your fandom, Steve. I appreciate your fandom because even though our energies are different for different teams, I love the energy of your fandom. I love somebody that's gonna like that goes through the entire process of their team, and that's the type of fans that we're looking for, the hardcore people. And we are going to be breaking down the Green Bay Packers next week. I'm gonna figure out what day Bill the Packer fan wants to do this on. And we're going to go through it, man. We got to go through the NFC North. We know what the rosters are basically going to look like now after the draft is over. So we pretty much know what's going to be going into the season with. And we got a lot to talk about. We'll find out the information on these guys that we couldn't find information on. We'll find out why Goody took these guys and why they had belief in these guys, and we'll talk about it. So, and I'll get a Bear fan on here, and we might even get Sarah on here too. I know that she's got to be chomping at the bit. Sarah's out there. I think the Minnesota Vikings have showed out in this draft. This is the best draft that I've seen Kwesi have, in my opinion. You know, you want to talk about a franchise-altering thing. You got some guys that could possibly do that. That's what you're looking for. That's what you're looking for. You're building. You don't know about these guys yet. That's why I love my Lions more. I think that y'all have more questions. The Lions have a solid team, and they have a whole bunch of guys that are on their team that you know can ball. And, you know, they're going to have another year. You know, they're going to get even better. You know, but when you get a brand new guy, you don't know how that guy's going to be. He could be good. You know, it's the same thing you guys told me last year when we pick a running back, pick a linebacker. Well, you don't know. You reached on that. You don't know how good that guy's going to be. I'm like, I don't. Until they were that good. You know, by the end of the season, it's no longer oh man, I wonder if Jahmyr Gibbs is going to be able to play good in the NFL. And they picked him. Did they reach? Okay, no, they didn't reach. Now you know he can play. He played. He has it. Dwayne says Joshua Davis is the pick. Right there. I'm sorry, got a little bit long-winded right there. Where did I go? Man, did I go that far behind? I mean, Joshua David. Kalen Carson. Isaiah Davis. There you go. Isaiah Davis. Going to the Jets. Kalen Carson. Cornerback from Wake Forest. That's a good pick right there. 112th overall prospect, or 110th overall prospect. Kalen Carson, he's got some size. Is 6'2". It's a good pick for the Dallas Cowboys. You get a guy that can compete right there. So our 6 foot, he's 6 foot, my bad. Carson lacks long speed and recovery speed to play on an island coverage, but he can be a CB2, CB3, is an off-coverage defender in his own heavy scheme, bringing good downhill and closing speed. Plus, he is a reliable tackler. He displays quick, click, close downhill ability, very willing tackler, hips can flip fluidly and quickly, and likes to keep it physical through the route, and plays above his weight class and run defense. So that's a really good pick when you're talking about the end of the round. Talking about the end of a round right there. I like that. You got the New Orleans Saints on the clock.
Acknowledge me.
The Saints. Hey, the last round, they picked Spencer Rattler. Get themselves a quarterback. Get themselves a quarterback right
It's
there.
my quarterback.
Gonna develop a guy. Gonna develop a guy. They're going to develop this guy right behind Derek Carr. And there we go. Man, they got that pick in quick. So the New Orleans Saints, the New Orleans Saints select Jalen Ford, linebacker out of Texas. So linebackers are coming off now. Come on now. Ford projects as a high-energy depth linebacker as a Mike who could consistently contribute on special teams. Right there, that's what you're looking. Good tackler. It's a good tackler. Jets are back on the clock. What, they have 60 fifth and sixth round picks? Come on. The Jets. The Jets, Jets. Forget about it. No one cares what the Jets want. Other than Jets fans. Hey, buddy. You want to get on camera? Yeah. We're here. I got my own little Detroit Lions set up right here. I hope that you like my background. This is what we did at the last second. Actually, I had something else planned, but I liked the idea of how that fit with the Detroit Lions flag in between my two guitars. And I really dig that. That's right. Russell, I got you on communication creations in WWE 2K23. That, you know what? That's actually flattering. I think that's really cool. I used to play all the 2K games too. And I used to make all my bandmates when we'd be out on the road and I'd do wrestling matches. And I appreciate that. I appreciate that you take every opportunity to have me come out with a really cool entrance so you can kick my ass and make believe. So I appreciate you, Steve. That's awesome. That's awesome, man. I appreciate that. It's more than you know. Oh, gosh. The Jets are still on the clock. I don't know. Time must run differently in New York. They're always taking their sweet ass time. Oh, got the Vikings are on the clock next. We're going to get right into this round 6. This round 6 action is going to start right here. Oh, cornerback Kaylee and Carter. I appreciate you, Dwayne, for keeping us updated in here. We got the last pick. The last pick of the 5th round is about ready to be done. We only got 2 more rounds to go. It has been the marathon known as the NFL draft. Come here, Riker. Riker, you want to come over here and give me a hug? Come on, go see Daddy. Go and say hi to all my friends. We have a few friends on here. This is my son. My son's been doing that. See? There he is. There he is. Say hi. Say hi, everybody. Hi, everybody. It's the NFL draft. We're doing the NFL draft right now. So there you go. On to the Saints. Dwayne says, I am on to the Saints. Yeah, they're getting ahead of us right here. They've already done the Saints one. I mean, if you want to look for them. The Jalen Ford is the selection by the Saints. Jalen Ford, linebacker out of Texas. A little bit of a reach right there, according to PFF, by the Saints. The 247th overall prospect by the Saints. Yeah. Mike Fisher says, hi, Riker. See, you got some fans in here too, my man. Riker's growing up in a football family. He's figuring out how this thing is done. And in April, we pick our new players. That's what we're going to be doing. And the Lions are going to the Super Bowl this year. I'm staying on it. I'm going to keep on that. I love this team. I love what's been built. And it feels good to have a relevant team. You know, even if it's only for one season and they fall off the face of the earth, I get to at least experience one summer of hope and feeling. Because last year it felt good, but you didn't know how good Jahmyr Gibbs was going to be. We didn't know that we were going to find a steal in Sam Laporta. You know, this was a 4-year deal here in Detroit. We thought we were going to have to run 3 years of building, and then this year that we're going into would actually be the first year that we would compete. That's what realistic Lion fan would think. And that's what the majority of the Lion fan would think. But it's a little bit, now that we know what we have in these stud players right here, Brad Holmes has picked 5 Pro Bowl players. 5 Pro Bowl players in the last 3 years, which is 3 more than anybody else. Brad Holmes is changing the game as a GM. Now, as far as a team goes, I mean, you know, you're getting the fruits. You're getting the fruits of that. You know, Dan Campbell gets the fruits of that. He gets a bunch of these good players that he can coach, but it's like it takes a while to reconstruct a franchise all the way around. You know what I'm saying? So, here we are. Did you get Jalen Ford in there yet? It's been slow, huh? They being slow. So I'll wait because I do have the next pick in. Oh no, I don't. Jalen Ford is in there. I don't have the next pick in there yet. And if they did pick somebody, I don't know. They must have picked somebody, but they didn't tell me who it was. That's kind of weird. Hey Beavis. Hey Beavis. You suck, Beavis. Hey, Beavis. The Minnesota Vikings are on the clock right now, is what they say. I think it's because it's the beginning of the round 6. Let me get back down here to the bottom of this. Okay, there we go. All right, let me see if you put that one in there yet, Dwayne. There you go, Jalen Ford. All right, so now I can tell you right now that I already know. Quantez Stiggers, cornerback out of New York. It must be, I don't have any information on him. He's got no ranking, no anything. So, I mean, if you want to put that one in there, Dwayne, that's fine. But I've never even heard of this guy before. But they got themselves a quarterback. He's from New York. So, that's probably somebody that was local that came in and showed out. Use a draft pick on him, 6th-round draft pick. Good job. Good job. Yes, but just got here to round 6. Only guess next pick, wide receiver or offensive line. We got one offensive lineman. A beast of an offensive lineman. I can't wait to read up on him. I am excited to look at Manu because there's got to be a reason that you used capital like to come up there and get him. Okay. The Minnesota Vikings are on the clock. And Minnesota needs a lot of stuff. They need a lot of depth. But they have gotten better. And the pick is in. The pick is in. We got Walter Roos, tackle from Oklahoma. Let's take a look. This looks like it's a pretty good value pick. Or right around. I guess we are about one. We're at pick 176. This is the 171st ranked prospect by PFF. Is Walter Roos is a 6'6", 322-pound offensive tackle. Rouse is an experienced and well-built offensive tackle prospect with good size, length, and football intelligence for a man gap run scheme. In pass protection, he must improve his foot speed and consistency leverage in order to become a starter at the next level. And that's where we're at. We're in the 6th round. You're getting guys that are developmental. Guys that you're gonna have to get that. And they were able to pick up guard. Oh, holy crap! Is that true? Is Christian Mahogany still available? Who? Best available. He sure is. Yeah. There are a couple good players later. Let's go. I mean, as we're going through the highest ranked players by PFF, Johnny Wilson from Florida State, Malik Washington from Virginia, Michael Pratt from Tulane, quarterback, Christian Mahogany from Boston College, Blake Watson, halfback from Memphis. And I've been walking in Memphis. Brendan Rice. Lots of wide receivers with high grades that are still. Mekhi Wingo from LSU, defensive interior. A couple defensive interior guys that are still available. Cornelius Johnson, wide receiver from Michigan, still available. Gabriel Murphy, edge rusher from UCLA, still available. 150th overall prospect. DJ James, cornerback from Auburn. I've heard really good things about him. 153rd overall prospect. So, let's go take a look at that. I mean, that's cool. We had Walter Ruse that was just selected. I don't know if you got that one in there. I'm being real fast, ain't I? You got Stiggers in there. Walter Ruse, Oklahoma. That's a good value. Where the hell's Sarah at? Hey, Sarah. Good value right there for your Minnesota Vikings. You got a tackle that you can develop, which is cool. Thank you, Dwayne, for getting Quantez Stiggers in there. And like I said, I'll wait before I announce this Steelers pick. Walter Ruse, tackle out of Oklahoma. Is the pick for the Minnesota Vikings. It's a good pick. They're still showing some Stiggers in there. There you go. They're using this is Canadian football, huh? That's why you don't know about that. I think that's what this is in some of these ones that PFF doesn't have. I don't know if they went into the Canadian Football League, and I think that's probably why a couple of your guys that were picked weren't. I think that some of these guys were in other places that had Walter Ruse. They were in places that didn't get PFF to come out there and rate the guys. So I think if they would have gotten rated, they would have been rated up there. In some of these spots. I mean, there's no other reason why people are going to be moving up and taking these guys that high, unless they knew some kind of information. I just think that it's probably PFF didn't go out there and rate those guys. So Vikings pick is offensive tackle Walter Ruse. Thank you, Dwayne. And you can't go wrong. You got to get big men. Big men are that's really what makes football go around. You got the battle in the trenches. You got beasts, gigantic fellas in the middle of the lines, and they have a battle, and then a whole bunch of fast guys run around and they only run around because the big guys allow them to run around on one way or the other, or the big guys don't allow them to run around. That's one way or the other how they do it. So Steelers. Oh wow, you were on it. Look at you. You got one in there before I got it. Hell yeah. I'll give you that. There it is. Defensive interior, Logan Lee. This is a Iowa guy. Those guys over in Iowa, they know how to play defense. You know what I'm saying? It says Lee Logan Lee, Iowa, defensive interior lineman, 6'5", 291. And it says Lee has a unique build and skill set, and a move to edge defender might be in his future. But if you get a bit more weight on him, he has the quickness and effort to be a potential rotational contributor even on a 3-technique defensive tackle. I mean, isn't that the Steelers? I mean, the damn Steelers. Damn Steelers getting defense. Go figure. These damn Steelers. Nice. That's nice. Definitely nice. So, Steelers pick Logan Lee, Mike.
When? Just now?
They just picked him. Logan Lee. They got the defensive tackle right out of Iowa.
Went to Pittsburgh.
And then we got the next
Aiden Powell is now going to be a Steeler fan. I'm sending Aiden a message right now.
Yep. They love those.
Logan Lee, drafted by the Pittsburgh Steelers.
They like that. So the Seattle Seahawks are on the clock. And it looks like, Dwayne's getting it faster than me now.
Oh, look at that. The Quantez Stiggers goes to the Jets. But that's okay. We didn't need him with all the DBs we drafted. We could have had him instead of Vaki.
Right. So, the Utah Utes tackle, Seato Lumia, 6'4", 311-pound tackle, goes. His power profile is that of a potential starting guard. However, his footwork and anticipation must improve to match the NFL rushers right there. So here we are in the 6th round. It's a good pick. You know, you're taking projects here. None of these guys are probably going to start. There is some serious firepower left at guard that they keep on going past, and I'll go through these with you again. Top available players, according to PFF, quite a few wide receivers here. Johnny Wilson out of Florida State, Malik Washington out of Virginia, Brendan Rice out of USC, Christian Mahogany, the guard out of Boston College, is still available. 106th overall prospect. So that's a starting guard still sitting on the sidelines, Mike.
New England Patriots take a corner, Dial from South Carolina, also my favorite soap.
So right now we're sitting at pick. Oh yeah, there we go. What do they say about the pick? 180th overall prospect from South Carolina, 6 foot, 195 pound. Says Dial's 2023 season was his best, and he allowed just 29 reception from 449 coverage snaps that earned him a 78.2 PFF coverage grade and the ability to stick as a 4th or 5th round cornerback, or a 4th or 5th cornerback on an NFL depth chart. So, good depth piece right there. DJ James is still available as a cornerback. I know that a lot of people had lots of good things to say about him, thought he could be a 3rd round pick. So, there's still some guys that are out there, Mike.
Mm-hmm. Chargers just took a running back.
Take
I don't
all
think
the
that's
running backs because
that's
we
not
don't
going
need
to
any of
cure. That's not going to cure losing Austin Eckler, though.
Let's see what they say here. That's Kimani Vidal, 5'8", 218. This dude is a little bowling ball. Vidal is a rocked up, explosive athlete.
That happens to be my measurements as well.
Is it?
Yeah, we're just proportioned a lot different, I'm sure. I am also 5'8", 218.
Vital is a rocked-up, explosive athlete, but his vision for space needs to speed up for him to be even earn a rotational role in the NFL. So they're not sure on his whole role, period.
Yeah. So me, Vidal, and Barry Sanders, we're all 5'8", 218. Just proportioned a lot differently. Tennessee Titans on the clock.
The Titans. I think I'm going to take a little break. You take over? Yep.
Yeah, while I was gone, the Lions didn't move up and take anyone, right?
They did not.
Okay.
And I don't think that they're going to, so I'm going to I actually am going to take, I'll be back about 15 minutes.
Before you go, can you tell me what pick we're on? The number, all that shows me is round 6, pick 6.
We are at pick, they just took him. Tennessee just, I'll go ahead and announce this one right here. Tennessee just made their pick. The Tennessee selects Jaquan Jackson, wide receiver out of Tulane. He is not rated that I can see.
What number pick is that?
That is pick 183.
183, okay. All right. So as it sits right now, thank you, Dwayne, 183. He got it in right as you did. So you're going to take a break then.
Well, let me give you his. Jackson's 5'11", 185. Jackson's primarily a slot receiver, and despite the size limitation, he has the production at per snap basis and a big play ability to carve out an NFL career. That's what they say about him. Okay, I'll be back.
All right. That was Russell Wayne, the maestro. Steve says the Chargers have Gus Edwards, though. They signed Gus Edwards, so that's a great call out to replace Austin Eckler. And now they add another back. And they've also got the other back from Clemson, CJ Spiller. But so far, he sure hasn't panned out. I mean, we felt pretty good about him on draft day, that was seemed like a pretty good pick. He was going to be the heir apparent to Austin Eckler, but he has not. He's had a disappointing first 2 seasons. Now they take another running back in the 7th round. So Lions pick again at 205, and we are on pick 184. We're looking at about 21 picks before the Lions will pick again, unless Brad moves up. Oh, the Giants pick is 183. Thank you. So we're on 183, so it's 22 picks. Chad says we aren't drafting a wide receiver this year. Doesn't look like we're drafting an edge rusher this year. We might get a wide receiver still. And the Giants pick Darius Masau, a linebacker. Masau from UCLA, 6 foot, 225 pounds. Masau. Puts the Miami Dolphins on the clock. New York Giants, linebacker. Mausau. Dolphins on the clock. They have tackle and tight end listed as needs. Counting it down here. Still only in round number 6. I was gone for what seemed like a long, long time, but actually not that many picks have passed, so they must have really been milking these picks. There must have been some long pauses in there while I was gone. Looks like the pick is in. 3 days. It's every year we do this. We don't even care if there's anybody watching, really. Russ and I like doing this. We like looking at all these picks. Guys, we don't even know who they are. And you analyze how they fit into that particular team. If you're a football nerd, then you like that kind of stuff. And Malik Washington, wide receiver from Virginia, goes to the Dolphins. Another wide receiver in Miami. He's only 5'9", 191 pounds, so he's probably a little slot guy. Slot receiver when you got Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill. He went to Virginia, respectable school. Malik Washington. Philadelphia Eagles on the clock again. Man, these guys just keep getting going. Why don't they just move over to the AFC? That'd be cool. Take San Francisco with you. Philadelphia's tough, man. They're tough. You got a good GM like that. He just keeps your players, keeps the pipeline coming. Drafting at big schools. A lot of Georgia players. National champions. They know how to win. They play against the best competition. And you see Brad Holmes doing that too. Tapping the Alabama route. Jahmyr Gibbs, Brian Branch. Now Terrion Arnold. Another one on there. So Jameson Williams. You know, that's where the good talent goes. Florida, specifically, the state, produces more NFL players than any state. A lot of good athletes down in Florida coming out every year. These guys go to Alabama. These guys go to Georgia. Every one of those teams, you'll find guys from Florida, especially South Florida. Lived some of my life in South Florida, and they had really great athletic programs in the community. We had little spaces that we went to after school, and we could play dodgeball and kickball and basketball. And they had a guy there that was kind of like our babysitter, but he was like the coach, and he would organize everything. And there was always some sort of organized sport activity going on. A lot of fun. Aiden says, where is Russell? Sorry, Aiden, you get second fiddle today. No, Russ just took a break. He's been on all day. I had taken a break before that, and now it's Russell's turn to take a break, so you got to endure me. But that was me that sent you the message, not him, by the way. Your boy, Logan Lee, got drafted by the Pittsburgh Steelers. He's going to be a great player there for them. He's getting into a great coaching system, a great ownership, a great run organization. You'll be happy to know. Steve says Atlanta has back-to-back picks. We haven't got the Philly pick yet, though. Says the pick is in. Don't forget, you can watch Smoking Jeremy B, Football Talk with Smoking Jeremy B on this network, right wherever you're watching right now, every weekday morning at 11. He got his press credentials. He was down there in the media room, which was pretty impressive, pretty awesome for him. And he did. Johnny Wilson, wide receiver, another wide receiver, goes to Philadelphia. Johnny Wilson, the other guy in Florida State, opposite Keon Coleman, goes to the Philadelphia Eagles now. How long before Detroit picks, Aiden? 20 more picks. Unless our guy moves up to do something. Nothing wrong with enduring main event, Mike. Well, I know some women that would disagree with you. I did not have PFF. I rely on Russ to give me the PFF stuff. But I do digest information all day. From the time I wake up, man, I'm reading about football, talking about football. I live it and I breathe it and sleep it. Still doesn't make my takes any good. But I'm vested in it. And running back from Alabama, Jace McClellan, an Alabama running back in Atlanta. They've already got Tyler Algier and Bijan Robinson. They take another running back now, 5'10", 221 pounds. Running back from Alabama goes to Atlanta, and they are on the clock, as Steve said, with back-to-back picks. Brendan Rice still on the board, USC wide receiver. They've already got Drake London. Maybe this is where he goes. I don't like Atlanta positionally, though, taking a running back there when they could take a fly. You're going to take a flyer on a guy? Maybe this guy's a special teams ace. He's listed as a running back, like a Khalil Dorsey type. And it's a wide receiver. We got the position right, but the player wrong. It's Casey Washington from Illinois. He's 6'2", 200 pounds. So they do add a wide receiver, but it's not Brendan Rice. He still sits. Starting to wonder if Brendan Rice is going to get drafted. Oh, he'll probably go to the Ravens, right? Like TJ Tampa, who just sat there. And the Ravens, if you're a problem child player, the Ravens is a good spot for you because they'll get you right. The Raven way is a real thing. I think it's more prevalent and more important than the Patriot way. I mean, they always hit in the draft. They always draft really well. Ozzie Newsome, always Eric DaCosta. These guys always draft really well. Houston Texans on the clock. Boy, what a team they're building in Houston. That's a team that's going to play the Lions this year. I believe it's in Ford Field. They got Joe Mixon at running back, Nico Collins, Dameon Pierce at running back. Of course, C.J. Stroud, Rookie of the Year, Offensive Player of the Year. Shit, damn near MVP of the league in his rookie season. Dangerous team. Will Anderson. They get a division win in the playoffs. In the wild card round, they get a win, but lose in the divisional round to the Ravens. Well, Houston's a real deal. They were left for dead. There was no one that predicted they would win their division. It was supposed to be Jacksonville in a landslide. Maybe the Colts could make it interesting. But Texans win the division and then win a playoff game. C.J. Stroud, the real deal. Chicago, you missed again. I think I missed again. That should be the Chicago Bears theme song on draft day. Genesis, I missed again. I think I missed again. Oh. Yeah. Houston Texans have guard and defensive tackle listed as a need, and they're on the clock now. They lost Jonathan Grenard, but they gained Danielle Hunter. Danielle Hunter going home, taking a nice sweetheart deal to go play there. Coming off a 16.5 sack season to a team that just won a playoff game with a rookie quarterback. With a rookie quarterback, folks, that means a lot. Okay? That means 15% of your salary cap just opened up by having a quarterback on a rookie deal. Quarterback eats up 15 to 18% of the salary cap. On the high end, it's 18%. When you have a rookie quarterback on a rookie deal, there's more money to spend to get other players, to get guys like Danielle Hunter. You had Derek Stingley, a real nice corner that you drafted out of LSU. Had a tough rookie year, but really came on hard last year. And Houston, of course, had no pick in the first round. Right. They had no pick in the first round. They do pick, though, in round 2 with the 10th pick, and they take a corner, Kamari Lassiter, to go with Derek Stingley. So what are they going to take here? It'd be really interesting to find out. Looks like Houston's going to have back-to-back picks as well. Oh, yeah, Stephon Diggs in Houston. Good call, Steve. Holy moly, man, I forgot all about that. They got Dalton Schultz at tight end. They drafted a tight end. We love 46 too, Aiden. He's going to have the best year this year, Aiden. Your boy, Jack Campbell, is going to be a human missile this year with DJ Reader being able to manipulate the gaps. Sorry, Steve, but I see Jordan Love going down. Texans make the pick. It is a linebacker, Jamal Hill. And now Houston's back on the clock again. Texas tied with Detroit. Oh. Russell Wayne, where are you? Lions are on the clock. Oh, Russell Wayne. I would want you to call me. Russell Wayne. Lions are on the clock. The Houston Texans have traded. And the Detroit Lions are on the clock. The Houston Texans have traded. And Brad Holmes has traded up now into the late 6th round. And the Detroit Lions are on the clock. Just thought I'd want you to call me. Just wanted to let you know. All right, bye. What is Brad Holmes doing? What are you going to do, Brad? Could this be? Yeah, Joe Mixon in Houston. We did say that. Revamped what was already a high-scoring offense. Just give more experience, more weapons for C.J. Stroud. The team's going to be tough. And they play in a semi-weak division. Yeah, linebacker Jamal Hill is one of the toughest run defenders in the country, was what we read on him coming in. I'm surprised he's still here, because at this point, it's usually players I've never heard of. And I am familiar with him a bit on some of the research we've done. Detroit Lions are on the clock. So we are at pick like 189, I think. 189. And we were at 205. So we move up 6 spots. No, excuse me, 16 spots. You got to wonder what that cost. But does it even matter at this point? You know what? I hope the Lions take a kicker right here. You're looking for guys that are going to contribute. I know Russ probably said that. You're looking for special team guys, diamonds in the rough guys. But the Lions just don't have a lot of holes, man. You have the luxury of being able to take a kicker now if you want to. I love it, though. Don't you love it that Brad Holmes traded up into this round? Now, wait a minute. I'm going off of you there, Dwayne, but I'm not seeing it on my end. Let's refresh the page. Oh, it's over. The pick is in. Mekhi Wingo, defensive tackle from LSU. Oh, a defensive tackle from LSU. Going to be right there with DJ Reader. 6'1", 295. This guy's a fire plug. Mekhi Wingo. Defensive tackle, not an edge, more defensive line depth. This got to be a guy that they had higher up on their board. And he's still available. NFL draft profile. Let's take a look at him right now. Not a lot on him. Not a lot on him when you get around here about pick 200. There are no stats on him here listed. Mekhi Wingo, defensive tackle. 6'1", 295. See what I can dig up on him here for you guys. Maybe you're working. Maybe you're just sitting at home. You don't feel like looking stuff up. I'll look it up for you. Mekhi Wingo. No relation to Trey. He also played for Missouri, so he probably has familiarity with the Ennis Rakestraw. He transferred to LSU from Missouri. Yeah, okay, so now we're looking at his profile from NFL.com. Originally from St. Louis. He has a 6.19 prospect grade. He's listed as a good backup with the potential to develop into a starter. Lions on track, baby. Love it. He gets a 66 score production. He ran a 4.85 40. For a man that big, that's impressive. A 1.64 in the 10-yard split. This guy's agile. A 9'1" broad jump. Okay, so here we go. Here's an overriding theme. And now I'm actually watching his 40. These are really athletic guys that they're adding. He started 7 games in 2023. He had 25 tackles, 5 tackles for loss, and he had 4.5 sacks. He had 4.5 sacks in 7 starts. Holy moly, that's good production. He had a lower body injury early in the year, and he missed the end of the regular season after having surgery. Returned for the team's bowl win over Wisconsin. Named to the AFCA All-State Good Works team for his community service work, and he's a team captain. Checking those boxes. And he wore number 18 at LSU, which is an honor. They give that only to team leaders, and team captains get to wear number 18. That's the number Justin Jefferson wore. Only team leaders and captains get to wear that. So he's a high character guy. Checking the box. Mekhi Wingo. A guy Brad Holmes probably didn't think was going to be here at this time. And said, wow, he made it through. Let's move up and get him. Love this. Love this. Yeah, that 10-yard split was pretty impressive. Detroit fan, man. 3rd fastest 10-yard split for a defensive tackle at the combine. That really stands out when you see it, too. Arizona Cardinals take another receiver. Wide receiver Tawan Palmer. Dwayne, you're crushing it, man. Why don't you DM me your address? I'm going to send you a t-shirt. Send you a t-shirt, maybe a coffee mug. It's the very least we could do. Appreciate you so much. Appreciate all of you out there, too. Spending any time of your day with us. It's an honor. I'm beside myself. We get a defensive tackle, an agile, athletic defensive tackle who came from the SEC. Going to be behind DJ Reader, probably one of his idols. Brad knows what he's doing. It's got to be the right guy. He preaches that all the time. It's got to be the right guy. Got to be the right one of us. You hear Dan Campbell say it too. He's one of us. Guys like Jalen Reeves-Maben. Named most outstanding special teams player in the year. League. All-pro special team starter. First team All-pro on special teams. But he's considered part of the linebackers. They trust him in linebacker situations, in game time situations that's not special teams. They trust him because he's one of them. Seattle takes another corner. DJ James. That's a guy you can find a book on at least. Seattle's tough too. John Schneider out there, that guy, they always draft well. We say that year over year about some of these teams. The Ravens, they always draft well. Steelers always draft well. Seattle. Lions are now going to be considered that after this year. That'd be 3 years in a row that Brad's crushed it. This will be 4. Excuse me. This will be 4 year, right? This is his 4th draft. Yeah, the Penei Sewell draft. You had the Aiden Hutchinson draft. And then you had the Jahmyr Gibbs draft. So this is the 4th draft for Brad Holmes. He's knocked out of the park 3 out of 3. In fact, Chase Lucas just signed in this offseason. Otherwise, every draft pick that Brad Holmes has ever made is still under contract with the team. It's unheard of, folks. That's absurd. With the turnover rate in the NFL, to have every single guy that you drafted over a 3-year span still be with the team. And you had multiple extra picks, too, so that's what makes it even more impressive. You had more than the average team has over a 3-year span. You had more than that. And everyone still under contract. And by the way, Chase Lucas re-signed with another team. We waived him. Had he cleared waivers, I promise you he'd be back under contract because he's one of our guys. It's a good time to be a Lions fan. Dennis says, who the Lions going to take next pick? I don't know, Dennis, but I don't know. Did you miss it? We just took one. We just moved up. We had pick 205. We moved up to 189, and we took Mekhi Wingo, a defensive tackle from LSU. I don't know what we gave up in those picks to get that pick, though. We had 205 and 210 and 249. Through all of these trades, he's held on to 249. I think he's got a plan there. He has never packaged that up yet. If somebody could look that up for me and tell me what picks the Lions have left now that they moved up. Oh, Joe Milton to the Patriots. What a great call. I like that pick for them. Drake May doesn't work out. You got Joe Milton. Throw some competition in there in the room. Bailey Zappi. That's who you got. You got Bailey Zappi, Drake May, and now Joe Milton. So, yeah, they took 2 quarterbacks. You got to. I think that's a pretty smart move. You can't commit to Drake May yet. You don't know what kind of pro he's going to be. There's still some questions on Drake May. He wasn't a home run by most evaluators. In fact, there are a lot of evaluators said this was actually a very weak quarterback class. That these quarterbacks in other drafts they would be Spencer Rattler. Yeah, I like it, Steve. They get May and Milton. I like it. Gerard Mayo making moves over there as the new head coach of the Patriots. It's Main Event Mike here on the Villain Squad Network, winding down into the final waning moments of the NFL draft. On the Villain Squad Network, we changed the name of our YouTube channel. It is now simply @Villain Squad. You can go on YouTube and type in @Villain Squad, and we come up. Please subscribe to the YouTube channel. Trying to make some headway with that. Brendan Rice still available. Son of Jerry Rice, USC wide receiver. He's 6'2", 208 pounds, and he's still available. Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock. They're a savvy team. Maybe they pick up Brendan Rice right here. They're already taken a wide receiver in this draft. Maybe Tomlin double dips here. He double dipped on the offensive line already. Got an outstanding pick from Washington, Fa'utanu. That guy's going to be a solid NFL starter for 10 years. That's the general consensus. And they take a corner, Ryan Watts from Texas. Pittsburgh Steeler adding some secondary depth. Terrion Arnold, Ennis Rakestraw. Back-to-back corners. Back-to-back corners. And then you have a long wait. You don't pick again until the 5th round. But then you move up, you sit out the 3rd, you move up into the 4th, and you take a project, a guy from Canada who no one knew about. Giovanni Manu. 6'8", 350 pounds, and a physical freak. In case you're late to the party. In case you're just joining us. All right, Fred says, I see we traded up to the 189 pick with the Texans. We still have the 210 pick correct. We don't know yet, Fred. We're waiting. And Detroit Fan Man says, yes, 210 is all we got. So that means we must have packaged 205 and 249 to move up 189. Yeah, up to 189. And there we took Mekhi Wingo, defensive tackle from LSU. And Detroit Fan Man says we still do have pick number 210.
Oh, yeah. 196. Yeah. I step out, put Mike on the picks here because I'm like, okay, we got 20 picks. There we go. That's such a Brad Holmes thing to do. That I run out to get some sodas, and then Mike calls me up. The minute that I get out the door, I'm down the street. Mike's like, hey, you know what? We traded up. Like,
no, I was just talking to the people and had your phone call going so you could hear it.
oh, okay. That's cool. So they heard me what I was getting?
No, I don't think they heard. No, they couldn't hear.
That's all right. You know, if you whether you're having a smoke or some pops, I hope that you guys are having a good time today during the draft and whatever it is that you're doing. But, you know, me and I am a Christian convicted person, and I'm not going to allow you to see me sinning.
So, Fred says it's showing up now. Here, I'm turning down the volume, Detroit Fan Man. Tell me if this gets better. We traded 205 and 249 for the 189 pick. So we are still sitting with pick number 210.
Let me take a look in here. See what it shows. We are. Gotta say.
Testing.
Lying.
How's that? How's that volume there, Detroit Fan Man?
He's saying you're too loud?
Yeah, he says I'm like 2.5 times louder than you.
Really?
Yeah. Did you see the pick the Lions took?
I did. You want me
what
to
do you
give
got?
this-
What? Yeah, give me the PFF lowdown. I
You
looked
wanna-
up as many stats as I could.
Well, this is really good value right here, according to PFF, and I'm not because I'm a Lions homer, but he's the 131st overall ranked prospect. He's 6'1". He's 295 pounds. Quick off the snap, violent push-pull move. Hand speed and placement are effective. Helps him make up for his. He has shorter arms. Low and loaded stance before the snap allows him to fire off the ball with power and leverage. That just sounds like a Brad Holmes guy to me.
Mm-hmm. And he wore number 18 at LSU, which they only give to team leaders. Captains get to wear 18 at LSU. That's a special thing. And he wore that special number.
Yeah, this is a stellar pick right here.
This is a Brad Holmes guy, bro.
It's a Brad Holmes pick, and you know, I mean, it's a third round, fourth round pick that you're getting in the 6th round. So that's probably why they traded up. They're like, damn, this guy's still around. So they went up there and they got the best player available, another best player available type of deal.
What's up, Dennis? Thanks for being here.
And it's really funny that people say that Brad Holmes is full of crap because he goes and says best player available, and this year he so happened to get secondary, and we needed secondary. So you could look at that from the outside and go, oh, my God, all he does is go after he just went after need, and he said that he doesn't. He's a liar, and that's not true. It's like all the years of him being criticized for taking whatever player that he wanted to take, And, he didn't take what you called the best player available or position in need, and he's done that for 2 years. And this year, it so happened to line up that the best player available so happened to be the position that we chuckleheads from the outside thought that they needed the most. And so now they're like, you see, he did it now. He's going by need. It's like, no, the best player available happened to line up with need. Oh, by the way, you're not drafting. You are kind of drafting for need when you trade up. You're kind of doing that, right? I'm trading up. I'm taking the guy that I want. So I guess you could say they draft for need, but you could say anybody drafts for need that trades up.
Detroit Fan Man says, although Wingo got hurt last year and missed most of the year, he played in 7 games. He worked his way back to play in the bowl game just to get another game with his boys. Nice commitment. Again, a high character move, right? It sounds like a Brad Holmes guy. He's not an edge rusher. He's a defensive tackle. Sure. And he went to LSU. So he's probably DJ Reader's probably his hero, right? And now he gets to back up DJ Reader and learn from DJ Reader.
Right.
This is going to be an awesome draft. I mean, I don't know if it's going to be able to top last year's draft, which will go down as a historic draft for the Detroit Lions. But this one is shaping up pretty awesome. And I'm going to tell you right now, if Giovanni Manu turns out to be a starter, a frontline starter, I don't care if he's even a Pro Bowl or anything, if he just develops into a starter, this draft is historic as well.
Yeah,
Rams,
he did it again.
Defensive tackle. Oh, go ahead.
He did it again. I mean, he did it again. Like, a lot of people take the developmental guy, but you got guys that you have a plan for. It's not, man, I hope this guy. They know that these guys are going to be good because of how they interview them and how, because the physical things is fine. All the guys that are in this draft are beasts. You don't get considered to play in the NFL if you suck at football or you're not some sort of freak of nature. So they see Brad Holmes has a knack for interviewing these guys and talking with these guys and really understanding what type of player you're going to get when you're out there. Not position, football players. Like guys that don't crumble under pressure in the big moments. They're looking for specific like mindsets, not positions. Like I said, all the guys can ball. I want a guy that's not going to, run to the back of the line when the fight starts. And that's what they have. That's what they've been doing. Another captain for one general manager, Brad Holmes, just like Detroit Fan Man says. Another team captain.
Checks the boxes. Yeah, gotta love it. All right, so yeah, there it is. Yeah, to move up, we lost our other 2 picks, and we retained 210, and that's it. So we have 1 pick left at 210.
And that's kind
Miami,
of a steal.
Miami, go ahead.
You get what you want. You can get what you want like that. That's
Miami Dolphins take a safety, Patrick McMorris from Cal.
I mean, this is exactly what you said you wanted Brad to do. We don't have a lot of holes, so why not get specific on specific guys that you've interviewed, guys that you really like, and you liked in that range? They're going up and getting them.
Yeah, I think Brad Holmes is with you. Never draft a kicker. We got 1 pick left, and we're not going to come out of it with a kicker from the future. I wanted us to have one last year. We just don't have to worry about it anymore.
Right. So I'm wondering, did Mahogany end up going yet?
Oh, yeah. He's still available.
That's crazy.
Offensive guard from Boston College, 6'3", 314. Had a 3rd round grade.
He sure did. Third round grade. I took him in the third round of a lot of my mock drafts with the pick that we didn't use this time.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah. Well, I wonder what's wrong with him. I mean,
Christian mahogany. Also my favorite antique wood.
Yeah, it's a cool name, too. You can sell some jerseys like that. Wingo. I love that pick.
Wingo.
They got some value right there. Pick is in for the New Orleans Saints. The Aints. They've had a pretty good draft too. Every time they come up, it seems like I like one of their drafts. One of their picks.
No, Fred, no one has reported yet what attendance was today in Detroit.
All right. So there we go. Defensive interior. Doing that thing right there. The New Orleans Saints select defensive interior Christian Boyd. The 220th overall prospect, 6'4", 317-pound defensive tackle from Northern Iowa. Boyd likely lacks the length to be consistent difference maker in the passing game, but his power and size make him a good candidate to be a backup defensive lineman in odd or even fronts. Do I sound like I'm telling you about the prize of a game show?
Now tell them what they've won, Russell.
Well, you've won yourself a fantastic defensive interior prospect, Christian Boyd, coming to you from Northern Iowa. The man stands at a 6'4" and 317 pounds. He most likely lacks the length and strength to be a consistent difference maker in today's passing game, okay? But he is relegated when has the strength to be able to stand up to some of the run stuffing needs for a backup defensive interior. Thank you.
A new car.
What do we have from Michael? We have Christian Boyd from Northern Iowa. It's the most press that he's gotten in his illustrious defensive tackle career.
It's a new tea set from the Michael C. Fina collection.
The pick is in. What's that? He wants to what?
Carolina Panthers, they say the pick is in. And that puts the Indianapolis Colts on deck. Dwayne Keene says over 700,000 in Detroit for the weekend. Over doubling the record set last year. Over double it. 312 was the record set last year in Kansas City. Way to go, Detroit.
Detroit knows how to do it in the D. In the D, Falcons, Zion Lau. The pick is in for the Carolina Panthers. That's what they say. I don't believe it.
You know, the compensatory picks really changed this thing. You used to be able to add up, 3 rounds, 32 teams, and do the math and know where you were at in the draft. Brendan Rice still on the board with less than 30 picks to go, and this kid might not get drafted.
So where do you think Brad Holmes goes from here?
They got 1 pick left.
It doesn't matter what you think.
That's too much.
Acknowledge me.
Oh, we have too much fun. I mean, wrestling and football go just too well together. You know, when you're talking about the fan base, it's very similar. Very similar. I mean, football, if you can believe this, football fans are way smarter.
Yeah, you
That's
said
right.
today.
Yeah, that's
you
right. I
think
said
football fans are dumb?
yeah, you think football fans are dumb. Wait till you see the guys and everybody that loves my wrestling page. And you know what? I've kind of turned it into kind of like a trolling wrestling page because I'm a fan of the product of wrestling, which is, entertainment. It's entertainment. Stuntmen, faking fights. They know who the outcome is. And there is a certain amount of wrestling fans that are out there that understand this. Like, okay, we're watching a production. We're going to the opera. So when a whole group of people start complaining about certain guys cheating and all this other stuff, you lose me. I'm like, you don't want any conflict, and you go to movies and you just want it to be smooth sailing for the hero the whole time. You don't want him to get into any trouble. You just the hero just goes straight down the road, kills everything. No, nothing. I mean, we've tried that. It was called Steven Seagal movies. I mean, he never lose. That sucks.
Jaden Crumedy, defensive tackle from Mississippi State, goes to the Carolina Panthers. Indianapolis Colts on the clock now. And then after that, it'll be the Green Bay Packers. Steve, you're on deck.
Steve's on deck. My favorite football wrestling fan. and I respect Steve. I told Steve this. Like I respect fandom. Okay? Like we may not be aligned with who we're fans with.
That's right.
That's cool.
Right.
But how you put your energy into your team is what I'm going to respect. And
the Colts take Micah Abraham. Micah Abraham.
I love it.
He is now my favorite player in this draft. Micah Abraham from Marshall.
It just sounds like you're saying your own name, but you're not quite sure about it. You're
Micah,
Micah
Abraham.
Abraham.
Who's Russell's partner? That guy that's idiot. Oh, it's main event Mike Abraham.
Oh, he's the second idiot. Oh, it's the two.
Oh, the other guy.
Yeah,
the other idiot
that's on that show. Yeah, man. But I love you, Steve. I love your fandom. I think that's important that you follow your team because, like I'm a pretty convincing person, and sometimes I hate it when I change somebody's mind, especially when they're from a different fan base. And then you're like, oh, man, you're just supposed to not like me, and you're just supposed to disagree with me like Sarah does, and that's fine. And I have more respect for that,
Yeah, I hear you. I respect fandom, too. Like, I hate the Green Bay Packers, but I respect how passionate their fans are. I have respect for the fandom, like you say.
And, and sometimes it is hard. And we have our own homerness when it comes to this program. We are Lions fans, so it obviously is going to be geared more towards Lions bias. But we can't help that. That you're going to find that everywhere you go.
Right, but that's why I hate bandwagon jumpers so much. Bandies. Because you ain't loyal to anyone until they start winning. That's why all these Matt Stafford fans in Detroit, when he, that's why you and I hated that thing so much. Is because of that same respect for fandom.
And here's the part why it really sucks is, a bandwagon fan is a fan. I love you too, man. Welcome back. I mean, I'm glad that you love the team now. I'm not one of those guys that's going to stand on that hill and say, well, you don't deserve to follow the Lions because you weren't following them so many years and wasted your money when they sucked. It's like, no, actually, you were probably smarter than me. I still spent my money on the damn jerseys and the T-shirts and stuff, and I tried to justify every shitty pick that they made under all the regimes. So who was really smarter, right? You liked Matt Stafford for a little while. Now it's weird.
It is true, Paul Jones. The Lions just drafted defensive tackle from LSU. They moved up in the draft to get him at 189, Mekhi Wingo. He was a team captain. He's a defensive tackle from LSU, and we only have one pick left, and that's number 210, just to give you an update. Sorry, Russ, go ahead.
Oh, no, you're good. I mean, this is the type of program we're just talking, throughout this process. We've drafted our guys and everything. And obviously, news is going to take precedent over any of the bullshit that's coming out of my mouth. So, Travis Glover from Georgia State, we got to talk about that. That's a new Green Bay Packer. Green Bay Packer just loading up on some offensive linemen. And now we got Minnesota on the clock. I told you, this is going to be some fireworks right here at the beginning of this round. Mm-hmm. We get everybody picking.
They get a Glover. They get a Hopper.
So here comes Minnesota. I think has quietly had a pretty good draft. You didn't like the beginning part of trading up one spot, but I think they got held hostage.
I think they I was never sold on JJ McCarthy either, so maybe that has something to do with it.
Yeah, but you got to respect the idea of they had another, and they take a kicker. You know what? I'm done talking good about you guys. I'm done. Did
they just take a kicker?
They sure did. The Minnesota Vikings, while I'm trying to give them kudos,
is it Will Riker?
That just irritates the shit out of me is taking guys that do one thing, kicking the frickin' football when you can have a. Okay.
Is it Cardi? Is it Cardi or is it Will Riker? Damn it!
It's Will Riker.
Good pick, bro. He's a great kicker. He's a really, really good kicker.
It's a good kicker. I'm not gonna beat it up. I just can't. I hate it. I hate it, Mike. I hate it. They've had a lot of good draft here. I think they've done well in this draft. I think you've afforded yourself a little bit of this to where you could take a kicker. It is the sixth round. I'm trying to help it, Mike.
That's the guy I wanted the Lions to take. I wanted us to come out of there with a kicker for the next 10 years, not our division rival.
Right.
Brett says, why would the Vikings take a kicker? They're only going to use him to start the game and at halftime.
You like that? 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 You like that?
You hear what I said earlier?
You like that?
You hear what I said earlier? That now that the Falcons drafted Michael Penix, they should look for a quarterback needy team. Maybe call the Vikings. Could you imagine Justin Jefferson with a guy like Kirk Cousins? Whoa, that could be dangerous.
You like that?
Oh, it's too much. I can't believe it. The Vikings took a kickers. Oh gosh, but they did get the best one. I can't stand it though, Mike. You know it. There's so many positions on the field that you need high quality players as a developmental, like some kind of freak, somebody you could sit down there and develop somebody that could be a part of somebody that plays meaningful snaps. I mean, I'm not saying a kicker isn't meaningful, but you can get the second best kicker as a UDFA in college. What about Will Ricard's foot is so awesome that you draft him above a linebacker or a pass rusher or a backup quarterback or a core special teams player?
Right. I mean, if that linebacker can kick a 60-yarder to win the game, I'm all for it.
So that's my issue with it. But the thing is to each their own. San Francisco drafted a kicker in the third round last year and went to the Super Bowl. So what the hell do I know?
There you go.
Still bothers me.
That's the guy I wanted us to go to another Alabama player, yet again another Alabama player, and take Will Riker with the last pick in our draft. Take cherry on top, a kicker for the next 10 years. But there's a guy at Stanford named Cardi who's even better than Riker. Last time the Lions took a kicker from the Northwest, worked out pretty good.
For Georgia State, that's probably it is really funny to me. Okay, and the pick is in for Buffalo. They select tackle Tyler Grable out of UCF. Yeah, and we're getting a lot of these guys that don't have profiles right now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have any information. I don't even know how much he weighs. They don't have anything right there. Jawar Jordan, halfback, goes to the Houston Texans.
Wow.
And the Browns are on the clock. They're flying through them now, Mike.
Yeah. What number is that pick, the Browns?
Browns is pick 206.
All right. So then the Lions on the clock at 210.
Yep, we're the next one in our division that's on the clock. All right. The Brownies, I would be happy for my family members, but, sometimes when you do something that awful, you can't take somebody's livelihood away for years and years and years and not expect that person to go find a new team. And, I'm not a bandwagon jumper. I just need to be I need to have a football team. I've always felt I love football too much. And you can't just take my team away for 5 years and just expect me to just come running back. I found somebody else. I found them and I've loved them since that inception, since Barry Sanders, since I've been watching them. I told everybody how I used to follow the Lions as a cute little kid. Just like I followed it through the newspaper. You look in the standings and I'm watching, I watch the Tigers and the Indians like that too. And the Cavs and the Pistons. I watched them through a newspaper because we only had 2 channels when I was a kid. ABC and NBC. And that's it. And then we got UHF when I was a little bit older, where you had a couple extra UHF channels. UHS. I'm speaking gibberish to everybody
You
right
could
now.
you get to see Bob Ross paint.
Right.
I grew up on that too, but I always watched cooking shows. I was really into that.
But the Cleveland Browns, that was my first memories of football. My family were diehard fans. It's hard not to get swept up into Bernie. I was a Bernie Kosar fan. And then they took the team away. That is I'll give this to Cleveland. Cleveland is one of the best football cities that you'll ever go to. Their fans are passionate, and regardless, they were pretty pissed off when they left and went to Baltimore, including me.
Yeah, but you had a chance to start all over. Why you go back to brown and orange? It's the worst. A plain orange helmet with nothing on it. Ugly ass brown uniforms.
Hey,
you had a chance to start over. I mean, Art Modell took the team to Baltimore and they picked black and purple.
And that's cool, whatever. But the tradition was an important thing to the people of Cleveland.
I guess.
Having that old school helmet, that simple helmet. There's something about that is iconic, and I love that part of it. But really, it is what it is. The Browns make their selection, and they select Nathaniel Watson, a linebacker from Mississippi State.
Yeah, they're still better than the Packers uniforms. Don't get me wrong.
So Nathaniel Watson is a classic in between the tackles kind of linebacker who wins with strength and length, but his athleticism limitations will likely limit him to early down work and a special teamer dude right there.
Seattle on the clock.
Seattle on the clock.
And then on deck, it's the Raiders.
We're going to bite a kneecap off.
Say hello to my little friend.
We're patiently being impatient for our pick right here because the Lions are going to be done here at 210.
Brendan Rice still on the board, son of legend Jerry Rice.
I wonder why no one selected Mahogany.
Seattle pick is offensive tackle Michael Jarrell.
Michael Jarrell.
So the Seahawks take another offensive lineman. They know what they're doing out there, buddy.
Well, they're getting practice squad people.
Puts the Las Vegas Raiders on the clock. Never thought we'd see an NFL team in Las Vegas. With all the gambling, you would think that that's kind of a sketchy proposition. They talked about it for a long, long time. They wanted an NFL franchise for a very long time. Yeah. Paul says Quantez Stiggers went to the Jets. Jeremy B probably bummed. Yeah, me too. I kind of was rooting for the guy, but we did get a Canadian. We did get a Canadian, and we could have took him. Stiggers, when Stiggers went, it was, what, fifth round? Fifth or early sixth?
Yeah.
So they obviously evaluated him and set a bar where he would be drafted. And had they come close to that, I think Brad might have got him because we know the Lions liked him.
Right. Well, we also know that the Lions got a couple of cornerbacks already. Maybe they, that was a backup plan that they didn't need to go to because they got the guys they wanted.
Right. Maybe Ennis Rakestraw was a big surprise to still be there at 61.
Correct. I think that they, what it's going to end up being is, for some reason, cornerbacks got pushed down the board because they were picking offensive linemen and quarterbacks and wide receivers, and value just dropped, and they probably didn't expect to get to starting level cornerbacks right off the bat. So yeah. So maybe Stiggers was, the plan. If they ended up, taking an offensive lineman or something. And
Raiders take a running back from New Hampshire, Dylan Laub. And then the Lions are on deck. Right now, the Rams are on the clock, but the Lions are on deck.
Yep.
For their final pick of the 2024 NFL Draft, presumably.
And I love it. I love it. I mean, they're at a point right now, like in 2021, the 7th round pick meant something because we needed everything. We needed the undrafted free agents too.
Yeah.
To try to fill out a roster.
Stripped it down to the studs.
Correct. And through the 3 years of nailing drafts and stuff like that, now that those, I mean, you don't need to, the Lions don't need to draft a 7th round dude that's not going to make the team, We're deep. We don't have the roster spots. So I feel like Brad Holmes went into this draft and he made the picks count,
Right, because we're going to walk out. We're going to walk out of this with 6 players.
Yep.
You got two corners, a tackle, a safety, and a defensive tackle. So this pick here, I'm rooting for a kicker. But and there it is, Josh Carty, the kicker. There he is. Never mind. Just went to the Rams. Damn it. That's the guy. Now we got to pivot. Now we don't take a kicker. Pinheiro is the guy from UNLV, would be the next kicker. He's got a big old fat gut. But he was a Lou Groza Award finalist. Lions are on the clock, people. And the best 2 kickers got drafted. I put that in my reel as well. Both these guys could get drafted.
And they did.
I've been crushing it this week. Because we're so vested in it, Russ. We're in it every day. Our heads are in it.
Right.
And it looks like Brendan Rice may not get drafted. How about that? Brendan Rice, Jerry Rice's kid right here, Brad.
Yeah, no shit.
62208 went to USC. Amon Ra loves him already, probably.
Yeah, no shit.
The pick
Wouldn't
is
that
in.
be- wouldn't that be something else if they select Rice? Wasn't he a higher up pick? Like,
Overall rank of 81.
wow. Wonder why people stood away from him.
He's a 76 grade as an overall prospect. That's pretty good.
You know,
And there it is. Christian Mahogany,
No, they did not.
Boston College guard.
Wow.
Love
There
it.
You like that? 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 You like that?
Remix.
I can't. I am this is unbelievable. This is an unbelievable pick by Brad Holmes. I don't know what's wrong with this guy, that he was the 106th overall prospect, and for some reason the Lions are selecting him with the 210th pick in the 6th round. So here's the analysis on him.
7th round.
No, we're in the 6th round, 210.
What? We got another round to go. Next
Good build for an interior player, big chest, midsection, powerful punch is an impressive mentality to bury defenders when he gets a chance.
Yeah, you're right. Round
Comfortable
6.
and confident in the man and gap combo blocking schemes. It sounds like this guy is a run blocking monster. 6'3", 322 pounds. And Mike, I mean, I would say that just based off of what this says right here, because I know we just picked him in the 6th round, but he had a 3rd round grade, and he was touted as somebody that, I mean, he might challenge Glasgow for the starting guard position.
Does he have position versatility, though?
He can play either guard. Let me see what I got. What else I can dig up on him, because this one was early enough picked in here that actually has some stuff on him.
Well, Lions take 2 corners, a tackle, a safety, a defensive tackle, now a guard. Love it.
It looks like he has played mostly just right guard. 826 snaps in 23, and 706 snaps in 21, and he didn't play in 22 for some reason.
But his PFF grade in run blocking.
Okay, let's see what we got here. Run blocking grade is a 74.5.
That's real good.
And his pass blocking grade is a 82.2.
Wow. That's pretty good grades.
Mm-hmm. True pass setting block grade is an 80. Gap blocking grade is a 70.
Oh, Fred just put up a great stat. Let me put that up and read it. First team all say ACC. 1 of 5 Power 5 guards to allow 0 sacks and 0 hits in 2023. This guy gave up no sacks, folks. 0. Had to play Jared Verse, too. Allowed no sacks.
Right.
Wow.
I can't believe he.
I'm exhausted.
Wow, what a pick! And I didn't think that my favorite pick would be the last pick, and it is. It really is, and it's from the value standpoint.
And another kicker goes, Cam Little. 3 kickers.
When you could have had a starting offensive lineman. It's crazy to me that people take kickers. You can't sell me on it. You can't sell me on it because you look at what the Lions just got right there. What would you rather have, Mike? If you had a chance, you're gonna pick. You got one shot. Do you want your starting kicker for 10 years, or do you want a starting left guard for 10 years?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, you don't know?
Yeah, I don't know.
You can't answer that right. You can't answer that quickly.
Can Christian Mahogany hit one when the game's on the line from 60 yards? No, he can't. That's what I need someone to do. I got an elite offensive line. I got an elite offensive line. What I need is someone who can win a game for me from beyond the 50-yard line.
Oh, you got that already. You need somebody that. Well, shoot, the kicker that we used last year kicked. I mean, he can kick the picks. The skin right off the ball.
He kicked a 54-yard field goal
in a playoff game.
Yeah. In a game that never ever felt out of reach. I mean, Dan goes for it so much that, hey, I understand what you're saying. There's real validity to your argument. I just like the comfort of drafting a guy that's going to be there for 10 years.
But you don't know that. How do you know that this guy? What about your college kicker? How do you know that he's going to get into?
You don't know that.
Well,
you don't, and you don't know the other guy's going to be a starting guard for 10 years either.
But I do know, what I do know is the kicker that I do have now has made a 54-yard field goal in a playoff game. And I don't know. I don't want them to draft a kicker. I want them to go get that dude from the Panthers.
So does Detroit Fan Man. Says same thing. His name is Jake Bates.
Let's go get Bates. You get him for free. Why don't you have to use a draft pick on him?
And here's this call out. Here you go. So at 2:15, the Niners will be on the clock, and they can take Jerry Rice's son to play for the third wide receiver in this draft that they've taken.
You think so?
That's what Steve is calling out. The Niners take Jerry's son.
That's an interesting one. I like that. I like that.
You like that? You like that? You like that?
I'll give that one 3. That's a good. That was a good one. I mean, did TJ Tampa go to Tampa Bay?
He went to the Ravens, of course.
But we did have. Then we had a couple of these where they ended up going Trotter. Then
Jeremiah Trotter went to Philadelphia where his dad played.
So that's cool. So maybe you're right. And Dwayne, I love it, Dwayne. Jake Bates. That's why don't they do it? I mean, this kid's booming 60-yard field goals. Like, screw it.
Yeah. His nickname is Master. It's our good friend Jeremy B from Football Talk with Smoke and Jeremy B in the South Florida Tribune. What is up, Jeremy? You want to chop it up here, buddy, at the end of this draft?
Yeah, he can come.
You're going to come on and tell me how you called Giovanni Manu? No. You put the link out there for Jeremy, Russ?
He should be able to get in here.
I love the day 3 picks, too. Yeah, he's got StreamYard. He can get in there.
You got our StreamYard. He can come in if he wants.
He loves the day 3 picks, he says.
Yeah. Man, I mean, this is awesome for me because I've done about 100 mock drafts. Jeremy's probably done 1,000 of them. But Mahogany was a very popular pick for me at pick 73. I would go up. I would actually go up in his value. Maybe call it a reach or whatever. But if you got your guard, a starting level guard, sitting right there, that was popular for me in the 3rd round. And for Brad Holmes to be the G that he is, and go up and just wait and get him in the 6th round, that makes me feel pretty good.
And Detroit Fan Man, you hit your prediction, buddy. 3 down linemen for the Lions in the draft. They get a tackle, a guard, and a defensive tackle. So you called that accurately.
And I love it too. And that's the thing is like we wanted to go grab those guys. You yelled at me like a couple times in there for not taking the guards early. And here you go.
Hello.
Hello.
Smoking Jeremy B.
About 50 yards from the stage, having a smoke, taking a break because I've been live all day too.
Oh, this is fun.
Right on. Tell us something we don't know, Jeremy, on these picks.
Christian Mahogany, as you well know, he was slated to be a late day 2 pick. Him falling this far makes you wonder if it's a work ethic thing or if he's got something with his medicals. But it's a great pick this late in the draft. This is where you're going to take one of those guys. If you're going to take a shot on somebody like Giovanni Manu and Mikai Wingo, he actually was the second fastest D tackle at the combine.
Right. And adding that depth on day 3, you got to love it.
Right. And I guess Manu was very excited when he got the call. He turned around to his family. He goes, I get to protect Jared Goff.
I get protected.
That's a great story.
And he looks like the Hulk. I mean, 6'7" and 5/8 inches tall and 350 pounds of man.
And ran a 4.940.
Yeah, at his personal pro day when he came down to visit Detroit is where he ran the 4.96. At the Canadian one where Stiggers ran his 4.42 and all that stuff, he ran a 5.04, which is still amazing for a guy that big.
A 33-inch vertical at 350 pounds. This guy's uber athletic.
He might be our new Dan Skipper.
Right. He's even bigger than Dan Skipper.
Yeah.
And what do you think about Ennis Rakestraw? And by the way, the Villain Squad has already trademarked the nickname Ennis the Menace.
Ennis Rakestraw, if you think about the 3 stages of defense a cornerback is supposed to do, it's man coverage, zone coverage, and tackling. He is a 2D type of corner. He's very good at run defense and tackling. He's okay to good at zone defense. Where he struggles, because he tends to get handsy in man coverage, he's stiff in the hips with his change of direction, is why he gets beat. But he does have the speed to be able to tackle from behind.
Right on. You like the pick, though?
Want me to be honest? I hated it.
Because you thought there were other prospects that would be a better fit for us at a better positional need.
No. There was better backs on the board at the time.
Okay. All right.
I'm just saying what I think.
Smoking Jeremy B right there, giving it to us straight. So, what's been your best day 3 pick outside of the Lions today?
Joshua Carty going to the Rams. They struggled with field goal kicking last year. They just got one of the more accurate guys and a guy that's got a leg where he can kick it from the other side of the field.
There you go. I told you, Russ. That was the guy.
And Cam Little going to the Jaguars is not a bad fit either because he does kick outside a lot. You get Joshua Carty in a dome at home for 8 or 9 games a year every year.
Jeremy, obviously no one knew anything about Giovanni Manu, or not much anyway, but we had heard about Sion Vaki. What can you tell us about him, the safety from Utah?
The safety from Utah actually is a two-way player. He's played running back too. Limited snaps at running back, but he actually is very effective, evidently, because he got a 94 PFF grade as a running back for Utah. But he's decent. He's twitchy in coverage. He's a very good gunner on special teams, and it looks like the Lions have listed him as running back. So who's on their way out the door? For me, I think it's Jameer Jefferson.
I think it's Kendall Vildor.
I doubt it. They signed him, and there's dead cap to it.
Yeah, they got 3 They got 3 secondary players, though. Somebody's on their way out if these 3 guys make the team.
Well, you got to remember, Kendall Vildor is at that point where that dead cap is higher than what he makes. He doesn't hit into the top 51 after the draft. So they can just put him to the practice squad.
Right.
Yeah, really,
That's what I meant.
It really comes from it'll probably be like Stephen Gilmore or Dorsey or one of the ones that are on the back end that are going to suffer from this.
It's one of those guys that make way less than $1 million with no dead cap.
Well, that's what happens. We got competition in them rooms now. We got to like that.
And I hated the fact that I saw Stiggers go at pick 200 to the Jets. You pair him up with Sauce and everybody else in that secondary, that was quietly a great pick. Yep. His RAS was a 9.35 because he is so athletic at 5'11" and 205.
And now the San Francisco 49ers have come and gone, and they did not draft Jerry Rice's son.
Oh, no.
Instead, they take a guard. And then the very next pick, Dallas takes a wide receiver, Ryan Florney from Southwest Missouri State, which, ironically, isn't that the college that Jerry Rice went to?
Which one?
Southwest Missouri State.
Yes.
So the Niners pass on Jerry Rice's son, and then the very next pick, the Dallas Cowboys draft a wide receiver from Jerry Rice's alma mater, while Brendan Rice still sits on the board. Interesting.
Wow. But look at what
Brendan Rice has been the best receiver on the board, according to ESPN, since the 10th pick of the 4th round.
Yeah, 81 overall ranked on ESPN.
Right, I got him as the 3rd ranked on. You got Michael Pratt and Blake Watson, halfback from Memphis, and then Brendan Rice.
I'm wondering if he had 4 practice reports out of USC or something like that, because you know what they say, you can have all the talent in the world, but when the talent doesn't work hard, you fall.
Well, they have Brendan Rice and his counterpart, Taj Washington. Both of them are according to PFF, are the 3rd and 4th highest ranked prospects that are left right now. And they both have high 4th round grades.
Right.
So
who knows? Could be potential UDFA material.
But I'll tell you what, man, right now, this the Steele going to the LA Rams right here. They get Bo Limmer from Arkansas, the center from Arkansas.
Right?
Yeah. So that's a starting level center right there that they're going to bring in to compete. And
the Rams have had a great draft.
Good draft. That's a great pick right there. Devin Leary ends up going to the Baltimore Ravens, developmental quarterback, and now we have the Buffalo Bills are on the clock. Go ahead, Jeremy. I'm sorry.
That's okay. So the only loser I have in this draft is the Atlanta Falcons at 8 taking Penix.
It's my quarterback.
I mean, they Jeremy had a good draft after, but
what the hell are you doing?
Yeah, Jeremy. Right. Did you hear that as soon as they drafted Penix, they started calling quarterback needy teams like the Vikings, saying, "Hey, you know, Justin Jefferson and Kirk Cousins would look great together." But they wouldn't bite.
So that's what we got going on. The Lions traded away that 249th to move up to get Wingo.
Good. We don't have a lot of holes. That's what's different about our draft this year. I really feel like Holmes went up and just got the guys that he wanted. I think that they had Ennis Rakestraw as their highest corner on the board at that time. I mean, I know that there's other people that like other players better. I mean, you aren't the only one that felt like that. But the bottom line is Holmes went up and got the guy that he wanted to get, and the one that they identified as somebody that would help this defense. And I
the one they went up and got was Terrion Arnold. We sat right where we picked and got Rakestraw. There's a big difference there. What we did get out of him is we got that physicality in the run game that Dan Campbell preaches about for corners to do. And maybe that's to show how to do it to other guys that haven't done it yet.
You know, when I look at the two guys that they got from their 2 third-round picks, right? You got Carlton Davis, and now you got Terrion Arnold, which are 2 really, really good press corner guys. Those are the guys that are going to do that. And then you pick up, and Rakestraw was PFF had him rated really, really well in zone coverage, where he was way better
Right.
in zone.
I said he was good in zone coverage. He's better in zone coverage than man because he gets too handsy in man.
Correct. So, but what does Aaron Glenn do? Aaron Glenn puts people in the positions where their strengths are going to be. I mean, I don't expect them to use Carlton Davis in a lot of zone stuff because he doesn't do it well. They're going to put him in all the man stuff. He's going to put him, Arnold's the same way, and they're going to have the zones in the middle. You're going to have Ennis, the menace, who's going to be in there doing that thing right there. So, I don't know. I think it works for what we have. I think they got the right guy for what we're doing. And they could have had those other guys, you know. But for some reason, they chose Ennis the Menace.
And the Niners do have pick 251 left, so there is still a chance that Jerry Rice's son could go to the Niners. Thanks for that call, Steve.
Is it a done deal? We got to have something.
All I know is
here.
this has been a blast. I can't thank South Florida Tribune enough for getting me here. It's been an amazing experience. I just met Pat Caputo. And when I introduced myself,
nice.
because I called into his show, I said, "It's Jeremy from Burton. I told you last time I talked to you, I'm going to be at the draft." He goes, "I thought you just meant as a fan." The only really cool moment this draft that happened to me is I ran into the guy that calls the games for Detroit on Fox Sports Deportes for all the Detroit sports. He goes, "Hey, I follow your podcast."
Wow.
So that was cool as hell to me.
Yeah. Look, we're getting a complaint, feedback here, Russ, saying that your mic is a little low. So why don't you say something?
Hello.
Yeah, you sound really low.
Make it happen,
Check,
sir.
check. 1, 2. Check.
A little more.
Check. 1, 2.
No, you're still pretty low.
Check 1, 2. Check. Check 1, 2.
Oh, that's too hot.
Looks like our draft is over. Are you happy overall with the way Brad Holmes conducted this draft, Jeremy?
Check.
I say it's a solid B+ to A-. Christian Mahogany at the back end. That's the last pick in the draft for us, unless we trade back into the 7th. I'm happy with it.
Check.
So
1, 2.
are you comfortable saying that the Mahogany draft pick kind of saved this draft from the C range into the B range?
Yes, because I think it was a C+, B-. That pick right there, he was supposed to be a late 3rd, early 4th rounder, and a starter going in. As they say, he's an NFL starting ready guard. So we got somebody, if let's say, God forbid, Ziegler or Glasgow has an injury, to step in.
Check.
Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock.
1, 2.
And then the Buffalo Bills on deck. How many picks are left?
The last pick is 257.
And what number are we
Check
at now,
1, 2.
Russ?
Hello.
What are we
1,
at
2.
now, Jeremy? Do you know?
I can't see it from here because I'm not inside at my computer.
We're in round 6
Check 1,
still,
2.
so it doesn't matter. We got a long way to go.
Yep, but the last round is 4 minutes a pick. So those are going to come in hot and heavy.
Go ahead, Russ.
Is that better? Check.
It's
Check.
a little better.
don't know.
Detroit fan man asked, can Mahogany play any center? We did look that up, and it said that he plays both guards.
Yep, he plays left and right
Shit.
guard.
Thank you,
Our
Dwayne.
backup center for now is still Glasgow.
We said there's 257 picks, and thank you, Dwayne. We are currently at 220, so 37 picks to go.
Yep. All right, guys, I'm going to
220.
check out and get back up and sit with Scott and Candy as we watch the end of the draft. You guys have
All
a
right.
great stream. I was happy I was able to get in today. Yesterday was a shit show with the internet here. It was a pain in the ass.
Well, hey, thanks so much for hopping on with us today. We really appreciate it. Have a safe trip home, buddy.
Oh, yeah, I'm probably going to take a nap before I leave.
All right, see you later, Jeremy. Smoking Jeremy
Yep.
B, everyone. You can catch Smoking Jeremy B right here on the Villain Squad Network. You can catch him right here on the Villain Squad Network every morning at 11 a.m. on weekday mornings. So, did you hear that, Russ? Jeremy not over the moon about the two corners being the first two picks. He wasn't crazy about Ennis Rakestraw as the second pick. What do you think about that? Isn't that interesting?
I mean, I don't know. Jeremy can have his opinion. That's
Right.
fine. I mean, I think that like I've been saying the entire draft right here is, who are we? I mean, who are we really to criticize anything Holmes has done? I mean, is there something in his track record that makes you feel a certain way?
Right.
I don't know. I would love to try to criticize him. I would love to know where he gets the confidence to go there with that. I don't know what to say with that. Okay, Jeremy Ballrick from the South Florida Tribune thinks that Brad Holmes should have taken a different cornerback. There were better cornerbacks that were on the market. But Brad Holmes, the GM, the one that we trust, the one that we're letting cook, picked the guy that he picked. So I'm trying to take a criticism of that serious. And I'm sorry, whether you're from the South Florida Tribune or you're ESPN, you're Mel Kiper, I don't give a shit. Like, let Holmes cook. Let Holmes do what Holmes is doing. Okay? I mean, criticize it. That's
The
fine.
next corner taken after Rakestraw was Andrew Phillips.
So that's somebody that we brought in, right?
Correct.
And he had the choice of all of those cornerbacks, and Holmes took Ennis the Menace. And I
Right.
trust that. Like, that's kind of where I'm at with it. Like, I'm not going to, I mean, if Jeremy wants to poo-poo the pick, that's fine. I mean, I guess I'm not going to, I can't die on that hill. I don't know enough about all of the cornerbacks to even have an opinion, you know? I mean, I've listened to a lot of people that are smart give their opinions on these players. There's certain people that I trust with what they say. I like what they say. I like the way that they look at it. I usually look at players, ex-players that are breaking down film, you know, because they're seeing all those little things or whatever. But Brad Holmes saw Ennis the Menace. I think it's going to be one of those things, just like you said, wait till you see these guys out on the field. Wait till you see what they're going to do. You got these guys that have skills that you want. You know, I love the Terrion Arnold pick. I love that they went up and got their guy. They identified this guy. Now you got two cornerbacks. I mean, really think of it now how it looks on the team, right? Carlton Davis, Terrion Arnold, locking it down, right? You got Ennis the Menace and Brian Branch and Kirby Joseph and Ifatu Malafanu on your back end with the rotation. Vildor isn't even going to get seen until like maybe the third or fourth guy off the bench because of the way they've got this set up.
Mm-hmm. We are now in the 7th round. First pick of the 7th round. Buffalo Bills are on the clock. Go ahead.
So that's the way that I'm looking at it. Like we're not drafting because we need a bunch of different players. We're trying to find the right players. And I think that they believe they found the right players.
The pick is in. You got the pick.
I don't. I'm having some technical difficulties right now.
Testicle difficulties. Thank goodness for Dwayne. Got the Washington Commanders on deck. And the pick is in. It's a guard, Travis Clayton from England. His college is listed as England. What? Is this a rugby player? England to the Buffalo Bills. Travis Clayton. It's listed as a guard, but they don't even have measurables for him. Oh, here it is. He weighs 4 stone. It just says England. That's where he's from. Washington Commanders on the clock. Got edge and offensive tackle still on their needs. They've had edge listed as their need since round 1, and they haven't addressed it yet. And Corey has confirmed he's a rugby player. So the Buffalo Bills take a rugby player in the 7th round. Steve says, I was over in a Vikings podcast and they're saying the Bears or Vikings will win the division. Lions will come in 3rd and Packers in the basement of the division. Well, come on, man. These are people that yell a Norwegian word that they don't even know what it means. They just yell it. Skull! Norwegian for cheers. So they've lost most credibility. Well, but I digress. I don't want to get into that space.
Ooh. Okay. Hopefully that is. I had restarted the computer.
Oh, yeah. Buffalo took a rugby player while you were gone.
I like this international program that they got going on. This is just a real true testament to, I know everybody boos Roger Goodell when he comes out there, but this guy has really put the NFL into a global platform here. And that's the proof right there. This international pathway. You got these guys coming from England. I think this is, the type of platform that the Lions use to get the gigantic guy they got. All these different avenues that they have to get players now all over the place. So it's really cool, I think. And but no, I can't wait to get on the internet after this draft is over and then listen to what Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell say about these draft picks, because I'm interested. Like mahogany, that's something that you can look at in an obvious form. Like if you've been looking at the draft, you've been doing mock drafts, that was an awesome pick. Like you're like, wow, how'd you do that? How'd you get that? So that one's obvious, but like this Manu guy, I want to know what they say about this guy. They got this safety that can kind of be a running back. That's interesting. I'd love to see how they say they're going to use that guy, because you heard Jeremy on here talk about this guy. He could be a running back. We don't even know how they're going to use him. They could use him as a playmaker. Are they even going to use him on defense at all? Are they going to use him as a both-way player for a little bit? Maybe he's going to be like the Don Kelly baby. Remember the old Tigers hitter, could play everything, could even pitch. Like, the jack of all trades, master of none. Maybe this guy's just going to be a do-it-all guy that's just kind of use him a little bit everywhere. We've tried some fourth down fakes that are pretty exotic. All of a sudden, is that who we're going to see running around the side right now on the fourth down fakes on our side?
That's a good call. That's a real good call, Russell Wayne.
So it's interesting. This is fun. This is the funnest time of the year right here for us here at the Villain Squad, a.k.a. main event. And we've gotten to break down the last 3 drafts. I mean, I broke down drafts for 20 years, but getting really down deep every single year and really understanding these players. This is fun. It's fun coming in here and covering every single hour of the NFL draft.
Washington Commanders take an edge rusher from Notre Dame. They finally addressed that edge. Javonte Jean-Baptiste.
And that's why I'm back over here, and I'm a little bit out of my depth, with some of these late round picks.
Yeah, every year it's like this.
But this is awesome. You get to this is where you learn. This is where you learn about these late round guys. They're going to tell you all about them. In the 7th round, here we are. Baptiste. Jean-Baptiste from Notre Dame. He has a no analysis.
Are you going to be able to cover the rest of the draft by yourself?
Okay. Yeah. It is I, Russell Wayne. I'm taking you all the way into the end of this. Into the end of this draft. I got you. Let's do this. I ain't afraid of these people.
Thanks, everyone, for being with us. God bless you all. The main event, Mike. Peace out.
Get
you
all
good?
I'm close.
You good?
I'm getting in here all close and up and personal with everybody. Okay? I'm going to take you in for the rest of the draft. That's the main event, Mike. You can count on him to come in on Monday. Okay? Mike's going to come in here on Monday, and he's going to break it down because he's going to do some research, and he's going to come up with his information. I'm going to do my research. I'm going to come in with my information. We're going to break these things down on the Monday's program in the evening. As you know, I don't have my morning show, not on Monday. Main event Mike will come in, and we will be doing this guy right here. We're doing a draft special right now. Main event Mike will be in there on Monday in the evening. I'll be on there too. And we'll be breaking it down. Just like we're breaking it down right now. We're in a live draft right now. Talking about Javonte Jean-Baptiste. 6'4", 260 pounds. Edge rusher. Jean-Baptiste. There's flashes of impactful speed rush elements that pave the way for Jean-Baptiste to become a pass rushing specialist and in a 3-4 outside linebacker in the NFL. Gonna have to get stronger, according to PFF. And who do we have on there next? It looks like the Raiders have made their pick. And the Raiders select Trey Taylor. Trey Taylor, how are you doing? I'm gonna get in here. I'll show you what I see. We got Trey Taylor coming in. And we're looking at it. Trey Taylor. Let me see what that looks like to you. Oh, that looks wicked. That's crazy looking. So better not do it like that. See, that doesn't work with the tracker. Like that. Okay, Trey Taylor. Safety, 6 foot, 210 pounds. Taylor has decent all-around size and body control and football intelligence. Put himself right into positions consistently. His lack of top gear limits him. There you go. You got yourself a safety, my friend. You are watching the draft special. 3rd annual draft special. Here we are. Day 3. Lions have made some picks. Made the team a lot better. I appreciate you sticking. The ones that stick with me all the way to the end. Corey Patterson. Good to see Rice get drafted. Brendan Rice going to the Chargers. Chargers draft the Rice. Jerry Rice's son. Steve says that I was over in a Vikings podcast, and they're saying that the Bears and the Vikings will the divisions. Lions 3, Packers in the basement of the division. Okay, I don't care. Bring it. Bring it. Bring it. Lions are going to win the division. Ain't none of them got better than the Lions. Lions are going to win the Super Bowl. The Lions were a couple players away, and they got those players. They needed some secondary pieces, and the rest of the team was fine. Top 5 offense got better. Got better on defense. I mean, and went to the NFC Championship. Bring it. Bring it. If you're going to beat the Lions, you're going to take the division from the Lions, you're going to have to be a top 10 team in the league. Because whether you can take the division from the Lions or not, that's fine. Maybe you win the division, but the Lions are still going to go to the playoffs. I mean, you can believe that. This team is built. The team's already built. Got a shutdown corner. Got another shutdown corner. This is a different way. You got one of the better zone cornerbacks in the draft, and then you got the best man cornerback in the draft. Let Brad cook. Let Brad cook. Going on that live. There you go. Look at the Cardinals. Look at the Cardinals. Cardinals coming in, taking Jaden Davis. Jaden Davis, cornerback out of Miami, which puts the Cleveland Browns on the clock. What was your crazy draft day surprise spoiler? What did you call? What did you call that you thought was some crazy shit that was going to happen? What did you call that you sit back and you're like, yeah, I knew it. I knew it. The Amon-Ra St. Brown and Penei Sewell. Lions showed that they were going to go ahead and pay their guys. And I'm happy that they did that. I'm happy that they showed how they want to run this team. And the Lions, The Lions are built to be a strong team for many years to come. And I like that. You know, I want to be part of a talk show that has relevant things to say, you know? When your team sucks, it's hard. It's hard to run one of these shows. The first year, 3-13-1, that's hard. That's hard to come out here every day. Try to talk to people about football. You get your ass kicked like that. Sucks. It sucks. What are you going to do? But they're built, you know? Bring it, Steve. That's what I tell them, man. They're going to say we're in the basement. They're going to say we're in the basement. Dwayne says, did I say that right, Dwayne? It is the Edge, Javon, Jean-Baptiste. And then the Chargers getting Brendan Rice. Arizona getting Jaden Davis. And that's where we're at right now. Oh, there we go. Finally, it comes through. The Cleveland Browns have selected Miles Harden, cornerback out of South Dakota, the 151st overall prospect, according to PFF. 6 foot, 200 pounds. Harden doesn't have much experience in the slot, but a nickel role would emphasize his strengths, quickness, run support, competitive, and whatnot. And he could be a starting nickel at some point. I think this is a really, really good pick. Really, really good pick for the Browns to be able to get Miles Harden here in the 7th round at pick 227. If what they say is true, that he is the 151st overall prospect. If that's true, then the Browns just got to steal on that. Steve says, I just let the nonsense people talk nonsense. I let my team prove it on the field. And that's what I say. You know, you have belief in your team. I have belief in my team. And there's good reason. You know, if you're a Lion fan, like, I don't think we have anything to prove to the Packers at this point. The Packers have won like 1 out of 6 matches against us. And they got to do the proving. So when people say, what are you going to do about Josh Jacobs? I don't buy that. I think it's, what are you going to do about Jahmyr Gibbs? And if you want to ask me the question as a Packer fan, Steve, and Steve would ask me this question, what are you going to do about Jordan Love? Well, the thing is, the Lions did something about it, right? What did they do? They went out and they used their first 2 draft picks on secondary so they can guard those wide receivers. They went out into free agency and got a top 3 defensive tackle to pair with Aleem McNeil. That's what they did to stop Jordan Love. That's what they did to stop Caleb Williams. They got better too. They did the things that they needed to do. So have belief. As the Baltimore Ravens are on the clock and they make their selection, center from Michigan State, Nick Samac. He's going to be a smacking you. Going to be smacking. He's not rated, so I'm not going to say anything about him. PFF doesn't have a grade on him. We're in the 7th round. That's going to happen. The end right there. Right there. But as far as the other teams in the division, the Lions won the division. The Lions won the division, didn't lose talent at all. They got better on 3 different positions. They took their weakness as now their strength. As far as the cornerbacks, now we got secondary guys. It's different now. It's got a different looking defense. I like that defense. Offense, you ain't got to worry about. Offense is going to score on you. Green Bay ain't got nothing to stop that offense. Chicago's didn't do anything to stop that offense. Vikings ain't going to do anything to stop that offense. I mean, they got better, though. The Vikings can actually say, hey, we did some stuff to try to stop that offense, that unstoppable offense. Well, the Lions actually got more stuff on their offense. We got better on the offensive line. You know, you got first-year players going into the second year. You still got a solid quarterback in Jared Goff, best tight end in the league with Sam Laporta. You got Amon-Ra St. Brown, a sun god. I mean, the Lions are loaded on offense. And then you come into this draft and you shore up the one obvious weakness that you have, and that's it. You don't have any weakness at linebacker. You got great linebackers. Jack Campbell, Alex Anzalone, Derek Barnes, Malcolm Rodriguez. You got Jalen Reeves-Maybin on special teams. You're loaded at linebacker. You got good safeties now. You just invested in a safety. You know, you got Kirby Joseph, Ifatu Malafanu, Brian Branch on the defensive line. I mean, you drafted a defensive lineman. You got DJ Reader. You got Aleem McNeil. You got Broderick Martin marinating. You draft this cat from LSU. You're loaded. Loaded. Aiden Hutchinson and 5 defensive ends on the other side. That's why they didn't draft defensive ends, pass rushers. I know there's some people out there that think that we should have drafted pass rushers. Thank you, Dwayne. Ravens pick Nick Smack. I like that name, Smack. I'm going to smack the crap out of you. I'm going to get you smacked around. I don't know if Steve's still in there. Steve might have checked out. Their draft's over. I don't even know if they got any more Green Bay in there. Do I see another? Oh, no. Green Bay picks at 255. Damn. Minnesota selects guard out of Wake Forest, Michael Juergens. I don't have anything on him. He's a player, but he's not in the PFF top 300. So, you got a guy. I mean, in a sense, a lot of people call the 7th round is almost like the glorified start of the undrafted free agents. You know, a lot of these guys that are getting picked, it's kind of like the priority undrafted free agents is what you're going to get here. You know? And the Vikings got a lot of picks. So, you're not even counting on all these guys to make the team. Well, thanks, Steve. I appreciate. Sorry, I got to put the things over top right now. I'm being bad. But I'm going to take you all the way to the end. My name is Russell Wayne. This is our third annual draft special. We endure the marathon every year. The marathon known as every hour, every pick of the NFL draft, the Villain Squad is live. And, you know, we want to be live for it, man. This is something every year. It's a way for us to get to know the players. And I hope that I can help you guys do that. You know, even if I'm just reading off a cue card, I'm going to give you these. I'm going to give you these players if I got info on them. Like right here. New England Patriots on the clock. They make their selection. The New England Patriots select Jaheim Bell, tight end from Florida State. He's 6'3", 239, kind of a small tight end, huh? This is what they say about it. PFF says Bell is undoubtedly a roster depth piece because of the many roles that he can play. He needs to develop a better feel for zone coverage as a receiver and needs to maintain better blocks. So you got a nice little developmental piece right there. And that puts the Minnesota Vikings back on the clock, and they picked that. They picked that real fast. So the Minnesota Vikings select another guy I don't have anything on. Levi Drake Rodriguez from the Texas A&M Commerce. And that puts the Dallas Cowboys on the clock. So I don't know anything about this guy. Like I said, this is like the glorified undrafted free agent, priority free agent. So as you get to pick your 7th round pick, you know, at least you didn't let everybody else bid on this guy. So here we are. We are at pick 232. We are live. We are live. We are live at pick 232. And you know what? This is how much I love you guys. Because the Lions draft is over. You know, unless they want to use future capital to jump into the 7th round, which I doubt. You know, I'm just here hanging out all the way till the end. You know, I'm here for Steve. Steve's excited. Steve's excited because the Green Bay Packers are going to select 2 more picks. And I'm interested because I'm an NFC North guy, man. I want to know what my enemies are doing. And I actually like the fact that there's not a lot of information on all these guys. That, you know, there's a ton of these guys. That's cool. I like that. Makes me feel all double secret probation. Just remember to join me. I'm Russell Wayne. And you can join me on the weekdays in the afternoons, Tuesdays through Friday at 3 p.m. I'm in the afternoon show. You can join Jeremy Ballrick in the morning, 11 a.m. He'll break it down. He'll give it to you real. I don't have to agree with Jeremy. That's why this network is great. We don't agree with each other. I trust Brad Holmes. He always seems to find these guys. I mean, if I had to talk to, I will talk to Jeremy, but I'm thinking that Jeremy probably liked the day 3 picks better than anything else. He got some great depth stuff going on. I actually remember Jeremy talking about the defensive tackle they got from LSU as being the better one of the 2. Actually, I think 3 of LSU tackles got picked. So, Dallas Cowboys on that. They select tackle Nathan Thomas out of Louisiana. 6'5", 334 tackle. Louisiana Ragin' Cajuns. That's who he played for. That's the name of his school. Seriously. Nathan Thomas. Out of Louisiana Ragin' Cajuns. The Ragin' Cajuns. The Ragin' Cajuns. The Ragin' Cajuns. 6'5", 334. If you keep things in a phone booth, Thomas has the power profile to make the roster as a defensive depth or as an depth offensive tackle in a man gaps scheme offense. So looks like a people mover to me. A people mover. There you go. Nathan Thomas going to the Dallas Cowboys.
You like that?
How you guys doing out there? Are you guys still awake? Are you feeling good? Are you feeling good about your draft? So I wanted to, while we're sitting right here and I'm waiting, the Indianapolis Colts are on the clock. And Green Bay does have two more picks in this. But as far as the Lions draft picks, let's see. I got Pride of Detroit out here. And I really enjoy their writing, and I really hate what happened to them. You know, I feel like they got corporated, and it sucks. And I enjoy their writing, so I'm going to read their stuff, what they said. So the Detroit Lions, they traded up into the first round, going from 29 to 24, select Alabama cornerback Terrion Arnold. Boom. And so the move adds a big playmaker, arguably the best cornerback in the draft, to a secondary that could use some help after losing Cameron Sutton this offseason. What a mess that was. So Detroit's cornerback room is now massively overhauled. They the key additions of Carlton Davis, Amik Robertson, and now Terrion Arnold. So they ended up trading their 73 overall. I mean, it's expensive, but it's the guy. If it's the guy you want, then it's worth it. Right there. All right. Gosh, we had two moves. Two players went off the board right there. So the Denver Broncos. First, the Indianapolis Colts select Jonah Alua from Oklahoma, defensive tackle. Don't have anything on him. And the Denver Broncos select Devon Vale out of Utah, the wide receiver, and I don't have anything on him. And that puts the Jacksonville Jaguars on the clock. Cute. All right. So, in the second round, the Lions didn't move up. They let the board come to them. And with a plethora of talent on the board, they selected Ennis Rakestraw with the 61st overall pick. While Rakestraw was common pairing to the Lions due to his physical play style and fearlessness out on the field, this is quite a surprise. The Lions select Alabama cornerback Terrion Arnold in the first and now double down at the position. So they invested it. I mean, if you ask all my Packer fan friends like Steve that's out there that loves his draft, he says he loves his draft. If you were to ask me, what the hell am I going to do about trying to stop your awesome wide receivers? Well, you draft cornerbacks and guys that can stop wide receiver guys. You know, I mean, what more can we do? You know what I'm saying? So then they go into the 4th round, and this Giovanni Manu, I don't know a lot about him. Let's see what Pro Football Focus says. The Detroit Lions traded up into the 4th round and spending a 25 third-round pick to select him. So Manu from the University of British Columbia. He is a massive human at 6'8", 350 pounds. He made 33 starts at left tackle and 6 at left guard. Most notably, Manu is a ridiculous athletic profile, running a 5.06 40-yard dash at 352 pounds and posting an impressive 33.5-inch vertical. Manu was drafted with the 4th round pick at pick 126. He scored an 8.33 on the RAS out of a possible 10. This ranked 162 out of 1,300 offensive linemen. Okay, cool. Manu fits in as a developmental swing tackle and gives the Lions some depth at a position that is currently lacking it. The Lions offensive tackle signing, the only one that's signed past 2024 is Penei Sewell. So, there you go. There's a little bit more information on him. And here's a little something. Round 4, they select. Let me go in here, make sure here. Oh, we got a new pick in. Yeah, I got a couple of extra picks in here. The Jacksonville Jaguars select Miles Cole. And the Cincinnati Bengals have selected center Matt Lee out of Miami. And the Houston Texans at pick 238 select Solomon Byrd, edge defender from USC. And it looks like we also have the Saints who have also made a pick. They're flying in right now. Hosea Ephraim, a tackle from Eastern Kentucky. Looks like, yeah, these are borderline undrafted guys right here. Solomon Byrd, what do we got here? He's the 241st overall prospect. That's cool. Matt Lee, 310th overall prospect. Miles Cole. Now that looks like they got some value right there, according to PFF. You know, because we're in the 230s right now. So Jacksonville might have got a steal right there. Let's take a look at that, because we have the Carolina Panthers that are on the clock. I may be a lot ahead of you, because these picks are flying in right now. So I apologize if I'm just going through them. So I'm going to talk a little bit here about where I think they got Miles Cole. This looks like this was a steal right here at 6 foot, 280 pounds. Six-year player with limited production. Come back with potential, but the Cole breaks the mold. His length and athleticism give him a front versatility. If he can gain some extra power and hone pass rushing moves, he can be a contributing player. So That's a good, athletic freak, and when you're getting a player that's ranked, around 150 at 240, 235, you're doing pretty good. Like that. I like that. Aiden asks how long. Detroit's done. Detroit doesn't pick anymore. Detroit's draft is done. I'm here to serve Steve, the Packer fan. I mean, they're picking all the way at 255, and that's what we do here at the Villain Squad. We stay all the way till the end of the draft. I could peace out. I could do it, but I want to stick it out because I want to say that I could stick it out. And I love being able to give you guys the information. I'll help you learn about these players as I'm learning about these players. And look at that. The Carolina Panthers come in and they select linebacker out of Michigan, Michael Barnett, 198th overall prospect. So you're getting some value right there where you drafted him. Barnett is a natural football player, but he's too small to play linebacker and not athletic enough to play safety. He projects as a potential special teams ace with some defensive responsibilities in dime situations. So I don't mind that. He's a tweener. They call him the tweener. You're not going to be able to get any pass rushing out of him. Maybe you can put some bulk on him, Put some bulk on him. Turn him into one of them jack linebackers. Looks like he can rush the passer. Put 10 pounds on this kid. Get him some muscles. So, Panthers select Michael Barnett. That's where we're at right now. But going back to the Lions draft here, I really like that. You got 3 impact players right there. Okay, so Sione Vaki. So let's see what we got here. Vaki played mostly safety in college, but also filled in at running back for the Utes, rushing for 317 yards and 5 touchdowns on 42 carries. He's also the leader and the team captain. Oh, ding, ding. There it is. So, leadership. And you got a versatile players, man. Versatile players. You got a guy that I think he's going to play safety. But I think they're going to use him for special stuff, too. Like what they used to, the fourth down, somebody coming running, they used Reeves Maben, I think, on one of them. But we're taking you all the way to the end. We're taking you all the way to the end right here. The Swami. The Swami's going to take you in. And I hope that you guys are enjoying the draft. And the Miami Dolphins are on the clock right now. What did you think of Michael Barnett going to the Carolina Panthers? Another Michigan player drafted. They won the national championship. They probably just, let's just take everybody from that team. Why not? What did you think of the draft? I appreciate the people you guys are sticking it out. I know there's only like 5 of us that are left. We can do it, though. We can do it. We can make it to the end. This is the end. This is the end, my friend. Yeah, there we go. Come on, Miami. Try not to be taken all day. We don't care. Nobody cares. I don't even think the Dolphin fans care. They don't even like them. Oh, poor Miami Dolphin fans. Well, there we go. The pick is in. Hit the bell, Russ. The pick is in. Taj Washington out of USC goes to the Miami Dolphins. The 129th overall prospect right here. I think that he fell just because he is smaller. But that's a pretty good value to get right there. Good job by the Miami Dolphins. You got the Tennessee Titans that are now on the clock doing their thing. So I was going through some of the Lions stuff. I love the day 3 stuff, man. I mean, you got a defensive tackle and a guard that has a chance to actually do something. And that's something else, you know. Can't complain about that too much, you know what I'm saying? If you're getting guys that can contribute late like that, man, I dig. So if I'm going and I'm grading the Lions position groups now after the draft, I mean, Mike and I, we did this exercise a couple weeks ago. I think I had this position group at a 6 or something like that. Or a 7. I think they moved it up, man. I think this is going to be one of the better units in the NFL because of what they've done. I think Terrion Arnold is a impact player right from day one. And it's okay to think that because that's why you take those top players. And they made the team a lot better in the draft. I love it. I love it. And there we go. The Tennessee Titans have made their selection. Let me get it in here. The Tennessee Titans have selected safety, 6'5", 215 pounds, James Williams, out of the Miami Hurricanes University. Williams earned a PFF coverage grade of 78.1, 88.5 over the past 3 years. His athletic testing may limit him to more of a box role, but his on-the-field production will give him a chance to make an impact in the NFL. That's a long guy. 6'5". So they had him as the 211th prospect. You know, day 3 guys. The Cleveland Browns are on the clock. Packers. They're going to be making a couple picks here. And a couple picks. Steve's getting all excited. I even made a Packer graphic. Because I do talk about the Packers every once in a while. I mean, we have the Lions. That's the primary focus of the show. But when we talk about the Packers, I mean, you got to talk about a team that overachieved last year. They did. They did. I mean, there was not a lot of nice things that were said about Jordan Love. He overachieved. He played better than anybody thought that he could play. And now they're building around that fact. And, the biggest questions I have for what the Packers would have, and I think it would be any question, is like, what do they do long term? They're in a spot with Jordan Love. I mean, he can be great. He could be great. He can continue to be great. But after this year, you're gonna have to pay him. And I think the quarterbacks are gonna end up being $60 million. So they'll have to do that. They'll have to contend with that. So that's the biggest questions that I have with the Packers. But I thought the draft was good for what they wanted. As far as PFF goes, yeah, I can take it or leave it. So PFF did not like your draft. They liked parts of your draft. But, there's the Packers. Are they a contending team? Oh, the Packers jumped right on, and the pick is already in. Holy crap. So, look at that. Look at that. The Packers. I don't even care what the Cowboys took. They took defensive tackle Justin Rogers. All right. Anyway, the Packers select Michael Pratt, quarterback, out of Tulane, right there. The 97th overall prospect. Hey, Steve. PFF loved this pick right here for you. A developmental quarterback, Michael Pratt out of Tulane. All of that falling all the way down. What do they say about this guy? Right? Let's take a look at Pratt. 6'3", 220 pounds. All right? Here's what they say about Michael Pratt. He's very clean fundamentals. Touch passes are a strength of his game. He's not afraid to put some air under his passes to make it easier for his receivers to catch it. Not afraid to look in the middle of the field for a seam or dig route. Got better, more consistent manipulating coverages with his eyes in 2023. You got a pretty good quarterback right there. Here's a guy that you get in the 7th round. Gutekunst takes Michael Pratt, quarterback, in the 7th round. This kid had a 2nd or 3rd round grade. Now, obviously, you're going by needs. Spencer Rattler, he dropped pretty far. He ended up getting picked up by New Orleans. But Michael Pratt, 2nd team All ACC. Out of the Packers draft, that looks good. I like the end of that draft almost better than the stuff you did in the earlier stuff. You got Michael Pratt, Travis Glover, a tackle that I don't have anything on. The Keaton Oladapo, right there, the safety from Oregon State. That's a good pick. Jacob Monk, I don't know. Evan Williams, I don't know. Tyron Hopper. You might have a good linebacker right there, but according to PFF, you probably could have gotten him 2 rounds later. But I don't know if he's good or not. You got Marshawn Lloyd at pick 88. Safety, Javon Ballard at 58. Edgerrin Cooper at pick 45. And that's another one that PFF, I mean, that's kind of right. That's about right on. He's the second best linebacker according to PFF. That's a good pick right there. So, I mean, you got a lot of picks. You know, you threw a lot of darts. So, I like that. Jordan Morgan in the first round. So there's the Packers. That's what the Packers did in the offseason. But the last pick right there, that's probably, if I had to say, that's probably my favorite pick. I like that. He'll challenge. He'll be there learning the system. And if Jordan Love doesn't work out, you know, you need to develop the other guys. Sean Clifford, is that your backup? There you go. I knew they would draft him. I'm smiling ear to ear. Hey, that's a good pick. That's a good pick. I will tell you, you know me, Steve. I'll tell you if I like your pick. There's a couple of the picks I didn't like. There's a couple picks I didn't like that were there. But there's a couple of them that were really good. I like that one right there. I like that you got some secondary pieces. You took three, I think you got three safeties. So you need a safety, and you got some safeties, like some crazy safeties. You got safeties, mad safeties. I mean, that's a lot like what the Lions just did. You know? We needed cornerbacks. You know, we got torched. The teams that torched the Lions, they torched us in the secondary. And they went and they fixed it. So we got the Tampa Bay Buccaneers that were on the clock. They picked Devin Culp, tight end out of Washington. Man, they're flying through these picks. Kansas City on the clock, selecting a guard from Holy Cross, C.J. Hansen. You know, these are all just developmental guys. I mean, I don't want to go too much. There you go, C.J. Hansen. He's got a little something on him. What do you think, C.J. Hansen? Hansen's PFF run blocking grade has improved progressively over the first 3 seasons, while PFF run blocking grade has decreased progressively. He has shown enough flashes in his career to make him worthy of a late round flyer or a UDFA pick. And that's exactly where they're at. So that ain't too sexy right there. So Steve likes that pick. Dwayne says KC picking CJ Hansen. Guard. Chad. Pratt reminds me of Purdy. Steve could be a sleeper. I'm telling you, like, I'm not 100% on Jordan Love. And I know that everybody over in Green Bay is going to just tell you how great he is and he can't do any wrong. And I just saw him walking on water. But there's part of Jordan Love's game that is kind of goofy. You know, I've seen him melt down in games, and you know, and not in a demeanor kind of way, but you know, make a couple bad throws, can put himself out of the game, and then you're out of the game. So, you know, teams are going to have the tape on them. They usually do stuff to defend these guys the following year because you have a whole thing of tape. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens, but, you know, this is a big year for Jordan Love. You're in the second of that 2-year little deal that they made, and he's got to prove himself. Jordan Love can make himself a lot of money this year. If he goes out there and he has a MVP type season, the Packers will be forced to pay him upwards of $60 million. And that's just the price of doing business, folks. You know, the Packers, they're building something. They got a lot of young pieces. They had the youngest team. And they just drafted like 30 more players or whatever. So, is there a clear plan by Goody? Is he just picking dudes? Are they picking guys? Is there a plan? Is there a method to that madness? Because you got a lot of young guys. And now you have a lot more young guys. So, but Minnesota's been done. Minnesota. How'd Minnesota do? Let's go look and see how. Let's go see how good Minnesota did. Hey, yo. The Minnesota Vikings. Let me see if I can throw this up here for you guys. That'd be cool if I could do that. What does that look like? There you go. You know, Minnesota Vikings getting J.J. McCarthy. You know, Mike was giving him a hard time because they traded up one spot, but you don't know what was going on. J.J. McCarthy was a sought-after prospect. You know, somebody probably, I mean, the Jets probably held him hostage for that. Hey, I got some other people that are offering me some stuff. You better give me some stuff. You move up, take that spot. But they got their guy, J.J. McCarthy, in the first round. Second first-round pick. I mean, very smart. You know, you just lost Daniil Hunter, and you brought in Grenard, but that was kind of a wash. This is a move right here, Dallas Turner. This makes you better. That makes you better on the defensive front. That's a good move. I like that. And then it looks like they don't have a second, third, or fourth round pick. In the fourth round, Kyrie Jackson. This is a guy that was touted going in the third and sometimes even the second round. This is a good pick. This is a good pick right here. So Kyrie Jackson, 6'3" corner. 6'3" corner. Kind of skinny. But, you know, you getting him in the fourth round, third round grade, that's beautiful. That's a good pick. Didn't have a fifth round pick, get into the sixth round. Let's take a look at. Oh, we got it. The live pick. You see it down there at the bottom. The pick is in. Baltimore. Boom. I think I like doing the show like this. I like that. Me over there on the corner. With their sixth round pick, they were able to get Walter Rose. Right there, that's a 6'6", 322-pound. Got to tackle. You got to have depth. 171st overall prospect. Will Ricard. I mean, I can't stand it. I can't stand it when people draft kickers. But to the credit, that's the best kicker in the draft. I'm not gonna hurt you on that. But to me personally, I think you draft players that you can develop into starting players that are gonna play more than one play. You can get kickers. You can develop kickers. And maybe I'm wrong. I mean, shut up, Russ. You don't even know. And I don't know anything about this tackle right here because we can't click in. And I can't do anything with this with their last pick either. So, as you can see, San Francisco takes Tatum. Batume. All right, we'll go to the pick. All right, so that was what the Vikings did. Let's go back into these alls. Where are we at? Get back into the draft. 7th round. Let's go. Not 49ers. All right. All right, now I'm back where we were. Boom. Tatum, Batoon, and I came in there. And then we got the Tennessee Titans. Jalen Harlow, linebacker from Michigan. They're just nabbing everybody. Kid probably didn't even go to the combine. Edge from Michigan. Let's see where they had him ranked at. 196th overall prospect. It's a smaller edge. Maybe he'll be an outside linebacker in the NFL. Developmental guy. You know. All right, let's get into these Bears. Now, if you're a Bear fan, holy smokes. You got Caleb Williams and Romeo Odunze. Now, if you looked at 95% of mock drafts that were out there, that was probably the beginning of every one of them. And that's okay. You got one of the top wide receivers, and you got the best running back, or the best quarterback. Good job. Tackle at pick 75. You're talking about the 57th overall prospect. You're throwing him into the mix. You got a nice young tackle sitting right there. I mean, it's a good pick. It's a good pick. And then you didn't have anything for a minute. You didn't have a second round pick. And then you didn't have a 4th round pick. But then in the 5th round, you take the best punter. And like I said, you're killing me with that type of stuff. But then you come back and totally redeem yourself. In pick 5, you can see Cornelius Johnson, wide receiver out of Michigan, getting picked, going to the Chargers. And let's talk about this 5th round pick right here, Austin Booker. This is one of the best picks that they got. Getting a little bit of value right there. You got Austin Booker, the edge from Kansas. And at the first look, he's the 88th overall prospect. And you're getting him right there where? At 146? Great value right there. Good pick by Ryan Poles. Got to give kudos to the enemy. And they didn't have any other picks. But what do you need? What do you need? I mean, they've had more money. They've been spending it, going to Vegas, hitting the slot machines, those Chicago Bears, they've been spending some money. They've been able to bring in some veterans. So there's probably not a lot of need. The team's already pretty young. Got the LA Rams on the clock. 2:54. We're approaching the end here, guys. This is amazing. We made it through another year together. Isn't that awesome? It's good stuff. I appreciate anybody that's taken the entire journey on this draft with us. I know, Steve, you spent a lot of time on here with me. And I appreciate you, brother. I even know you're a crappy Packer fan. It's okay. It's okay. I got to have somebody I can hate on. And I'm glad you're always there for me. LA Rams on the clock. Matt Stafford. Come on, Matt Stafford. I mean, they've got him a bunch of protection. They spent some money. They spent some draft capital. So they got a ton. God, these guys are way behind. I'm 2 picks ahead of these guys with PFF. PFF, well done. Well done, my friends. Well done. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Oh, looks like it finally came in. LA takes another tackle. Man, they ain't messing around. They ain't messing around. These guys bringing in 181st overall prospect on PFF. Hey, getting that protection in there for Stafford. Get that protection in there. Why not? Kalen King going to Green Bay. Look at that. Look at that. Let's see. Let's take a look. Boom. Look at that. Look at that. You're talking about, this is a good pick, Steve. It's a good pick, Steve. And for those of you that are listening, I'll just read this off to you right here. He displayed good athleticism in 2022. It's rare combination of explosive yet smooth, even in his back pedals. Willing run defender, though not a strong, consistent one. Sometimes it's better to be willing. You can always learn, but you got to be willing. Kalen King, this is a really, really good pick for the Green Bay Packers to get him. I mean, you're talking 177th overall prospect. You're looking at a guy that probably had a 5th round grade, maybe. Getting him in the 7th. That's pretty good value. It's a good pick. It's a good pick, Steve. Now, don't be thinking that he's going to be, I'm not saying that he's going to be an all-pro or anything like that his first year. But wait, you're just talking about values or where people are getting drafted. PFF really liked you right there. They liked Gutekunst right there. Gouda cheese. Gouda man. Gutekunst. So there we go. Nick Nick Gargulio, center from the South Carolina Gamecocks. 6'5", 327 guard. Right? He could play center. He'll be in the middle. 293rd all. Oh, yeah. That's right. Nick Gargulio from the South Carolina Gamecocks. Gamecocks. That's your mascot. Don't forget to bring your Gamecocks. That's your mascot. What is your mascot for the South Carolina Gamecocks as the Jets prepare to pick Mr. Irrelevant? The Gamecock. I mean, that's unbelievable. That's unbelievable. Nick Gargulio from the Gamecocks. I mean, he might be badass. I mean, you have to be tough. I mean, I'd be scared that, oh my gosh, the Gamecocks are coming. I mean, come on now. The Jets. Come on, Jets. Bring this thing to a close, man. Bring it to a close. We're waiting on you, New York Jets. Jets, Jets. We're waiting on you. Do it. You can do it. Here we have been. Yeah, Dwayne says it. The Broncos pick center Nick Gargulio from the South Carolina Gamecocks. And there it is. Jalen Key, safety, from pick of the draft. That's it. It's finally over. It's done. Lion fans, let's recap. I'm not going to recap everybody. I'm just going to recap Lion fans. Because I want to put it through there. In the first round, the Lions. Oh, God, where did it go? There we go. Huh? Terrion Arnold into the first round. And then in the second round, the Lions picked another cornerback, Ennis Rakestraw. I get a little dyslexic, but when I twist my words, I call him extra. Ennis Rakestraw. Cornerback out of Missouri. The do-it-all man. And then you had to wait a long time. They waited a couple. And they traded up and took Giovanni Manu at pick 126. At pick 132, Sion Vaki, another safety / running back for the Lions. And then Meki Wingo. I gotta get good at these names. I'm gonna figure out how to say these names. But I'll call him Mr. It's M. Wingo. Mr. Wingo, pick 189, defensive tackle from LSU. And then the steal of the draft is getting Christian Mahogany at pick 210 when you know that he was going to be a third round pick. And that's awesome. Good draft for the Detroit Lions. I appreciate everybody for sticking around all the way to the end and joining us for this year's draft special. And that's going to bring it to a close. Faith, family, and football, everybody. That's what this is really about. Faith, family, and football. I'm so proud of my church right there. So if you use the link that I have in the description and you're helping us right there, we're doing a good outreach in Genesee County. We're serving the community in Genesee County, Flint, Michigan. And if you're using that link, you're helping us serve that community, and we appreciate that. Faith, family, and football, in that order. It's important that it's in that order. Family and football, that's easy. That's what you guys doing, y'all, my fams. My football fams. Use football. Use football to spend time with your family. Don't let football use you. And may the Lord bless you. May the Lord keep you. May the Lord shine his face upon you until we meet again on Monday when we're going to review all this shit. Love you. Peace and love.